Good day, everyone. It's April 28th at 11:01 a.m. and we will begin this work session of the Lake County Board of County Commissioners. We are going to start with a presentation of findings regarding the Heritage Museum, led by Brenna Smith, our Library Director. Welcome, Brenna.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. How do I get it going?
Bottom right.
There it is.
A little.
There we go.
No.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, so, welcome. We're gonna, so this has been a project that's obviously, it's been kind of in progress for several years. I think we're ready at this point to like call it or not. So we thought we would just go over a few things. We know that we probably went over this stuff with you in our last work session last year, but we thought it'd be nice to go over this stuff again, kind of the advantages of the library taking over the management of the Heritage Museum. We are in a a good position. We have the expertise to kind of oversee the preservation and conservation of its collections. We, while in the Civic Center's bylaws, it is said that if they dissolve or if they're unable to care for the collection, it goes to History Colorado. And History Colorado is a little bit of a wild card. We don't know if they want it. They might not want it. And even if they do, we don't know if they will, take care of the things that we find important as a community. What they may see is like, this is not important, maybe really important to our history. They may not know. They don't really, once they take something over, they don't really work with the local communities as much as we would like, or as much as you think, let's put it that way. So, so we would be protecting our local history. We have the expertise and experience for community outreach, partnership, programming, all that stuff. Like we already do that stuff. This would be add-on in terms of like leading that. And, if we were able to fix the boiler, we would be able to do year-round programming instead of just, summer stuff, which is what they do now. We already manage a space that, is available to community, so that's already in our wheelhouse. So that's just kind of the, just getting everybody back up to speed. So the expenses, these are, and I want to preface this all by saying this is, these are, Jen did most of the research on the expenses and these are best guesses. We kept this slide at kind of a 30,000 foot view. If you want to get in the weeds and pull up the spreadsheet that we created, happy to do that. But we're guessing, probably about, 260 a year. I mean, this is another department essentially.
Yeah.
Again, best guesses. Would you like to get into the weeds?
It's in our packet.
Okay, so you're fine reviewing that on your own.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to get into the weeds. And again, all best guesses. This is potential revenue. There's already membership fees for the Civic Center. I think that can be leveraged more. There's entrance fees that have probably not been raised in a quarter of a century. If we're able to create it as an event space, it has the potential to be rental, and then there's grants and potential donations. Again, I did not add any numbers to this because these are all, these are just, I do think that these are areas that could be leveraged.
Mm-hmm.
How much? I don't know, it depends on who's running it.
Yeah.
Wait, is this bigger than just the Heritage Museum building itself? I don't know.
Well, it'd be the operation. Create it, yeah,
How's
I
the
think
event
there's
space?
potential upstairs to create an event space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And, and this is where I'm gonna hand stuff over to Michael. We did a walkthrough last summer. Here are some of the things that we know of.
That back wall is scary.
Yeah. I mean, we're not gonna gloss over it. We know that there's problems with this building.
I did walk, that back wall, and if we could keep water from getting there, they wouldn't have that problem.
That would take some partnership with the uphill neighbors.
Yeah, with my neighbor, because it's like cemented in between the two, and I think it just fills in down there and runs towards that building, comes downhill.
Yeah.
The boiler, I don't know if the boiler could be repaired, they said it couldn't. I don't know if that's just the boiler part or the whole system. I mean, 'cause the radiators and stuff could be leaking.
Yeah.
Best option for that would be to add electric heat to that building.
I think the pipes, they were explaining that once the pipes have sat empty or unpressurized for so long that repressurizing the system could open up a can of worms as far as what.
Yeah, you find leaks all over just
Yeah.
because of the expansion and contraction of the metal. Winter lawns compared to summer, and stuff like that. And it, seals do break. The pipe seals at some point too.
So HVAC instead of boiler. Anything else you wanna add?
Well, obviously with, the water, there could be mold in the building, especially in those wet places. There's a little bit of stuff with the windows that I saw, but not much, it was mainly in that back side, because I could get up and actually touch them and see them. But other than that, the roof seemed like it was in pretty good condition. Looks like it had been replaced, within the last 20 years.
Okay. So,
I don't think they said there was any roof leaking problems at all.
what was that?
I don't think they said that there was any roof
I don't think
leaking
so.
problems at all.
I think it's gotten to that point. So when we met last summer, you asked for us to come up with something revenue neutral. We are unable to do that. That is not a possibility. We talked about it, we thought about it. I mean, it's at what degree do you wanna do it? Sure, we could try to do it and just, take over the building and to have us try to run the museum. I don't think that's very efficient or very, I don't think that's good for the collections. I think getting, a professional, archivist, museum person in there would be, that's really the best option if we wanna do it well,
Sure.
which we like to do stuff well.
And you do things well.
Thank you, I appreciate
Yeah.
that. That's how much it's going to cost to do it well. The potential, revenue streams, yes, I think they can be leveraged. I think it would take 5 to 8 years to get that stuff in place.
Yeah.
Maybe down the road, that could be, more self-sufficient operation to start off. I just don't see, that possibility, so. So I think at this point, it's up to you, it's up to you three if you, want us to move forward or not. We are prepared either way. If you say no, great, we're moving on. If you say yes, great, we will move forward. So,
Do you know what the civic center, do you know what their timeline is?
I think they're fine handing over that building and the operations and whatever,
Okay.
so. That's my understanding, yeah.
But if we decide not to jump into that swimming pool,
Mm-hmm.
what happens, what's their timeline on being able to keep the collection of valuable local artifacts local versus
I don't
the
know.
state taking over?
I don't know.
Cause that's the one thing that would be really unfortunate to happen from what I gathered when we were there doing that walkthrough tour and.
Well,
Yeah.
there'd be enough time to remove collections if we had another place to put them.
Land museum.
No.
No.
They don't do local history,
I will
that's not
throw
their thing.
ideas out all day.
And it's, sure,
We don't know.
we don't
The
know.
point is, we don't know.
Again, we don't know if they
Time.
want it, we don't know if they want it.
Yeah.
I have not met the music director, I don't
I
know,
have no idea.
yeah, so,
It's been a long time. Didn't they get here a long time ago?
I don't know.
Thank you so much for doing all this work.
But yeah, I think we're at the point where it's like, we've put a lot of, I don't know if quite blood, sweat and tears, but close, over the last couple of years. And I think we're ready to if we're moving forward, let's do it. If we're not, we want it off our plate, kind of, it's like, because we keep talking about it. And we've talked about it for, I think we're on year 4.
And we still help them in.
Yeah,
our
that will
ways.
continue. Yeah, we will continue to support them, in any way we can, in any way we have been.
Yeah.
That won't stop.
Do you know what revenue they do generate?
Memberships and-
fees and entrance fees.
Yeah, but do you know what that number is?
I don't. Like, we've asked them for, but
We've asked for a lot of things. And
If they're not a profit, shouldn't that be
they are a
public?
nonprofit.
yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
It's not like it's a public record,
Oh,
all their finances,
If that stuff was posted somewhere with the state.
just your tax returns.
So we could ask again and get that information for you.
No.
Well, just right off the bat, there's a large capital outlay just to, could be asbestos, could be lead, the mold part, I don't know.
Michael, do you think there's asbestos in there?
Asbestos moves, especially out the boiler and stuff, because they were forced to. I remember when it was closed and that was going on.
Yeah, this isn't a cheap project. I mean, I'm not gonna.
I mean, it's not,
We all
know, right?
Yeah.
This
Yeah, it's an investment on the part of the county, for sure. And it's just a matter of if you feel, we have the, it's up to you.
I care about this, it's a value, but it's not a priority, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, if we had deep pockets, if we weren't in
Totally.
a situation where there's, serious economic issues on the horizon and, things being thrown at us from the state and the federal level, and the county's just not in a position to take on more.
Have you approached the city?
They don't have money. I've never talked to Lori about it. I could ask her, but I don't think they have the capacity. And they used to own it. They owned it, it was a city library when it started.
Yeah.
And it moved over to the county in 1946.
Sounds good, yeah,
Yeah.
that number.
And then,
Correct.
and then the Civic Center bought it in the 70s.
I think my only request would be that if you all hear from your relationships with the Civic Association, if you hear of anything changing or if their timeline shrinking, I would wanna know about it, just as somebody
Sort of a
civically
panic.
engaged.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it's not an option.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but I thought we would just tie a little bow on it,
No, I love
put
it.
it away.
I love it, and I loved doing a little tour last year. It was really
Mhm.
exciting it's always exciting to dream, and old buildings allow us to dream. So I'm glad you all did the work and I'm appreciative. And I wish this was something we could say yes to.
We understand.
I did not expect yes.
No, I know you didn't.
But
I was reading through the packet, I was like, okay, cool, we're gonna have the conversation. And you know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna have the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, moving on.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah,
guys.
thanks.
We do have that legislative up next, but I was wondering if there was a couple things
Yeah, cause I just.
without having the lobbying team in the room, if you guys wanted to talk about any of the possible positions we would take as a county,
Next
just
is,
amongst us before they got started.
We have some time before they join.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we wanted to chat about some things now as far as the next agenda item.
Sure.
So I am still learning how this whole state level thing works, and it's vast and complex, and
okay, yeah. Our legislative.
postpone indefinitely is like on basically everything that jumps out at me as like, oh, here's something that I could get behind, or here's something I would be really against, and then you're like, oh wait, postpone indefinitely. But I wanted, with your expertise on this subject, which is
Minimal,
definitely,
it's minimal.
well, from my seat, it's respectable. I'm like, wow, you've been putting a lot of time and effort into this and probably know a lot more than I do about it. Does that mean like it can get carried over to next year, or like if there's counties who are like, hey, we wanna see something happen with this, that they can take it back up again?
No, the committee would have to get it back onto their agenda to re-vote on it. And pretty much once the committee says we're postponing this indefinitely, it means that they can't come to a consensus that would bring it out of committee and even onto the floor.
Okay, so,
So we would have to do a lot of lobbying, and I don't think we
no,
don't know enough people. So we would have to, I think we'd have to like really shift what we want our lobbying team to do.
Okay.
That'd be my impression.
The,
What were you excited about though, so we can talk about it?
oh, there's a couple that I liked, some of like my little pet, passions were like motor vehicle stunt drive and takeover penalties.
Oh, that was really interesting conversation at CCI, actually. There are a couple commissioners who used to like drag race and have gotten many fines for illegal riding.
Really?
Yeah, that was a hoot to listen to. Especially those Eastern Plains folks,
Oh, yeah.
they got a lot of road,
Yeah.
flat and straight.
Well, it's not as social media worthy, but I know that that is kind of something that is still in its infancy, but definitely there's a small aspect of that happening here in this community,
For sure.
Leadville Junction.
Yeah.
And if you sleep with
Highway
your
300.
if you sleep with your windows open at night, you can listen to it all night long. If you're a light sleeper, it'll keep you awake and piss you off. So it was something I was like, you know, on one hand, I'm like, it sucks that people will be kept awake by this stuff at all hours of night. On the other hand, I'm like, well, people should have, I mean, it's not like they're just generally youths out having fun, enjoying the cars they worked on, and and I'm like, how do you like, can we like come up with some local solution? I was like, okay, here's late hours, the airport's open to do track racing like a few nights a week or something.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of communities do, and the commissioners were actually,
I don't think they have to. Like, make a designated spot or something.
but one of the things that they were talking about, cause it's such a huge deal in urban areas, where it's more dangerous. They were talking about how, what a huge bummer it was that Jeffco County Commissioners shut down.
Shut down Vandermeer.
Yeah,
It's reopening in a different spot, but
is it really?
yeah,
Oh man,
yeah.
that makes sense.
High Plains Raceway or something, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, it's, the Sheriff's Association was really wanted that bill to pass. And I think the commission, I think that CCI in general, I think we were either in amend or support
Yeah,
for it. But if we wanna work with Heath to figure out a place where we can do that safely here, I think that's a local solution we can come up with.
yeah,
But they were specifically talking about, increasing the penalties.
yeah, which I think is what I've seen other states do that I have some disagreements with. I really wanted to dig into and find out what their plan was when they impound vehicles,
Yeah.
a lot of times they'll go to the crusher.
Wow.
And watching these like nice machines get turned into scrap metal, I'm like,
No,
they
that's
should
sad.
be auctioning those off, like at least, then the person who lost it could get first bid or what, I don't know, but like,
Totally agree.
that's a revenue source, that's just getting sent to the crusher. They do the same thing with imports that are in violation of the 25-year import rule, they crush them. I'm like, like $100,000 fees and stuff, it's like crazy.
Well, Andy, I didn't follow that bill. I
Um,
didn't follow it out of, like, in committee, but if you wanna ask Elizabeth why it got tabled, that'd be good to know. Like, what was the
yeah, I can
opposition
also
to it?
reach out to, I just wanted to talk to you guys about a couple of these little things that were not, some of them were more, would have bigger effect. I feel like from what I'm understanding in the language I'm reading, usually just the summaries, but would affect us here locally, especially with children. And at-risk kids and safety and child welfare.
Which
Felt
ones?
like, I'm looking for it right now. It was the kinship one where, it's family stability and kinship care, HB 261314. And the headline of it isn't what I was looking at, it was further down, it wasn't the addressing non-compliance with parenting time orders. Further down, it says it prioritizes kinship placements when children are removed from their homes. And I feel like if that was something that would allow Laura more flexibility with some of our issues with foster care shortages here.
Yeah, well, I think it's gonna, my impression is that it's gonna pass.
Yeah, if this one's not tabled or not postponed, it's assigned, introduced in Senate, assigned to Health and Human Services. I don't see
Yeah.
that it's gone to the governor's office yet, but
No, but the impression from the lobbyists was that it will pass. It's like it's been stripped down enough that it's
Okay.
gonna get through both chambers. So when I said yesterday, like nothing that's gonna affect us, I meant like not in a harmful way that is potentially gonna keep moving forward.
okay. Gotcha.
But yeah, that'll be great. It expands. Doesn't it expand kinship to like grandparents?
It just said. I started scrolling again. There's so many.
I'm pretty sure that's the one that expands kinship care to mean great grandparents and grandparents as part of the tree.
Okay, in
Of
their summary, it
kinship.
prioritizes kinship placements when children are removed from their homes.
Which it already does, and that bill expands kinship in terms of like who gets priority in terms of placement to include great grandparents as part of the kinship tree. So that's already a
Facilitates.
policy,
Okay,
is to prioritize kinship care.
okay.
But a lot of people, under the current law, great grandparents were not included in that.
Okay. Creates a foster care prevention services pilot program, which was something else.
I think that got
Sounds good.
stripped
Oh,
because it had a fiscal note.
okay.
But again, we can ask Elizabeth. Yeah.
Expanding the Cottage Food Act, 1033.
That's the only one that I think might actually impact the county. My impression is that it's probably going to pass.
Yeah,
And it'll be good for our community, it'll be a little hard for public health. CDPHE, I think was either in a monitor or opposed position, because it does expand the requirements that public health.
adds workload for
It
them.
adds workload, but it will expand who's able to access the cottage food industry.
Yeah,
And what it does is it legalizes what's already happening, and it ensures that the people who are already serving some of these foods that aren't under the cottage food industry, it requires that they get the same training as people within the cottage foods industry.
yeah,
So it's more like it's just making safe what's already happening, which is great for the community, but definitely work for public health.
that's a
Yeah,
tough compromise there.
I think CCI is in an amend or opposed position to it because it adds,
I
It's
don't
a
think
fiscal note.
they're in oppose,
they an amend,
most likely, if they, monitor,
monitor, nice.
yeah. Allows the sale of certain refrigerated foods and foods containing meat, which I didn't know that wasn't allowed as far as cottage foods, so that's interesting.
Cottage, because it's heat, because it's temperature managed,
Yeah,
and that falls under a different license.
so moving on from that, 1095 digital publication for legal notices seemed like something we should be behind.
Which we are, I think we're in a
Support position on that one, right?
Mhm,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. And then the updates to Medicaid, 1235. Did you guys have a opinion on that?
Is it House Bill 1235?
Yes, sorry, HB. Scrolling through hundreds of rows of these bills.
It's the non-emergency medical transport.
Yeah, but it also adds accountability, I think, for how we get charged, which felt to me like the root of a lot of the problems with medical industry or providers having murky billing, murky layers of billing, and then you end up, it felt like it was gonna bring the costs of things down by how the billing process couldn't be like deceptive. So it would, the way I was interpreting it was that it could allow the state to spend less on Medicaid, especially with transportation services. Multi-part Medicaid omnibus bill. Medicaid NEMT broker transparency, which is non-emergency medical transportation, to report provider level performance and cost data.
There's Alan. Hey, Alan.
CCI is in a support position on that one. So I wasn't sure if you guys had gotten a chance to look at it and see if it was something we wanted to take an official position on.
Sure, I'm happy to take a support position on that.
Okay, then SB 26101, land, I think it had something to do with the landfill. My notes were not super comprehensive, I just scribbled support in big letters on
If it's about the methane management, that doesn't apply to our county.
it. Okay.
We're
Yep.
not one of the counties that bill will apply to.
Oh, I thought we had to put a methane gas measuring well in
At some point in the future.
at some point in the future.
We already have 7 of them checked in, I think.
Oh, okay,
But that specific bill doesn't apply to Lake County, it only applies to like 4 or 5 counties.
okay. There were some other ones that were really interesting. I wanted to ask about, what was up with Morgan County and them wanting to be like top of the list, like fix our roads first before anything from CETA? SR 26001. Just was curious about what the whole like process was behind that. I mean, squeaky wheels get grease sometimes. That was really interesting to me. Oh,
Hi guys,
Dean's here.
can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah. We'll go ahead and start with your updates, political advocacy group. Whoever'd like to start, go ahead.
Yeah, Candace, do you have our PowerPoint ready to go?
Yeah, I can share it.
Awesome, thank you.
No one does apparently. Alright, cool.
Yeah, thank you. What was it? Just 1 second. Try to move this guy.
can make it little, then.
There, yeah.
Alright, can you guys see that okay?
Yeah, thank you. I can get us started. It's nice to see you all. You can go to the first slide, Candace. We are nearing the end of session. We've got 15 days left, but who's counting? So far, there's been over 600 bills that have been introduced. Most of those bills are still somewhere out in the process still. A lot of bills have been parked in the appropriations committees until after the state budget is passed. That should pass this week. But we expect a lot of bills to die in those approps committees. Really anything with a fiscal note, we expect to die if they can't figure out how to get their costs down to zero. And they are still introducing bills every day. So lots of work still to be done with 2 weeks left. So we're expecting long nights, probably working on the weekends for the remainder of session. Elizabeth, anything you want to add high level? No. Can go to, yep.
I think the only thing I'd add is since the last time we talked to you all in person, we did have the director of healthcare policy and finance was let go. So Kim Bimstuffer is no longer leading that department. She was let go after it was clear that there was going to be a vote of no confidence against her on the Senate floor. And they do have an interim with Gretchen Hammer, who has been put in place, and she had been at Medicaid before. She knows this world. I think that there is a lot of hope that maybe Medicaid could get turned around a little bit better under this leadership. So, but that's the other high level thing that has happened.
You can go to the next slide. The state budget, as I said, is almost through the process. We should have a signed budget here sometime this week. As a reminder, they had a pretty huge deficit, definitely over $1 billion. No part of the budget was really safe from cuts this year. All departments were asked to cut, though probably not equally. Medicaid, of course, got the brunt of the cuts, seeing as that's the part of the budget that is, really driving the budget to unsustainable levels and is part of that structural problem. So a lot of the cuts happened there. We're hearing now that in addition to the cuts they've already made, they are asking departments to be ready to cut another 4% from their operating budgets. So we're not out of the woods yet. This is going to be a structural problem that we deal with for many years. Today on the House floor, they are debating the bill to not return about $300 million in Tabor refunds. As you can expect, that's pretty controversial. The state also is decreasing their reserves from 15% to 13%. And of course, this just puts us at risk if we actually see an actual economic downturn here in the near future. The JBC also picked the more optimistic forecast, which is something that they've been doing for the last couple of years. But so instead of cutting $1.5 billion, they only cut $1 billion. But this will cause some trouble if that forecast ends up being incorrect. We could see some of those mid-year adjustments coming from an executive order like we did this last October.
Alan?
Yeah.
Can you ask a quick question? That $300 million, is that the overpayment that they're trying to like claw back?
Yeah, this is the money that they say they no longer need to refund after the passage of HR 1 at the federal level.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next slide. These are kind of some reminders, some of the cuts that and changes that are happening that are specific to you all. That cut for local public health agencies was approved. However, they only did half of the amount. So it was going to be a $3 million cut. It'll only be a $1.5 million cut now. They are still working on the regionalization of county administration. CCI had an emergency meeting last Friday about it. It's a new cohort model for counties, and it will be a working group that meets this summer, and it'll be led by a third-party consultant. So we'll be sure to keep track of that and keep you all plugged in there. There's also several changes that passed as part of the budget for TANF. They're going to be pausing those cost of living increases for 2 years for the basic cash assistance, and making some changes to when the state and counties reserves have to be backfilled. Any questions on budget stuff in general?
No.
We can go to the next slide.
Not too bad. I didn't even recognize you for a second.
This is the House bill, just a quick update on 1037. This is the bill that would have prohibited some law enforcement and government from getting personal data from third parties. This bill was postponed indefinitely in committee. Next slide. Commissioner Lee, I think you asked for an update on this one. This is House Bill 1202, the strategies to prevent homelessness. It's passed, it's already been sent to the governor. This is a bill that they tried to pass last year, and they made some changes to it to make it actually workable, but creates kind of like a multi-government group to kind of come up with some strategies to reduce homelessness, mostly in the Denver metro area, but it includes everybody. We have some county partners that are monitoring, CCI is monitoring, but CCAT was supporting.
Okay, thanks.
We can go to the next slide. This is another update just for you all. We talked about last time, this was the bill that would have set different property tax and mill levies for different land use models. This bill was also postponed indefinitely in committee. Next slide. Commissioner Lee, you also asked for an update on this one, Senate Bill 35. It makes some increases to penalties for different traffic violations. I think the one you were most interested in was the increase in penalty for dangerous passing. So that would make it a mandatory $100 penalty. And we have CCI, CCAT, and the sheriffs that are in support. I don't know if you guys wanted to take a position on this one.
I didn't get a chance to chat with my fellow commissioners about this one specifically, but I feel like this is a issue in Lake County, especially with our commuting population and dangerous passing on Highway 91 and Highway 24 here seems like something that directly affects us. And I personally was wanting to ask them if they were okay taking an official position on this of support.
Heck yeah.
Yeah,
I voted in favor of CCAT and CCI,
okay.
so I'm a fan.
So I think that's all three of us are nodding our heads yes here about taking an official support position on this.
Great, you can register that.
Well, thank you.
Okay, next slide. Update on Senate Bill 40. This is the bill that makes some changes to Prop 123. Commissioner Tharp testified when it was over in the Senate. An amendment was added in the House to allow for flexibility for those local deed restrictions. And that was something that you had mentioned wanting, Commissioner Tharp. So that was added over in the House.
Thank you.
Next slide. Elizabeth, do you have any information on this one, Senate Bill 70?
Yeah, so Senate Bill 70 is having a tough go. There are some rumors that the bill sponsor might go ahead and lay this down because there's so much opposition from different entities on that. It did get through appropriations. The bill sponsor chairs appropriations, so that always helps things move along. But so far, it's been laid over on the Senate floor because it looks there are a number of us in an opposed position, and it looks like it's unlikely to pass. So we will keep plugged into the efforts on opposing this.
Excuse me.
Next slide, please. This is the one you guys were just talking about a little bit before we logged on. Senate Bill 101. This is the landfill methane regulations. It creates some grants to help, some smaller local governments that can't afford for with the new rules that were passed at the Air Quality Control Commission. But I don't believe that it applies to Lake County.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate
Yeah.
that.
No problem. Next slide. This is a bill that we were also in support, Senate Bill 92, that modifies elected officer salaries. So we did get the amendment added in House Local Government to reclassify you guys. And Sheriff Speckman was there to testify in support and did a great job.
And a thank you to CCI's help with us on this. Senator Simpson was actually a little bit prickly about wanting to add this amendment. I think CCI might be changing their process on this in the future because he was just frustrated that there kept on being more and more asks as it went through the process, but we were able to work with him with their backing to make sure we got the amendment. So really excited we were able to get this done.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next slide. Oh, that's it. That's all we had for you guys.
Yay.
The other thing we wanted to highlight for you all that is that you're probably hearing about from your county attorneys, there's two issues out there. One, there's a big overall happening with competency in Senate Bill 149. It's mostly within mental health and behavioral health. But I just heard this morning that some county attorneys were having some questions. So I'm going to plug in and see what's going on there. And I'm sure Candace can kind of get us some information. But the other bill that we might want to take a position on is Senate Bill 176. This is actually coming from the governor's office. The two entities in support of this bill, along with the governor's office to date, are ACLU and the Rocky Mountain Gun Owners Association. And in opposition is basically every other local government in this state. I expect that CCI will have a position soon. We are in a meeting later today with the governor's office, with the Special Districts Association, CCI, CML, school districts, and others. We've had our staff take a look at this. Candace has passed it along, and they agree that it's a huge problem. What the bill does is, and you might have seen it, there's been some information about this. The bill sponsors are calling it the No Kings Bill. And it is taking old case law, and it's an attempt to get at federal ICE agents. But what every attorney is telling us outside of the governor's office, but from the DAs to all the groups that I mentioned, is that this is going to open up litigation directly against state officials. And not just them, but also those employed by local governments. So when we talked with the Attorney General's office, they said this is going to impact teachers in schools. This is going to impact different staff. And then that you start to understand why you would have such opposing ACLU and Rocky Mountain Gun Owners Association supporting the same bill, because it's potential litigation opportunities for both of those when it comes to how state officials are voting. So we will be in that meeting and we'll send information back to you all today. But that was one that, given the conversation with our county attorney, we thought we would recommend an opposed position on as well.
Can you just explain that to me real quick, Elizabeth? Why you would support this bill?
No, she supports an opposed.
Yeah.
Why ACLU and the Gun Owners Association may support this bill?
Because they could potentially sue state officials for votes that they take.
I see.
For harming the public.
That seemed kind of short-sighted.
Something that summed it up really well as to why it's going to open the door for just endless amounts of legislation from basically anyone to cause problems nonstop and keep things just tied up. And I don't know, it seemed like a big mess.
Sounds like a mess to me too.
Yeah, the goal and the intent was to address the fact that state law cannot and this is happening in some different states. A number of different states are having this conversation because you have state law and you have federal law, and state law is not able to provide oversight over federal ICE agents. So they're trying to, when something happens at a state level, they want the state to be able to do something when it comes to the federal ICE agents. And so this is that attempt. The problem is, like, they're two separate courts of law, and you can't just cross over from one to the other. And so now you're just opening up the liability for state officials, is what we are being told by numerous attorneys.
Sounds like kind of what you wrote, Matt.
Yeah, and there's no remedy in federal courts either against ICE agents, really is the issue under 1983, which is the civil rights statute, where claims are frequently brought against state actors and municipal actors and local government actors. So they're trying to create an analog essentially at the state level that not only gets these local government and state actors, but also the federal actors as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an intent to, sort of rein in ICE, but it's so overly broad, and I suspect the reason they had to make it overly broad is probably they run into some constitutional issues if it's just targeted at ICE. Yeah, I mean, it'll open up the doors for litigation, and it'll almost guarantee our insurance costs will go up.
Elizabeth, how likely is tell us about its likelihood. Tell us about its possibilities.
So it got rescheduled from Senate Judiciary. I think that some key votes on this are likely to be Senator Baisley, who is our senator, and Senator Zamora Wilson, because they tend to have a slightly different view than a lot of the traditional Republicans when it comes to some of these issues. And so we have had initial check-ins with Senator Baisley, and it was a good conversation. But I think an opposed position it might be a little bit helpful with him.
But the governor's office is in favor of this, or bringing this bill?
It was their idea. They say that all the attorneys from counties, from school districts, from all special districts, all the local governments and your attorneys sitting there, that they're all wrong.
Right.
And so that's the meeting we will be in at 3:30 today.
Okay.
So you said that Senator Baisley is in favor of this?
No, he just sometimes can be an unpredictable vote when it comes to some traditionally Republican issues, which this would fall into. And so we are just wanted to have the conversation with you on where you all officially were so that we could circle back to him.
I mean, based on the way that he voted on the one piece of legislation that we actually testified on, I don't think he cares. But if you think that it would matter at all, I'm happy to take a position on this. I'm just really unimpressed.
I think overall it is helpful, given where your attorney's advice is, for us to join the chorus against the governor's office of this is a bad idea.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy
good.
to take a position.
Yeah.
I would.
Let's oppose it.
Yeah.
I say oppose.
In the mental competency stuff, I don't think is gonna affect Lake County. The DA's office handles those mental competency issues in smaller counties, less than 50,000, so. I know some county attorneys have been tracking it, but it's only the larger counties that have really been tracking that one.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt. That's helpful. So 176 opposed, the competency bill, we continue to just check in and keep you guys engaged on.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
That brings us through our list for you.
Great.
Andy, was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
At this late in the game, without more homework on my end, no.
Sweet.
Just to
Awesome,
be clear,
thanks.
Awesome.
just
Good to see you
one
guys.
quick question, the county elections that, has that passed? Or I wasn't clear on if that had passed already and been signed into law or no? The county commissioner's salary?
Oh, yes, the one that the sheriff testified, the salary one that we just talked about.
Yeah.
It is it's not completely through the system yet, so we'll keep you
Okay.
updated on that. But it's through, we were able to get our amendment on in committee in the second chamber. And I think it still needs to get through third reading and then repassed in the Senate.
Okay. Is
So
that a
we'll continue to
standalone?
work on that.
Is that a standalone bill or is it on a, how does it get passed exactly? Or not exactly?
Yes. So our portion of that applied to Lake County, we added into that bill. So now it's part of that standalone bill that's making its way through the system.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Thank you, guys. Good
It's
luck.
good to
Thanks
see you
all.
guys. Bye.
Bye.
15 days.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
That concludes our legislative updates. Alex, are you ready to present, even though you're a bit early?
Absolutely.
We'll move on to overview and presentation of our first quarter supplemental request for the Lake County Coroner's Office, led by Alex Krieg, our county coroner. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you.
Do you have anything you want me to pull up for you?
The visual summary,
Okay.
please and thank you. The visual summary is
This one?
all the way down there.
Okay.
I don't know, did you guys get a chance to read the full one? Okay, so basically, we have some unbudgeted expenses and we wanted to reorganize our part-time positions. Which one do you want me to talk about first?
Whatever
Okay, so
suits you.
this is Candace. Candace
Hi,
has
Candace.
a degree in forensic science, has moved here from Virginia. For 2 years, we had another full-time position. It was not carried over into this budget purely by accident. It took us probably 6 months to fill that position. So the budget was done by someone else, and purely as a miscommunication that she was hired, I think, like literally the day it was adopted. So that didn't get carried over, but that is something that we have always had for the past 2 years. So she was hired into a position that existed, which then was not funded the day after she was hired. So she is here, she lives here. I would like to not ruin someone's life by a clerical error. So there's that. That's what I would like to do. She's here, she's paid full time. We will run out of money by September. So our chief deputy wants to go contract. So we will have a bunch of part-time positions. I'm gonna be real with you when I say, I don't know why I thought there were a bunch of qualified death investigators in Lake County who wanted to work part-time on call for no benefits. These positions are impossible to fill. It costs just as much to hire someone part-time as it does to hire a full-time candidate in terms of background check, psych assessment, and training. They have to be fully trained. So basically, I would like to roll those positions into one full-time position. This is in line with what other small counties have done. basically they have found that part-time positions are a whole lot more trouble than they're really worth. At this point, we have no one for our part-time positions. And anyone who was in the county who was going to apply has probably already applied, so that's where we are on that. And I can justify why I'm asking for another full-time position if you want me to, Okay, so basically, I have notes here. We deploy in pairs, and there's a couple of really good reasons for that. First and foremost is safety. Scenes are not safe. So unless it is a hospice death where the family says, we do not need you, please do not come, we deploy and we do our own removals. There is no such thing as an undertaker. We are the ones who are there and we remove everyone. So you need 2 people for that at least. Between the 2 of us, we can get that done. If there's one of us, there's a couple things that go wrong. First of all, you have to have a lift assist if it's just one person. There's no way to move one person by yourself. So at night, that entails getting 8 to 10 other first responders out of bed because fire is the one who provides that. That is not a considerate use of their time, and I do my absolute best to avoid it. When I have another coroner, I can do that. So we have very little in the way of law enforcement here. They help tremendously, but if they gotta go, they gotta go. One of our last investigation for over there in the boarding house, would you say it took 6 hours?
Yeah, it usually takes somewhere around 6 hours.
For us to do a thorough investigation.
Yes.
So if it's just one coroner, we have to have law enforcement with us on scene at all times. So then there's a couple good reasons to that. First of all, scenes are not safe. I have personally run into traps on scene before. Second of all, people can show up anytime and be like, who are you, what are you doing? And last, I don't have any honesty concerns with our people, but having 2 people there keeps people honest. You open a drawer looking for someone's ID and there's $20,000 cash in there, yep, I'd really prefer to have 2 people there for that. So we do sometimes lose law enforcement cover. The question is, am I going to keep, like on the last scene, the only person on was Chief. I don't really want to keep Chief there for 6 hours. He works really, really hard. To be clear, he probably would have stayed with us. But the other thing is this. So here's a very typical scenario for us, okay? This happens very frequently. So we're up during the day, we're answering calls, we're doing training, we're reviewing cases, so on and so forth. So we go home, 2100, we get a call, both of us deploy, okay? I will also add, by the way, policy dictates that we don't deploy alone. This isn't our written policies. So we both deploy, okay? We're not getting back till 3, 4 a.m., right? Personally, I'm not going to sleep until 6 a.m., okay? Those calls pertaining to that scene, that person's next of kin, so I try to inform that person's next of kin in 30 minutes if I can. I'll call them at 11, 12, 1 a.m. But oftentimes they don't answer because they will usually reach out to me after I leave them a message, 7:30, 8 a.m. We're talking about 2 hours of sleep at that point. Now we have to arrange transport and autopsy. We try to do those same day. So transport's coming around 10 a.m. So one of us is not going back to bed. Then we have to drive 2.5 hours to get to the autopsy, be there at the autopsy, and then that person's probably not getting back until 2100 that evening. So that person has been awake bare minimum about 24 hours, probably a little more like 36. That is not conducive to good investigations and not conducive to coroner health. The other thing is, at that point, now you've got someone at autopsy, well, the coroner in county is alone. So you have all the problems that started there. Likewise, you cannot leave this county for example, I need an MRI on my left knee, and the only machine that would have worked for it was in Grand Junction, well, I'm just not getting it because I can't leave for a whole day because that leaves her completely alone. So to summarize it, the reason I'm asking is it's a better use of emergency services time in terms of both fire and law enforcement. It is a huge headache to hire a part-time deputy. The professionalism it's just not there. If you want to ask a lot of someone, then you kind of have to own their time. And all of us are on 24/7, so when I say 24/7, I mean, have you had a day off since you got here? You know, neither, I don't take days off either, we are all on 24/7, 365. So basically, that's what I'm hoping for. We're going to convert Caleb to 1099. I don't imagine that he will be utilizing that, but we trained him. He is still highly trained. He continues to train. It would be nice to maintain him that way without him taking up a part-time position. I do not imagine that we will be seeing much of him.
Wait, can you say it again, Alex?
Which part?
Who are you talking about and what would he be like? Where is he?
Caleb Yoder does not live in the county anymore.
Uh-huh.
He handles a lot of admin for the office,
Okay.
but does not want to anymore. So he is our ballistics expert, and he is pretty well renowned. Both him and I have been called for as expert witnesses for ballistics case. The cost of keeping him on ranges from so I've only budgeted 10 grand for his contractor status, and that is at an hourly rate. So I do not anticipate paying him 10 grand. It's not like a flat 10 grand. It's if he, for example, comes here to cover, or if he comes here to testify, or if he does expert witness stuff, then that 10 grand cap would be the maximum amount that he could be paid on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
So I would like to remove our other part-time positions. I can't fill these positions. They're very expensive to fill, and I know that I bring it up often, but when I look at because everyone needs boots, you can't wear your own boots to a scene, really. When I look at that row of boots that just sits there in the gear room at the morgue for people who we spent money hiring, and I know that those boots walk to 1 scene or 0 scenes, it just drives me insane. That is, I would like to feel like I am being responsible for the people I hire and equip and train. After the last one lasted 1 autopsy, I think the professionalism changes are in order. What do you guys think about that? Do you have any questions?
Can you go down to is there anything below that, or is that?
Yes.
Can you go down to what that is, Candace?
Sure.
Thank you.
I forgot I was in control
It's
of
okay.
this.
Thank you.
So, and this is more in line with our prior year budgets. So this is what we're asking for. And by the way, if we're not set on keeping Caleb on as a contractor, then it is what it is. But that's basically what I would like to do. That's the summary of my ask. Do you guys have any questions?
So you don't have a full-time deputy, that would be a position that you're looking for someone to fill that
So
position?
she is full-time.
Oh, okay.
I am full-time, she is full-time, we are asking for a third person full-time. And if you want to know, are we gonna ask for anyone additional? Nope. So 1 person is impossible, 2 people is brutal, and 3 people is hard work, but I don't hire anyone who doesn't do hard work, so.
And you're saying so Candace is up there twice, because she is the full-time deputy?
She is full-time, her position was unfunded due to a clerical error and nothing else.
Okay.
Her position was funded in 24 and 25. the fact that her position was unfilled when the budget was filed led to a mistake where her position was not carried over. But she was hired before that, so it was purely a clerical error. She is here, and I want to be clear, she moved here from Virginia for this job, signed a lease, lives here, lives in the county, is registered to vote here in the county, and so on and so forth.
Alex, I think that based on that, like, you said you did not create the budget?
No, so it was created, and I'm not impugning finance
No.
by any means.
No.
It was a miscommunication. Finance assisted with the budget this year. Due to us being completely slammed. We, really barely had time to sit down and even look at it. I did not notice that the position had not been carried over, but it was funded for 2 years. And the only reason it wasn't carried over is because the position was empty at the time the budget was written.
Totally. I think in the future, I would expect elected officials like
Right.
Keith comes in, he is fully engaged with finance.
Absolutely.
He comes in and he presents his budget, we talk about it, and he is engaged to help catch any of those things.
Yeah,
So I hear that
it was a mistake on my part.
I hear that you were slammed. But we are very flexible in like rescheduling times.
Got it.
So I think if you don't want this to happen in the future, you need to really be in control of your budget, because everybody made concessions to fit everybody else's budget. And this is a huge amount of money that will impact other people's budgets that they could have planned for back in December.
Understood.
So I hear that I hear what happened this year, but I'm gonna ask that in the future you engage, because I don't wanna just approve supplemental requests to create our budget, because that's what we have done in the past,
That's very understandable.
and that does not serve our community.
So, and I'll say, every year prior, I have been deeply involved in the budget, and this has not been a problem. This is a one-time issue.
Yeah, but this is what happens when you're not involved, right?
And yeah, so
Yeah.
understood.
Yeah, great.
Duly taken into consideration, and I will implement
Thank you.
this suggestion.
Thank you.
I am not a professional with this department, so right off the bat, I wanna ask, what's the proper vernacular that you're using to describe every incident or every call that you get? Scene, okay. How often do you have to respond to a scene? Just so I can help wrap my head and
So
understand a little bit.
it comes out to roughly once a week. Each death creates about 40 hours of work for us. Along with setting up the morgue, which we are still working on with Stuart, still working on with the hospital. That's pretty much what fills our time otherwise. 2 deaths a week, we had 2 in one day recently, so that's not that unusual. And just like every other emergency service, there are some weeks when we have no deaths.
Okay.
So,
Wasn't it 37 deaths last year?
not 100% sure, so 37 autopsies, I believe. And I believe cases were more like 45 to 52. I can pull that on codes at another time, I don't have access here.
Don't you, every death that you attend, doesn't it have to be an autopsy? Like
doesn't
everything
have
you
to be.
don't attend. Sorry, go ahead, yeah.
So I attend basically everything unless, so there's 2 that we don't attend. A hospice death,
Mhm.
where the family directly tells us, we do not want you here.
Or unless there's been a physician attending, correct,
So-
to a hospice death?
Well, and we'll still attend. If the family's like, the funeral home's not coming out, they said they would and they're not, yeah, we'll go.
Sure, but you don't, but based on your statute, if a physician attends a death, the coroner isn't required unless they can't or won't write a death.
Yes, so, and that's the normal case.
Yeah, okay.
The other one is so if somebody dies 72 hours after admission into a hospital, the death is a natural death and they are under the care of a physician who will sign the death certificate.
Right, okay.
So that scenario doesn't really happen very much.
Not up here.
And oftentimes, our ER docs are great, but signing a death certificate is, not usually what they learn in medical school. So oftentimes we'll go there just to assist as well. We'll talk to the family, give them resources, so on and so forth. It's not unusual for us. If we can find ourselves work to do, then we find ourselves work to do.
So what my want or my ask is to figure out how to get more data around the like cost per scene, cost per incident, and how we compare to other counties. Like, there's nothing I wanna be able to do more than to give you guys every tool that you need to do everything
Understood.
that you have. Unfortunately, the reality with the county and what my position needs to be able to do is to be super stringent and tight with every penny that we've got right now. So I wanna be able to see some numbers and comparisons on like, how is our coroner's department doing? You know, like how is versus, what are we spending versus what other counties are spending, like per incident, or, you know, like a county that has the similar population, like are we on par with how things look across the state, and then be able to decide like, oh, we're way under what these guys are spending, maybe we do need to fill this bucket up some, or vice versa, you know, so.
I have some data on that at hand, but it is not recent.
Okay.
So we were considerably under Park County and Summit County and Chaffey County's budget in 2022 and 2023. Things have changed. I don't know what their present budgets are. I can find out for you though.
Sure.
Summit County has 3 full-time deputies and a full-time coroner. Park County has full-time coroner and I think 4 or 5. Don't quote me on that one. That may have changed. Full-timers. Chaffey County has, I think, full-time, so I know Jeff's full-time, and I think he has 2 people. He might have 3. I know he has some part-timers as well.
Okay.
So just for some context on that, as to what they have and what they're doing. And I chose similarly sized counties. Summit County is not exactly directly comparable, but they're there, so.
Not really close. They're 30,000,
and
33,000.
Pitkin County, they're pretty different as well. Their setup is pretty unusual, so. Park County and Chaffey County are a little more similar.
I will say, we have been, working to save what we can. We recently got a grant, with, Colorado State for our toxicology. So we shouldn't have to pay any of our toxicology because they pay up to $45,000. I don't anticipate that, we would spend more than $45,000 in a year for toxicology. So yeah, we are working to save everything that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She was the one who got us that grant, by the way, and she got a scholarship for her training for our last conference, so we did not have to pay for that.
Sweet.
Sweet,
Nice
thank you.
job, Candace.
Let's make sure you get paid.
Yeah.
That's something maybe we could all agree on, is making sure that Candace is
Yeah, done.
Yeah,
Candace, you're gonna get paid.
yeah.
checks clear. And then, it's a shame that we couldn't have a third part-time position as opposed to a third full-time position,
I can't
given
fill
the
them.
needs. And so you say you're gonna remove 2 part-time employees, so are they currently employed with you?
So basically Caleb has been doing part-time admin. We have 2 empty part-time positions, so we have 3 part-time positions. Caleb does not want to continue doing admin work. He is a death investigator and wants to go be a real death investigator than where he is now. And you know, I try not to, at this point, I feel like I'm standing in his way. He's pretty dedicated to helping us in any way he can, but I would like to give him the leeway to go live his life. So I would like to convert our 3 part-time positions into 1 full-time position, because otherwise I can't fill 1 part-time position. The applicant has to live in the county to begin with, because who's gonna move here for no benefits? For uncertain work? No one. We want only certified death investigators, at this point. One of the things that I've come to realize is that death investigator certification, a forensic science degree, that's really just the start. They have a lot more to learn after that. And it takes a long time to train them. You know, our cost saving measures for doing that are pretty good. A lot of our training is completely free. Other counties will basically do our training completely free, but we have to own their time, because it takes a long time. So the other thing is, everyone who gets hired, they go through a very extensive background check, psych eval, polygraph, et cetera, and that costs the same no matter who they are. I'd rather just do it one more time. I can't, instead of, my God, 3 more times.
Hey, Alex, I hear you. I worked on call most of my professional life, some emergency, some non-emergency. And I totally understand your scheduling complications. I just wanna say, I'm looking at the Chaffey County budget book and they have 1.4 FTE
Okay,
in the coroner's
Got it.
office.
so that
And they
that
have a
probably has changed.
population of 20,000.
Got it.
So when it comes to comparables, they've gotta be running their department differently from you.
They are.
So it would be interesting to hear how they're doing that with, just a second, just to say, with less than half of the FTEs that you're proposing. So just wanna offer that. I think it's a reasonable request from Andy to say like, what are other people doing?
So I
I
can
don't
give an
think that you're-
answer. It's,
Okay, tell us.
they run theirs out of a funeral home. We do not do that. I will not do that. I will never do that.
What do you mean? How would you have the option to run it out? Right,
Yeah, it's impossible. And if I did, I wouldn't. So I would maintain a strict separation between my office and any funeral service.
how does that impact how Chaffey County is doing it? Can you
Well-
explain, like, what is the difference between running it out of a funeral home or not?
They have reliable full-time employees at a funeral home that they can deputize.
Mhm.
So they have those people on 40 hours a week to begin with,
Mhm.
so they have them there. So then they can say, all right, turn your badge around, go respond to that scene. We can't do that.
And you don't like that, why?
Was a huge conflict of interest
Why?
for the same, for the Kent case, the case with Brian out of Pueblo, the Montrose case, it has been a disaster again and again and again. So if somebody can drive business to their own funeral home using a government position, it's not illegal now, but it probably will be in short order. This has been a constant thorn in the side of Colorado, and it happens again and again and again and again. Brian Cotter, the Pueblo County coroner, owned a funeral home, and they recently found 15 decomposing bodies in his funeral home, just like with the Kent funeral home, just like with the Montrose funeral home, and so on and so forth.
How does it change? Like, tell me why that is more likely in a funeral home than in just a government department?
So let's say I suppose, for the purposes of contradiction, that I own a funeral home.
Sure.
Okay. I go to a scene where someone has died. This person now needs funeral services. I have a vested interest in helping them choose a funeral home, and in particular, again, for the purposes of contradiction, my funeral home.
Sure, I get that.
That is the conflict of interest. As to why this occurs, because Colorado is, maybe fact check this, but my understanding is that we are the only state in the entire union that has no particular training or licensing requirements for funeral home owners. So I'm not dragging Chaffey County. They're one of the good ones for sure. But they also have access to resources and a facility that we don't. So for example, their morgue is a funeral home. We don't have that option here.
Yeah, it's like a public-private partnership. Yeah, which we do all the time and anybody can exploit that.
And I'm not saying we don't need a funeral home here, that would be great,
But you're just saying that's the circumstance that allows them to
but
have
that's the
a
circumstance.
smaller budget.
Because they have reliable part-time people
Mhm.
that they can go pay from their actual employees.
Mhm.
Which isn't, like, that's not a bad thing. Jeff is a really good coroner and he's a very honest coroner.
Do any of those employees work in Lake County?
No, they do not. And the other thing is this, we tried hiring somebody from BV for one of our part-time positions, and that was a constant thorn in our side as well.
The BV, or the Chaffey County coroner's budget is $328,000 for 2026.
So, what is our total budget?
I don't know.
Proposed is 265, so.
So,
For salary and wages. Right,
I think that's the total that we're asking for, actually. It's like-
265 is your total.
Can you pull up the,
FTE.
Okay, yeah. So it would be nice if we had reliable part-time, but we don't.
I hear you, I think I'm trying to talk about the whole department at the moment, because you're asking for a supplemental, which will affect the whole county.
Got it.
So that's
Well, and
kind of our time to talk about it, since we didn't talk about it at the budget.
and to be perfectly clear, this is what you were elected to do, and
Yeah.
I support. If I came in here and you were like, yeah, sure,
That'd be great for us.
that would be, maybe it would be easier for me, but it would not be good for the county. So yes, please ask me 100 million questions, push back, right? You know, I developed my answers to this for a reason,
Yeah,
but you're responsible for taking care of the financial well-being of taxpayers who haven't even been born yet. That is a huge responsibility, and the fact that you take it seriously is what you were hired to do, so please don't think that I take it personally, because I don't.
okay.
So, and to be clear, a huge part of this is neither of us is able to leave this county. When we have to leave the county for our job duties, it puts us in violation of our policies.
Yeah, I get that.
Never mind the fact that there is 0 days off. There are no days off for either of us. We are on call 24/7, 365. This phone lives on my bed. When I am asleep, when I am in the shower, it is right next to the shower. I answer the phone in the shower. If somebody calls me at 3 AM, I answer in the phone. I've been on call for 5 years, so.
Well, with 3 people, you should be able to take time off. Everybody should be able to take time off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's really what,
At least 2 days a week, you should be able to build
that's
in a
what
lot
we're
more.
hoping.
Okay.
So that's why, a huge part of why we want a third position.
Yeah, that makes
Um,
sense.
Just because, you know, at some point you do get burned out. I'm getting there. But yeah, so that's my ask. Again, if there's any other questions, happy to answer. And I wanna also mention, I'm not dragging Jeff. There are bad funeral home owners and Jeff is not one of them. Jeff is a good funeral home owner. He has good people and he's a good coroner. But he also has resources that we don't. He's a great coroner.
Just doing some math, so give me a second.
Well, I think you made a good case, Alex. It's not, you have to have time off. You have to be able to go to your doctor's appointments.
Mhm.
So I think we're all, well, I think I'd be in favor of it. But we just have the little money problem, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know how that portion of it works and where that money would come from.
Well, we've got, you know, what's in the current budget is 40 for Caleb and 28 and 28 for 2 other part-times. Those wrapped together, all added up, equal Candace and a little bit left over. And I feel like that the problem is that we're kind of looking for a unicorn for a part-time person. Is how where I feel like we're at right now, and it's just, you're saying it's basically not happening up here, and when it does, they have such higher chance of leaving that it ends up costing us more, dealing with these endless conveyor belt of part-time hires, leaving, rehire, or, hiring again.
But it doesn't serve the community because they'll, we like to, when I say our cases are vertically integrated, everyone works on every case, so that's a big part of what we do. But if a family prefers one deputy, so recently we had a death, somebody, the family was from the Deep South, I'm also from the Deep South, but I don't have my accent anymore, Candace. She does, and they preferred to work with somebody who was more from their own culture. They had my number and they did call me, but they mostly preferred to work with her. What they don't like is when they call me and I'm like, oh, so-and-so isn't with us anymore, and they're like, but it's been a week. So,
Could you explain that to me? Say that again,
So basically, we'll get calls from deputies who worked with us for 1 to 3 months because because they were the ones, so it was somebody who was there. And the family is like, oh, I remember that coroner, I have a question about the death certificate or insurance arrangements, that sort of thing. And then I'm like, well, that deputy isn't here and they're not available. And we've dropped everything and I have to start from the beginning and now they have to work with someone new. So, and yeah, the revolving door method is not great for the office, not great for professionalism, and unfortunately not great for the community.
Do you have any candidates for another full-time position?
No, but those are a lot easier to find. We're pretty picky about who we hire. We hire very high quality candidates for those positions. She went to George Mason.
Mm-hmm.
So
What's that?
she went to George Mason.
Oh.
So she
Strong.
was,
Is this including Benny's?
I don't know,
Yes.
actually, good question.
I think it is.
I think it is, I think I did my best to include them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't,
Okay.
I do not work for finance or HR and,
It was in the packet.
okay, it was.
I think that's total compensation.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah, okay.
Okay. 3.
But the candidates that apply here, it's people who will list funeral home experience, which is disqualifying for us,
Unfortunately, our line of work is very, it's, not everybody wants to do it. It takes a certain kind of person to be dealing with death all the time, be dealing with a lot of gross stuff, like people might be interested in true crime, but then you go and you see an actual decomposing body and you're like, oh, never mind. Yeah, this is a lot for me, but I think the benefit of a full-time position is like, for example, for me, this is a very highly competitive field. So there are more people willing to move to find this type of position. But again, with part-time, people really aren't able to move for a part-time position.
Especially out here.
Well, that makes sense. I'm gonna offer some numbers.
Let's hear it.
So Chaffey County is a population of 21,000. Their budget is 328,000.
Got it.
That's $15.60 a year per person who lives in Chaffey County going to their coroner. We have a population of about 7,200. With this request, your budget will be at about 387,000.
Okay.
And that is a cost of about $54 a year per person.
Understood.
Okay, so that is more than 3 times the amount of people's taxes between us and Chaffey County going to their coroner's facility. And I hear your reasons, and I also understand economy of scale. I just want you to hear that difference, because to me, it feels like there's room.
So, okay, let's talk about that room.
Yeah.
What can we get out of that room? How can we,
I don't know,
how
Alex.
can we get more
I don't know, it's not my job to run, it's important that it's not our job to run
Of course, I
your,
understand. I'm not asking for
department.
that, I'm saying
Yeah.
like, and asking more as a rhetorical device, like,
yeah,
so we run pretty efficient, at the same time, I have managed to run a budget surplus, every single year. Oftentimes significant budget surpluses, often, upwards, so I think that we have run a budget surplus every year I was in office, ranging from $20,000 to $45,000. I think I brought that up at caucus actually.
it's not great, Alex, I just wanna say that, that means that's that much money every year that other departments can't
Sure.
use. So budget surpluses are great when you're saving money, but when you can't apply that savings year over year, then that's say $20,000 to $40,000 a year that other departments aren't using, but that was available.
And I'm certainly considerate of their needs.
Yeah.
The question is, how do I identify the unspent money, and I understand this is my job, not yours.
Yeah.
And
I don't know.
give a reduced ask next year, and the answer is I can probably find a substantial portion to do that with.
Okay.
But I have to dig into the numbers.
Yeah.
So, what I can tell you is this, I pledge that I will certainly do that, and I will try to cut our budget in other ways and in other areas
Okay.
in order to make up for at least some of that shortfall.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
regardless of whether or not this ask is approved, by the way, I will do that.
Cool. But we can't make decisions for a work session.
Got it.
It'll be on the next regular for vote.
Yes, ma'am.
And it needs to be scheduled for a public hearing,
Since it's a supplemental.
since it's anything budget related needs to go through hearing, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, I don't have any other questions.
I do not.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you
Thanks
guys.
for coming in, Candace.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not easy
It's
in
nice to
here.
meet you.
Yeah, nice
Alex
to
is
meet
an
you
old
guys.
pro, but it's your first time in here, so welcome.
Thank you.
It sounds like you're a huge asset to our community, so
Incredible.
thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Hope you all
Thank you
take care.
guys.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, shall we move on? You ready, Candace? Fourth quarter of 2025 in review, led by Candace Bryans.
All right. So this is in the packet, so you guys can click through the different departments that you wanna check on. So our budgeted revenue actuals were 40.3 million, our budgeted revenue was 40.5, which we were really benefited by some of our receipts from sales tax last year, which is really beneficial because if you take a look at, sorry, it's so hard for me to read from this far away because it's old.
Can you zoom in a little? Like a, just
I'm
really
like,
hard.
these are tough. So when you look at our, I was trying to put our property taxes on here. Maybe.
Taxes at the bottom?
Yep. So when you're looking, you see that our taxes were, and I identified this last year, we had, well, I had inherited a budget that accounted for more budgeted property tax revenues than we would see, and we caught that in really October. Which doesn't give you a lot of time to pivot.
That's when you did the hiring freeze, right?
Well, we did a hiring freeze and then we really asked for departments, no non-discretionary spending unless it's just an absolutely have to do right now, please don't. Which is great, because we just didn't know how much that was gonna impact us overall, you know, for where we shook out. And so you can see that our expense actuals were roughly three million-ish less than what we had anticipated, which is great. We were able to plan on using a little bit of the funds that we ended up not spending last year once we actually got our revenue totals dialed, to put towards things like our capital asset management plan for this year. So we knew we had a little bit extra in that budget year that we could appropriate this year to work on that capital asset management plan, which we know is really important. And what I shared with you guys this morning, we were able to get $160,000 of grant revenues that we'll be able to actually combine with that extra money we set aside for that. We also paused on some of the spending, you know, this year for the courthouse renovation project until we know exactly what our plan is moving forward. And some of that is captured in, you know, we had planned on some work getting done last year and we didn't really get to that work. So that also impacted our actual expenses relative to what we budgeted. So when you consider the fact that 2025, we didn't have 2 years, we had 2 years worth of unclosed books really when we started that budget, really not too far off considering we don't get like a 2-year look back. And in 2026, we started with a 2-year look back with books closed. So we know that our budget should be a lot more accurate from the get-go. Not that we've done all of these supplemental requests and then we end up at the budget we should have likely started with in the beginning of the year. So you can click through any, you know, of these departments that you want to. We had them bucketed by kind of bigger groups last year to align with the budget book. So our 2025 budget book kind of groups everything into buckets when you read that budget book. And so this dashboard is grouped by those buckets that our 2025 budget book outlined for you. So you can look at the budget book alongside this tool and kind of see how did we shake out. And really, a budget is what you think it will do. It's not set in stone. You can amend them, you can do supplementals. But we want to start to get a better idea of when do we expect revenues to come in, when do we expect expenses to actually hit. And so one of the things we did in this dashboard, and we did again in the dashboard that we're about to look at for Q1, is we've, you know, broken things out into like the different quarters. So you can see, you know, we don't receive all of our property tax revenue in Q1. We get a pretty big tranche of money in Q2 for June, and then in Q2 for April and Q3 for June. And those are kind of our two biggest tranches. Doesn't mean we don't receive any property tax revenues on either side of those quarters. It just means the bulk of the money we're expecting for that come in then. And you'll notice as far as expenditures go, we have a pretty high chunk of expenses in Q1 for the year, just for the simple fact that we go ahead and pay all of our insurance up front. It's billed to us right then. We pay a pretty big chunk on the COP up front. So there's a couple of expenses that are just upfront expenses, like, you know, due January 1 for the year. So those timing of revenues and expenditures, this sort of tracking helps us start to plan for those sorts of things. I don't know if you guys have any questions or if there's specific ones that you want to look at.
Not yet, no. I was really impressed at how you managed the end of last year.
That was exciting to figure out in October.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really impressed.
And it's why it's important that your books are closed, you know, each month, so then you can start to recognize, oh, hey, that didn't actually hit, or where we're tracking doesn't match, you know, but if you're closing your books for the whole year, in the next year, you're already beyond that point, so you actually can't adjust throughout the year, you know, so that's been a big lift for finance to get the books closed on time every month.
Is the coroner's budget on
For 25, yes. And remember, he had quite a lot budgeted that you guys ended up cutting
Because of the facility?
because of the facility. So he was at 346 last year in actual expenses.
But wait, he was at 346 last year, but he's trying to get back up to like normal. So what he just proposed is actually an increase of about $40,000 year over year.
Yeah.
And that's mostly
What?
payroll.
The $40,000 is payroll.
Yeah.
Is that a pretty typical increase across departments to see that?
Payroll's expensive,
Yeah,
and without doing the part-timers, it goes up one person by one person, whether it's two or three.
got it. Well, then next year it'll be even higher because we're having that bill passed.
And we expect pretty significant increases in insurance costs
Yeah.
between 26 and 27.
Yeah.
It's really the thing that has got, you know, there are a couple of things that have had Summit really scrambling. Well, one is just the budget reductions across the board, so they're having to terminate positions and did rolling layoffs this year. But they have actually had a reserve for insurance increase, like the cost of insurance increase. So part of their reserve was planning for that, and it's about to go quite significantly. We have no such reserve on our side. We just have our general fund reserve, and that will be what has to fund increases. So it's really, it's been really challenging, and one of the biggest things that I think we hear a lot about is the staffing costs. Well, I inherited a lot of people who already work for us, and just because the staffing cost has gone up, I don't have a right to terminate somebody who is in a position that existed when I got here unless there's an actual issue.
Yeah.
So it is really important, and one of the big things we're working on together with Ashley is looking at what positions do we have that are not filled, what do we need, can we start to right size some things? But we do know that our staffing costs are gonna go up significantly just because of the insurance costs. And so trying to balance retention, paying people well, figuring out what to do with positions that already exist that you may or may not have created, and had you had the choice to create, you might have done it differently.
Yeah.
As our cost for staff is going up is pretty challenging.
How did Summit do that? Did they have like their own fund, and how long have they been using it? Like, how long have they been planning for that insurance increase?
I think they had it for several years. I mean, I've not done a deep dive into their budget, we had discussed this before when we were talking about the DA's budget. I was meeting, you know, with their county manager and
Yeah.
he was county manager. You know, so
It would just be interesting to know how they planned for it.
they probably just said, hey, this is what our insurance costs have been, you know, for staffing related insurance, not building insurance.
Yeah.
And just ask themselves, you know, what do we think a real increase will be, and planned for it. You know, this is 2026 is the first year that we've actually used our software to have real staff costs in the budget. previously, they've estimated that staff will cost us X and what is it, 3%?
Yeah, they would do like
A
a
percentage.
percentage, yes. And we got
Yeah.
lucky with this year's health insurance,
That didn't go up that much.
cause it went up so low because everyone's so healthy.
And that is a big thing.
Right, but that was very favorable.
So our Tyler software being able to like being able to show the future model of 5 years is potentially all Summit had to be able to make that.
Yeah,
Yeah, interesting.
but that's important and your
Yeah.
projections are only as good as the historical data you're using to create those projections.
Totally.
So if you haven't had your books closed, you've never really had, and you just didn't have a good, idea of exactly what you were doing, you don't have that historical data. So every year that we have our budgets are created based off of actuals that are done well.
Yeah.
Things are closed, you can look back 2 years, that really starts to create a much better projection of what we'll spend, which is important for budgeting sake.
Hey, when it comes to having a flexible budget, do you all anticipate that we'll be able to in the future in our as we're doing supplementals, also be able to start right sizing other budgets where it's like, oh, we anticipated we were gonna spend this. This will also be part of our supplemental is changing these numbers down along
We
with
do
increasing.
that at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And that happened at the end of this year.
Yeah.
So no, you wouldn't do it in the middle of the year. You get to the end of the year and you take a look at your budget, and that's what that end of year supplemental is.
Yeah.
It's like, what did people do relative to what they thought they would do? And we have to do that for DOLA. So that end of year supplemental is pretty huge. You're looking at what did people do? What did they think they would do? But also when we do the budget with departments, we look at the last 2 years' actuals and we look at what did they budget for the current year we're in, plus where are they at for that year.
Yeah, totally.
To really help inform, okay, here's what we think we'll do, next year, but let's actually talk about where are we at for the year. We budgeted $50,000, we've never touched it, why didn't we touch it? Is this money we'll touch in the future? If it's not, we're not gonna reappropriate the same dollars in the budget, because like you said before, then it's taking it from other things it could have actually been used on. And just
So-
sitting there earmarked
Totally.
to be used and never get touched.
So when you're doing supplemental requests from departments, is that one of the things you're bringing to the table, Candace, that's kind of like you will have seen at least where everybody's at prior years and where they're at for this year, and you'll be able to say, okay, you're not gonna spend that $50,000. I do know somebody who's going to need it in a supplemental, so you're kind of the one being that filter.
Yeah, that's why we're doing this.
Yes, great.
So we can kind of see where we're at.
I love it.
Or, if somebody has a need in their department, but maybe they had a position that's sat unfilled, for 6 months out of the year. Where we do have flexibility is you ask for a supplemental when you need money to go from one fund to another fund.
Right.
If we're all within the same fund, and that's why it's really, really crucial to keep everybody in the general fund where you can. I can look at my budget and say, oh, well, I had a contingency line of X amount. Bryce over here in water needs to replace the flume. I can replace the flume, right?
Yeah.
And start to have those discussions, and especially when people are in the same fund, you don't have to do a supplemental. You can actually just make a budget adjustment within the fund and report that at the end of the year. And so that's one of the other things we're trying to do is close any funds, that we don't really need to have. Like, we've had a grants fund forever, which isn't required and honestly makes our accounting incredibly challenging. You're trying to budget for matches to grants and having to do transfers from the general fund to the grants fund, from the grants fund to the other funds that are using the grant, and it makes for really messy accounting. And that's one of the things we talked with our auditor about, is we don't need a grants fund. You should just account for the grant in the department that has the grant, and I don't know why we did that to ourselves, but it is one of the things we're cleaning up this year, is why make our accounting harder than it has to be? No, I don't know what the thought was there, other than maybe they just didn't realize, like, you could use the software to track things.
So if you, so question, if you wanted to move, let's make a crazy number, like $1 million from DHS to Public Works. But there was no funds transfer, like say it was all, I mean, those are the wrong departments to use. So let's say you wanted to move $1 million from the library to the water enterprise. That would not be a supplemental, because you wouldn't be doing any funds transfer?
No, you would have to reappropriate the funds, and so DOLA still requires us to all have a meeting, have the discussion about
Okay.
what we're moving,
That's
then I
what I
have to refile it, do a budget adjustment and refile the budget with DOLA.
But it's a budget adjustment conversation as opposed to a
Yes,
supplemental.
request.
Okay,
When we're
thank you.
doing a supplemental, we're saying, hey, we didn't give this department enough money, or something came up that we didn't plan for. We got awarded a grant that we didn't plan on, it requires a match to the grant, right? If we decided to accept that grant and the department doesn't have the money to match the grant, what we're doing is supplementaling off of our reserve
Yeah.
to say, hey, you can actually use this money.
Totally.
It's like in addition to the budget we're already operating.
Yeah. I hear that, okay.
So really, you just want a pretty dialed budget and only make allowances for a few things you didn't plan on. Not supplemental your way to the budget you should have started with.
You know, just this time last year, I think we had didn't we do a supplemental of like $800,000 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We did
that
a
was
lot of,
very fun.
the fleet got left out of.
Yeah,
That's right.
it's really fun to see the change, like that's a huge change, there should be a big pat on the back for
We did
everybody.
not forget the fleet this
That's right.
Just one corner position,
Insanely large fleet. Sorry.
it was like $500,000 of a lease.
Yeah.
for the enterprise.
We can all just share that RAV4 and just get rid of all the other stuff.
I love it. Thanks for letting me take the whole
Yeah.
space.
So you guys can go through this. If you come back and have questions, you can just bring them up to me, up in our next meeting or whatever you want.
Thank you.
But these are all here for you, so you can click through different departments. I don't have anything else on this one, I am gonna do.
This is very cool.
One exciting thing, Candace, is that the close for 2025 is still on time.
Yeah.
The auditors are here right now, so once 2025 closes, then it'll have basically this with
Yeah.
finalized numbers, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Are you on 25 or 26?
On 26.
Get to 25.
It's linked in the
It's in the packet.
packet.
Okay, I'm going through the county website, pretending I'm an average person. Which can
Which once we get,
community members access the
we
25?
will post these links once we get finalized adjustments made with auditors this
Okay.
week.
Yeah,
But pretty much we've done the majority of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see the links for 24.
We'll post these.
What is the date that we're supposed to have the books closed for 2025?
There's a lot of timelines that come at the end of mid-year for the state, so it's basically July 1st,
Yeah, audit's due by July 1st.
prior to July 1st.
And that's closing the books and completing the audit?
So we close the books and we allow for invoices to come in for January until the end of February, because sometimes we're getting invoices that have to be posted back to the year they were budgeted for. So those are accruals and deferrals. We make those accounting adjustments to either accrue something back or defer it to the next year, depending on, the timeline of the invoice. And then we get adjustments from our auditor, so when we finished the 2024 audit, we had to make those adjustments, which impact, where we shake out in 25. And then our auditor will tell us any items they want adjusted before we fully close the year. Cause there's GASB adjustments, which are the General Accounting Standards Board's adjustments. So there's some adjustments we are required to make by law. Those are dictated by our auditor. We get those made. We close the books. When we know that the books are fully closed for 2025 and we can't make any more adjustments, we hand the books to the auditor, and that's when the audit starts. Once the audit starts, we can't go back and change anything. The auditor just tells us how we did, what we need to do better on, what we need to work on in the future, if there is anything. And so we should have that report back from him, and present it to you guys in time to file it with the state for that first deadline.
Cool.
But honestly, we've never handed our papers over to the auditor,
In time?
like anywhere near
Yeah.
in time. We've been like a year behind for the last 2 years when we've handed those over. So handing them over ahead of the
Yes.
deadline.
Massive
It's exciting.
changes.
Very cool. Yeah, good job. I'll clap.
Oh, we got a
Yeah.
Do
Fuse.
you guys want me to
Well,
pull up the
ten.
next one so we can?
I can't stop.
Then clap.
I think it's
clap.
Yeah, just did.
Make some noise.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
Moving on.
yes.
Like, I thought there would be a break.
No.
Yeah, let's move on to 2026.
We don't do that here.
We've done
Okay. I'll call it the blue guy.
Alright, from fourth quarter
Give
25
some
to
nuts.
first quarter, yeah, I might nibble on some lunch, I hope that doesn't offend anyone.
Not at all.
Does anybody need 5 minutes? Okay.
I can wait,
No, let's
or
go.
I'm happy to wait.
Let's go till someone has to take 5 minutes.
Okay, so this is quarter 1, 2026. I just realized I didn't screen share that last one, so I am gonna screen share. Okay, so here is quarter 1 for 2026. So you can see that we brought in about 6.4 million. This number, this 10.3, our budgeted revenue for the entire year is around 40.6 million. This is just that divided by 4, and we know that we have a lag in when revenues are received because of the timing of property tax. And also, most of our grants are reimbursement grants, so we spend the money, then we submit the reimbursement. We get the reimbursement usually in the month after the reimbursement has been submitted. So there's always a little bit of lag there. And then for budget purposes this year, our budgeted expenses, this is just divided by 4. Of course, expenses hit at different times in the year depending on what we're paying for. Right now, we're about 8 million. And when we do this next quarter, I'm gonna add here's what we actually budgeted for the whole year, because I think that would be helpful to see.
Nice.
So this is total, where we're at, and then you can kind of see month 1, 2, 3, what did we actually do? And we know, for revenues that we expect next quarter, that April tranche of money that comes in for property taxes will be included in that. So you'll see that our revenues kind of bump back up for that time period. So you can look at, different departments, what we budgeted, what we've actually spent. So you can pick, whatever department you want to look at.
And the road and bridge was very favorable due to no snow.
Yeah.
Kind of sad, but it's
Yeah.
good for the county.
Yeah,
They saved money on, not on time, but maybe on equipment or,
Yeah, and fuel.
Yeah.
Fuel, a lot of plowing.
you know.
It's favorable for the county.
And then we will post, I'd like to get through with the auditors this week and get adjustments made and then post these online.
Isn't this for 2026?
Mhm.
Oh,
I
you'll
think-
wait to post both of them?
Yeah.
Do we have enough data to see like our revenue percentage anticipated for Q1 versus how much we've received?
No, we don't yet.
Okay.
But I think that once we really have because we've never had the books closed at the month end. And this is the first budget dashboard where we've actually had the quarter close before we present the data. So I don't know if you guys remember this, they used to do Q1 updates, but it was really quarter four.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the books closed for the
Right.
quarter. And I just think it was a misunderstanding of like, when would the quarter end?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it takes finance receiving that ended quarter a month or so to close the books
Yeah.
for the prior month, and because that wasn't understood before, they would always do like a quarter backwards instead of just wait 2 weeks and let the books get closed and then present the quarter with the books closed for each of those months. So this is the first time we've had our budget to look at with the time period actually closed before it's brought. So that means the treasurer is reconciled to the bank and for counties, finance reconciles to the treasurer. This is the first time like that's all been closed at the same time.
How far back will we be able to actually input data for people to be able to see on their table? Or will it not be useful because we've changed so much of how we're accounting for dollars? And can we put that caveat at the top of our?
Sure, I think we should.
Yeah.
Because our historical data is just, 2025, we actually, the book's closed.
Yeah.
So that's accurate, like for 2024, like none of us were really even here.
Right.
We just inherited whatever happened on the books. We can't really go back and change that much of that when you're already into the next year before you're closing.
Yeah.
So, really 2025, when did we get the books closed? Like actually caught up, this is the beginning of 25. So 25 wouldn't be too bad, about 6 months. And then, 26 really will be more accurate, and then every year that you have the books actually closed on time, it just becomes more and more accurate, so your planning is more and more accurate, because you actually know what you did in real time.
Personally, I feel like a statement along with the links would be valuable to say, hey, this is so cool that we have this. This is one of our top priorities is to get our finances in order. We want to be able to show historic year over year trends. But currently, we don't have enough data or consistency to be able to compare previous years to what we're presenting.
Yet this won't be an issue in the future because of what we're doing right now.
But here's our
line
beginning, this is,
delineation.
yeah, this is like the level of professionalism and transparency that we wanna continue moving forward. I think a statement like that would be really valuable, personally. Do you guys like that?
I agree.
I like that. That's gonna be addressing a really common question and concern from some people
Yeah,
that wanna see 5 years of comparables.
yeah, we all wanna see that,
Yeah,
but it's not. People aren't gonna be able to tease out the information they want
right.
based on what we're giving them.
Well, we've had to work with
Yeah.
historically.
So that would
Is
be,
that okay, Candace?
We'll work on a statement and I'll send it out and just get a feel from you guys if the language sounds good before we put it out there.
Cool.
So that would go on the county website, in the annual budget, right under the heading.
Yeah.
Yeah, right at the top,
Okay.
kind of like a statement of,
Making
Mission
progress.
statement.
a mission statement and a commitment to the people of like what the staff are doing and why, and that we support it. Cool,
Without disparaging the past too
right,
much.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of probably the biggest issues is that the county decided to change accounting software.
Yeah.
Was it in 2019?
Like 2019,
Yeah.
2020 was the implementation,
So they,
right when COVID started.
yeah, so they decided to switch to Tyler accounting software, and then COVID hit, and the implementation, we're one of the first counties, we agreed to demo the new Tyler software for Tyler, and there were a lot of bugs, a lot of people working for Tyler that were like remote all of a sudden, so the implementation of the software wasn't really done well. We didn't have an IT team to support the finance team, and the finance team was 2 people, which then you
Right.
don't even have appropriate separation of duties. Like the
Yeah.
person entering accounting things shouldn't be the person running payroll. But they were, because there's only 2 people. And so a big challenge was coming in, and all of the software wasn't set up correctly to even do the accounting properly. And then I also believe there was a lot of turnover.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was frustrating to have software that didn't work, and then it's all in the lap of the 2 people that worked in finance at the time, so.
Or the commissioners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kayla Marcella ran payroll often.
Yeah.
Fun.
Alright, that's all I have.
Yay. Lovely job, everybody.
Yeah, great job, you guys. It's really nice. Really nice for people to be able to see. Very professional.
I like the idea of the look back too. That seems kind of like a good idea.
Yeah, good.
What's that, Will?
How you guys were talking about doing the look back
Yeah.
from maybe 2024 or 2025. And then it has like increased visibility and transparency
Mm-hmm,
so that people that want to look at things can drill down to what they want to see.
mm-hmm.
And everything's one-to-one connected instead of being put into a big bucket where you can't really determine what it is.
Yeah,
That's a big part of our budget plan, is doing the one-to-ones, so people can see.
everybody wants that,
Yeah, like it
right?
makes it so clear.
It's
I
like,
think it's a good idea.
it's like financial before and after.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't love a before and after?
Like for some people, it's really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, it's just,
Absolutely, Will, absolutely. Yes,
Clearly.
agreed.
Oh no, I can't escape out of here. I'm not sharing it with anybody online.
Oh, sad.
I've hit escape. It's not escaping.
Oh, look, it says end show.
End show,
End show, yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
You did it.
show's over.
Okay. Share. There we go. Matt, do you wanna announce the next?
Yes. Moving on, to our first quarter updates by department, we'll start with finance.
okay, I tried to not to talk too much in it. So let's see when it comes up.
Okay.
Alright, just a quick recap, no changes in staffing. For county finance, it's very important because so many things are unique. We have a unique instance for Tyler, for the ERP that the county runs on, right? It could be different from Chaffey counties or whoever else. What mostly matters is how you use it and set it up. And that's a big change now with the county. We do trainings with Tyler. So instead of people saying, hey, I don't like Tyler, it's more of, hey, what do we need to fix to make, say, payroll work correctly? Similar to the 5-year budget plan that will be ready this summer, right? It was always there in the background, budgeting for positions. No one did it because it's hard, right? That's why. But now we're doing it. So turnover has a profound impact for finance because it's so specialized. So I would say that's very favorable. Put in a couple of things. Bryce is working on finishing his bachelor's degree. So he's very conscientious, works very hard. But just by chance, he was a ski bum for a while. So now he's catching up. So that's good. Alicia has grown incredibly. She likes to learn. Nikki, it's the same way. At some point, I was talking to Nikki, just as a side note, and we got to discuss, hey, you have maybe this education and I do this, and it's like, no, that doesn't matter. It matters how you do things, right? And the closer you look at how Nikki does things, it's better and better for the county year after year. And it's just a profound, like it's a huge difference. So I would say that is favorable too. I agreed to 3 years of punishment, so I'm gonna do that and finish what I started a third of and lost. So I like that the Lake County will have, say, a team of people, whether it's a small group, I don't think the size matters, but if you have some people that are highly motivated and trained, you can do a lot of things, right? So I'll finish my PhD. I think that'll help the county, but it'll be a painful progression for me.
You got this, Will.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I just wanted to say
I already
that
passed a third of it.
when I came on as the finance director, none of the team participated in CGFOA, which is Colorado Government Finance Officers Association, and they have gone to trainings this last year, which our staff weren't engaged or going to. We got all of our accounting staff, Alicia and Bryce, set up with like a mentor from CGFOA. So those are people who've worked in government finance, which government finance is really different from general accounting, because of all the fund accounting that you have to do. And so it's been really cool to just see the people that we do have like really continue to learn and grow while they're with us. And that's really a benefit, you know, to us. They're gonna get better at the jobs that they do, you know, for us, but also continue to feel like they have room to progress, so they don't end up somewhere else, you know, that maybe has, you know, a little higher pay or whatever. Not saying people never leave, but it is like investing in people is really important, and Will's really encouraged that work to teach his team, so.
Nice.
Yeah, it helps. If you're reasonable, it usually works out pretty good. And being fair to everyone. I think in the past, it might have been a little more maybe stressful in the county because of the uncertainty. So it was stressful for, say, I don't know, payroll or finance functions. But once you get rid of as much uncertainty as possible, I think it makes it much better for everyone. Less stressful, easier to plan, time off, quality of life, really helps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have another slide?
Yeah. Basically, finance is on track. Our payroll's set. It may change, or maybe the organizational structure may change, but ultimately all the finance positions are budgeted. Our expenses, I put this up just so you could see it. Expenses for the county in finance come really early. For example, we pay the Tyler bills. So we pay the $30,000 for the entire county for the annual subscription and the treasurers. And it includes Mark's as well. I'm sorry, the assessor.
Yeah.
So those come early. And what I'm expecting, Candace and I have talked about it, is one of the long-term goals in the background was to not pay external accountants to do work that the county should be doing,
Right.
whether it's AP, grant management, DHS, public health stuff.
Mhm.
They do a lot of grants. So now all of that is with the DHS kind of finance component of that department. We're closing all those on time, monthly, which is never done before. So the professional services that the county is gonna pay for external, call it work, is gonna be pushed to zero ultimately.
That's awesome.
Like you get a better return with people than contracting out. Like some people do really well at it, but over time, if you can do it yourself, you can always do it better.
So what's left in the professional services?
In terms of expenses for this year,
Yeah, your difference between year-to-date and your total budget.
oh, it'll be highly favorable. I think it'll be favorable by like, I'm shooting for $50,000 of no spent.
Oh.
And then, but that
No, you've
includes,
got only 35,000 left.
yeah, but that includes the treasurers, that includes other
Yeah.
departments.
Oh, got it.
Cause other departments spread around the county
Yeah.
used external help
Yeah,
to close their books on time.
yeah,
But even then, that didn't work. It was still a year and a half behind in some cases,
totally.
right?
Got it, okay, cool.
Sweet, yeah, 'cause there's still 110 left for our services.
Yeah. And we do have things that will be used for it. Like, for example, the auditors are here this week.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll pay for the audited financials that roll into next year. DMC is the big one.
Got it.
And that's required,
Yeah,
so.
yeah,
And just for background for you guys, the level of quality and due diligence between DMC and who the county previously contracted with, a company called I Bailey, they're not even comparable.
Oh.
I have to use I Bailey stuff, and it's fearful for me, cause I usually just redo it,
Wow,
no matter what it is.
jeez.
It's just the difference in quality. Some
Yeah, yeah.
people do things well, even though they're at the same level, some people are just better.
well, at least they were slow.
They did have that. But no, that's part of the big change. And as a background, finance basically, with all the changes that Candace has made in finance, if you look at it from say a 50,000 foot view, ultimately what you want is a finance department that can help everyone else in the county, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
Whether it's Brenna, DHS,
Yeah.
Mike for road and bridge stuff, it should be an asset to the county in addition to doing finance stuff,
Yeah.
which I think it's getting there.
So does DHS no longer have their own books?
They still have a separate accounting software because their reports are due to the state by
Yeah.
And it's
a
required.
specific timeframe,
Yeah.
and we find that most counties keep a separate set.
Yeah.
But what has happened in the past is CVS accounting, was paid to close their books, well, close the treasurer, to close the books for the whole county.
Mhm.
And so in '25, we paid CVS Accounting to work with our accounting staff to explain to them, here's what I've done in the past.
Mhm.
So at this point, our accounting staff is closing our own books.
Yeah.
Instead of using this person, she also closed DHS's, and now that's being moved over to her finance people with support from our finance team. And then our hope is in this year, to get them to work with the
Treasurer.
the treasurer.
Yeah.
Because we,
To close
by
it.
statute, can't help them
Yeah.
close their
Yeah,
books. That's
on
why
purpose.
it's separated. The money coming in is separated from people who are paying things.
Yeah.
So our hope is that this year we'll be able to get someone in Patrick's office trained to do that close.
Awesome.
Because we don't close to the bank, they do. And
Right.
until they do that, we can't close our books.
Right.
So that is our hope, is this year to finish off that, her training them.
Mhm.
Also, we know that like CVS Accounting, the person that's their CPA, they're gonna retire at some point, so we
Yeah.
can't continue to rely on them to do a chunk of the work
Yeah.
You know, as they have in the past. So slowly getting that off of our plate.
And the DHS is pretty exciting, Candace, all the changes, like Candace put in is it the finance manager for DHS? Is that the technical? But teaching DHS to close their books, with their funding, it's gonna be constricted in the future, right? So to properly, do DHS work continuously going forward and have it be closed month after month correctly and have it tie into the county correctly is a big, like that's very exciting. And it's gonna help in the future when their funding just keeps going down and down and down.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big part.
Yeah,
Nice job, Candace.
yeah, both you guys, great job.
Thanks, Will.
I haven't been in this room for a really long time.
I know, welcome back.
And now I'm here like twice in one day. Okay.
Thank
And I
you,
might have some other stuff, because I will say, because I was getting ready to go out of town and it was gonna be due while I was gone, so I was like, so there might be a couple other things to.
Maybe I should just announce it for,
You can ad lib.
formality.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Next, on our quarterly updates is the library.
Okay. So we review our policies once a year, mostly, just to like fix any language, make sure everything's up to date, see if there's any changes. There's you know, like a few little tweaks here and there. I'd say we added like, it's not really even a policy, but we have a lot of groups that come into the library, Full Circle, you know, Project Dream. And it's been a little while, so we're trying to rein that in, put a few boundaries up. So we created a group visit guidelines. It helps them so they can so we can set their expectations on what they can, because we realized Project Dream was just expecting us to do a lot. And I'm like, we need to not do this. We need to work together a little more. So, and so we just completed that. The planning open house is probably gonna get kicked to fall because, so we hired somebody in January, she just gave notice, her last day is on Thursday.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Because she was really great. For a variety of reasons, it wasn't working for her, so she's chasing an opportunity up in Alaska. So now my focus is back on recruitment, but we have 5 phone interviews set up, like 4 for next week and then 1 for the week after, so, and all really great candidates, so I'm hopeful. So I think that right now is probably not a good time for that. But part of what we were part of the reason, I mean, we want to do an open house like at least once a year. But we, as some of you might know, we just purchased a laser cutter. And so we wanted to, you know, have an open house for the creation station and stuff, so people really know what we have, and we've upgraded some of the equipment. But I think we're gonna probably kick that to the fall, is my guess. I think we're gonna be wrapped up with summer reading here in a hot minute. Which starts, 27th of June. I think whatever the last Saturday of June is, that's when summer reading starts. We have that is wrong, it's the 15th. Not the 5th, it's the 15th. And there was also a change with that. We are not doing a field trip, because it didn't work for some staff, but what we are doing, and everybody in this room is invited, somebody from the VA down in Denver reached out. He's like the outreach coordinator for like his region, and he does some trainings, and so I'm bringing him up. And so we're doing a training called SAVE, S-A-V-E, that's an acronym, and it's kind of working with vets in crisis, and that has been a thing for us in the library. And so I invited DHS, I invited public health, I invited the sheriff's office, I invited fire, and I invited all the county manager peeps and the police department, and I ran, because we feel like he's coming up in person. He has done some trainings online, but I feel like in person's a little different.
Yeah.
So we're opening it up, it's a party, whoever wants to come can come. So the first training will be from 11 to 12, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll have another training from 1 to 2. So we're looking forward to that. Any questions about any of that stuff? Okay. And I don't, does my budget get put in here? Are we doing that?
Yeah.
That's all?
You don't have to do that, I do that.
Okay, I love it. We're working with Stuart on some building repairs. We're gonna be doing the roof this summer, yep. We are in desperate need of a paint job. I just feel like I watch it deteriorate like every month. And
Exterior, interior, both?
exterior, especially the window frames especially are rotting. It's especially bad on the legal room side because that's like west facing.
Yeah.
That side of the building is just getting thrashed. And Michael's worried that it's asbestos, keeps the windows in the building, whatever, I don't know what to call it. You might know what to call it.
Caulking,
No, it's not the caulking, it's something else.
gasket.
The sills?
Cladding.
Well, the windowsill, like the framing, the wood, like that's rotted. Like we're gonna start having leaks if that's not fixed soon. So my hope is that that's on the agenda for next year. That's what we're working towards. And then lots of other kind of just like little things that I'm working with him on. We've been building up our creation station. We have not made the laser cutter ready for the public yet. We're still getting some policies in place because already when people want to use the creation station, they have to go through an orientation. So we're adding a special orientation just for the laser cutter. And that's just about ready. And Jen has been working with a gentleman. He's in Silverthorne and I can't remember his name, but doing oral history. So we're trying to do like 3 or 4 oral histories a year. So we're plugging along on that. And other than that, just doing programming, doing our thing. Some reading's about ready to go. And I can't remember if this is I think the registration prize, because we got a bunch of pint glasses and has our logo on one side and the summer reading logo on the other. So you can get so register and you can get a groovy pint glass. And we have lots of fun programming planned for the summer. So that's what we're doing, just kind of plugging along. Questions?
Are you gonna do the banned books event this year?
Oh yeah, we have, her name is Gabby Rivera, and her book is Juliet Takes a Breath. That will be on October, that's on October 8th. Yeah, really looking forward to her coming. And then this week we have Camille Dungy. She is an environmental writer from Fort Collins. She's a professor, she's a creative writing professor there, an environmental writer and poet, and she will be here on Thursday. And so if you guys are free, come on down, we'll be at Freight. Doors open at 5:30. We always serve food at these kind of events, so you don't have to worry about dinner that night. So that's that. Any other questions?
Nope, just compliments. Library is basically my daughter's favorite place in town now.
Yay.
Such an asset.
Thanks.
The
Yeah.
new roof will be exciting.
What was that?
The new roof will be exciting.
The new roof will be very exciting. Will be super exciting.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Amazing, Brenna.
What was that?
Amazing.
Thanks.
Love your work.
Thanks. But just a couple, I mean, even though I know she went over the budget, just a couple notes, just so you guys are aware. Our collection budget, because we have a grant from the state library, so I'm in the process of spending that out. I'm like a couple $100 away from spending that out. And then and then after that, then I tap like our regular collections budget. So if it looks like you're like, you got a lot of money just kind of sitting there, that's why.
Nice.
So.
How's the conversation with the schools going about their consolidation and you all?
Good, yeah, good. I had lunch with Kate, probably like a month ago. And well, there's two big things that are gonna be happening. One is that there's more stuff. We're gonna be rolling out what's called a one card. So that means that every student that is registered at Lake County School District, they will have a library card. So when kids get registered, and it's an opt-out thing, so they like automatically get it unless the parent is like, I do not want my child to have a library card. And then so the kids that already have like a youth card, we're gonna consolidate those.
Cool.
So, we're still working, we don't have like a plan in place, but we will be working with someone who will be, like kind of managing the class visits. So we already do the class visits with, for some second graders, and so then we'll just add in the other ones.
Nice.
So we're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
Thank you, Brenna.
Okay, all right,
So grateful.
all right. Thanks, you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
How are you?
Next is
No, I'm gonna pack up my stuff and go.
Really?
Yeah, I love you guys.
Up next is community planning and development.
You can,
Okay, cool. I mean, I don't. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, almost didn't come back from vacation, but. Okay, so starting off, just giving you an update in the building department, we've really been focused, as you know, on code adoption, and creating public information and engagement access, and e-permitting, starting down the very long road of onboarding a digital software that will oversee building permitting for not only building permits, but ancillary permits like solar permits and mechanical and plumbing, roofing. So really excited about that. Some milestones this first quarter, of course, was the adoption of the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, which you adopted on March 30th and will start enforcing in July. That was a collaboration between the Board of Review, CPD, Fire, and we used Shell's Coda. We will be participating in the Wildfire Resiliency Fair at the Fire Station 2 in May. And we've really created a very robust page on the website that gives all kinds of information, a summary of the code, the different zone definitions, best practices. So there's just a wealth of information on the website for the public. And Bryce, I'm sorry, I'm driving, Renee. Okay, I'll let Bryce in. And then we are venturing now into the 2024 I-codes, which we've got our final draft in from the Board of Review. It's been in legal by the city and the county. I saw that Matt has the few red lines for us done, and I think that Hillary has it at the city almost done too. So we've got the public hearing coming on that on May 19th. And next week, we're having an open house at the college for the building community and property owners, just to have kind of a presentation of the I-codes, which is the 2024, and just a Q&A and provide some information on that. I don't know if I can move that? Where's the hide? There we go, okay. And let's see, and so the effective date on the I-codes, we're trying to get in before that July 1st deadline by the state. where we'd be forced into a newer version of the energy code that our consultants are kind of warning us that we're really not ready for. So we'll be able to make that deadline. We'll be asking for adoption on May 19th, but then we won't be enforcing it until the end of June. We will be letting, we're already communicating with all of our contractors, inviting them to the open house. We'll do the same kind of thing that we did with the Wildfire Resiliency Code. We'll have an online presence that just walks through what the codes are, information. We are going to, I met with C4 today. They're gonna be a partner in helping us provide resources to building community, developers, builders, and property owners on the energy code. So they're gonna help us through the implementation of the CAP. As far as the energy code is, and even the wildfire resiliency code. So they're gonna help conduct different education opportunities for the public. And we'll also work with SHROOMS as well to do some webinars. We'll host them online to just help shepherd us into the new codes. So in Q2, we're gonna be focusing on staff training and code administration, the revised codes. So all of these codes will come with new forms, new practices that we're gonna have to implement on the staff level. So we'll be working on that in-house, and C4 is gonna really help with the public engagement part of that and continuing to onboard cloud permit. So going over into the planning department, we are actively working on the One Community project. We have hired our planner one who starts May 18th. We are so excited. Really focusing on the moratorium, development review, and partner collaboration in a lot of different areas. So the One Community project, this first quarter, we wrapped up all of our different topical areas with the stakeholder, the action planning teams, to arrive at the action plan that you've all seen now and have, I believe, a copy of. We've been presenting the draft of the comp plan and the future land use types map to you all and the planning commission. It is now currently posted on the One Community website for the community to see. And of course, we're having the public engagement tonight that starts at 6 o'clock at the high school. And so that's just people can come and go as they want. There'll be 5 or 6 different stations that people that can visit and get information on the comprehensive plan tonight. So really excited about that. And then the moratorium obviously is the other big piece of work that we're working on this first quarter. We got the resolution adopted. Thank you so much. We created, again, another web page with a public engagement portal. So we are actively already taking comments in from the public. We are currently in the research phase of the moratorium. So we're creating the best practice matrix. I was actually working on Mesa County right before I came upstairs. But we've got about, I think, 8 different communities that we're diving into their land use regulations. We're interviewing their planning departments and asking what we think are meaningful questions that will really help us create a best practice matrix and see what's going on in other communities around these issues and topics. We've created a survey through SurveyMonkey that has been sent out to all of our emergency management partners. So with Sammy's help, we went to last week's emergency management meeting and sent out the survey to over the 200 emails and asked everyone. We created just a 5-minute survey, so we're hoping for good participation and ask them for their engagement on that. Then we'll be moving into other stakeholder groups, talk to C4 today. We really want to look at the environmental impact and we'll be meeting with stakeholders on the infrastructure piece, both water and sanitation. And then we'll also be meeting with economic development representatives as well as any interested community members. So we still are going into the stakeholder portion of kind of individual engagements and hoping making the best use of our time when we call on our different partners for researching the subject and the topics. So excited to kind of see how this work is evolving and the information that we're finding out. And already mentioned that Rachel Pollock is our planner who will be joining us from Chicago. She's finishing up her master's in regional urban planning. And so she'll be headed our direction here very shortly. So excited about that. She's found housing and excited to join our team. So also just thought it was important to talk about all of the collaboration that the planning department has been working on. We've been working on the industrial part, the feasibility study and review, and kind of next steps evaluation that'll be coming to the board for consideration. We're nearing the completion of the mobility study, and we have a meeting Thursday this week with CDOT to talk about what are the next steps. There is additional funds we believe that we can leverage for engineering and possibly even construction. So we are meeting with our regional partners from CDOT to talk about next steps with the mobility study. And so we can bring all that information to the board to let you make some decisions on next steps. Met today with C4 on implementation of the CAP and excited to be partnering with them on that work and really see how they're going to be able to build out capacity for us in work that we do in the department, specifically around obviously the building codes. They also had some questions around septic and some different other key areas that we'll be collaborating on together. I thought that it was really refreshing today that they said they were really focused on not adding more for us to do, but to hopefully take some things away from us. So we're excited to hear that.
That's
So
great,
that's
that's
exciting. We are working on a, so I would say work session, but this is really a multi-departmental coordination work session of getting all of us together. Law enforcement, public works, CPD, Parks and Rec, together to just talk about the actual administration of the OHVUs and the permits and how can we kind of coordinate together to really look at enforcement and administration of the ordinance and the permits themselves. So we're gonna look at trying to kind of fine tune that a little bit. Then we met with the EDC and have provided some feedback on the development of the concierge position to help with development. And so they invited us in for kind of a listening session where we had an opportunity to kind of hear from different developers and individuals that have gone through the process in the community with some great feedback on ways that they thought that we could potentially help and support small development in the area. So just really leaning in and looking for ways that we can work together and find better outcomes and better supports. Participated in the Building Better Places workshop in Grand Junction with community builders and different partners on place-based economy. And I think you're starting to see that final report is just been finished, and so some good maybe future steps that are also aligning with the comp plan around economy coming out of that. So we participated in that as CPD, and then just worked with public health on their report and just provided some engagement and with them as they go through that. And also we participated in LaCozy as well. Housing. So housing has really been focusing on the 10-2 project, grant administration, and making sure that all of our policies aligned. Excited to hear Jackie just shared she's at a housing workshop at Mount Princeton yesterday and today. And DOLA highlighted us as one out of 103 different jurisdictions that came up with an expedited process. They highlighted Leadville and Lake County as having exceptional policies. So we're really excited she emailed that or texted that to me yesterday. So I was excited to see that they shared that out.
Wow.
So with her help, we continue to align policy, and we housing secured funds, as you know, to work with group policy again to update our housing action plan and start our housing needs assessment and start working on our housing action plan. So they've already done a little bit of a kickoff, and they're just starting to get some great baseline baseline information from us. So we've already started working with them, and then we were awarded the grant for $40,000. We've been working, as I think you all know, with Excel to kind of overcome some challenges. We had to do some engineering redesign, and we've been waiting on the moratorium to lift so we can get that power to the houses on 3rd Street. So we are nearing that resolution, and we're excited about that. But Jackie's been holding weekly coordination meetings with the project team and Excel, and her tenacity is getting progress going, so that's exciting. We've got 15 homes of the 24 reserved with buyers, and we have 9 available. So they're already being listed on Zillow, and we've been talking about getting an intern to help us with showings once Jackie's not in the office anymore. Yeah. So excited to have a model, and we really think that those 9 units will probably go relatively fast once we can actually show them. Cool. So excited about that. And then we're gonna have a celebration with all the project partners and the community to be determined. Basically, as soon as we have a certificate of occupancy and we can get a house ready, we're gonna coordinate and just celebrate the 10-2 project. So excited about that.
Little block party?
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Yay. Mapping, oh my gosh. Shelby has done, I just have to say, she has done extraordinary work. She has done all the maps for the One Community project, which being one person, the amount of work that girl does is amazing. I can't say enough about her level of commitment and her attention to detail and just a passion that she brings to her position. So I just want to say this is an exceptional amount of work that she's done recently. So her priorities have been working on the comp plan, increasing public engagement and communication, and strengthening operational systems. So all those great web pages I just talked about, she built those on top of making all of the maps. And she also has just looked and found ways, she's been the interim kind of admin assistant, my admin assistant since CC left. And she's been doing a remarkable job. So everything from getting us to take our notes for our office meetings in Teams, to just overseeing and scheduling things. So she's really been on top of it, just want to mention. She is the co-manager for e-permitting. So she and Torsten are our leads on overseeing the e-permitting project. So leading communication and coordination with staff and really getting the training so she can help train she and Torsten and the rest of staff. So it's working out really nicely. And again, she's just been my assistant on operations. She's stepped in as the recording secretary for the planning commission, and again, created those amazing web pages for us. OWTS, Torsten likewise has been doing a great job for his first ever code adoption. He hosted a webinar online with engineers, did a great job, was able to answer all of their questions. The draft regulations are on the website, and there is the recorded webinar to give information to the public. We will be having the public hearing on March 30th. to adopt the new regulations. And these are the update to the OWT regulations just to be compliant with the state. So these are the state changes. Of course, you know, we're gonna have a phase 2 as we go through the moratorium if we look to update the OWTS regulations further. So this is just meeting our state requirements that need to be done by the middle of June. So everything is on schedule for that, and he is the co-manager for the e-permitting project. Also, they've been providing support through the moratorium on looking at alternative methods around sanitation in other communities for rural lodging and events. Enforcement. So enforcement has been really working on case management review with the county attorney's office, and where legal intervention is required in collaborating between state and local agencies. So as far as like CDPHE for asbestos, and just different agencies that Don is actively engaged with. He works with public health and the state. So we've got the cleanup that probably a lot of you have seen on Highway 24 South, right past Saturdays. The demolition of the structure is complete, and yards of debris, material have been removed from the site. And we do have an agreement with that property owner to remove the last of those materials in August.
By September.
By September. So, it'll be, but the good amount of it is gone, and September, we've got an agreement for the rest of the items to be removed, so I'm excited to see that.
Who did the demo?
It was a company that the railroad hired, but I don't know if Don was here, he'd tell me.
But the railroad paid for all that?
Yes, the railroad paid for all of that.
They paid for the dump fees as well?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, they paid for everything, took care of it all. 1515, while this is actually in the city and not in the county, it's still probably good to just know that it is, wrong address. 1515 Poplar is the multi-family or unit rental property next to what used to be Park for Physical Therapy. So it is currently red tagged due to the fire and lack of utilities, but all of those residents were successfully relocated and placed into secure housing. So that's a good outcome. We have had a visit by the insurance adjuster, and we have reached out to the property owner to find out what they would like to do as next steps. There's probably a good chance that this will be another demolition project coming up, but with an interest for redevelopment into some type of potential affordability. So we'll see if we're talking to both the lien holder about that, who is an individual, and the current owner of the property. They both have communicated an interest in trying to come up with some kind of public-private partnership on maybe doing something around community housing. Awesome. So we'll see. 1101, this is the one that while it's not in the county, it is in the city, and just give you an update that it is going to, this is Floyd's, it has been approved for demolition by the fire department. There are certain orders surrounding it. It does have to be fenced for safety for the neighbors. There are certain hours of disturbance, so I think it goes from 8 to 6 is the only time they can do demo on it. And they have to coordinate with CDOT and the street department, because they may have to do some road closure to get all of the material out of the property.
Interesting.
But all of the asbestos has been mitigated at the property, so that part is complete. But there was enough impact to the structural integrity of the structure that there has been an order given to demolish it, and the property owner has agreed. So it's coming down. 121 Mount Trevor, I think this is a property you've all noticed before. It has been purchased through tax sale. And the new owner is working with us. He has hired an environmental firm to come in and start doing the testing of the property. They were supposed to be here today, but because of the weather, they rescheduled. So he's gonna start with an environmental hygienist that will come in and test for airborne hazards in the property, which we think and have identified, we think there's several, so that we can determine what they are and that that property can also be safely removed. So lots of progress. Other.
Trevor, was that not homestake?
Yeah, I thought it was homestake too.
Oh, it is homestake, I'm sorry. It is homestake. Sorry about that. Pending legal cases, we've got several, but I know two that we've got coming up are 640 and 680 Edward E. Hill Drive, and 1715 Poplar. So those are active cases that we're working on. And then Don is collaborating, like I mentioned, with CDPHE, Public Health, law enforcement, fire, and the city of Leadville. But good progress is being made, so we're really excited about that. Our short-term objectives are really to, for Q2 and 3, are getting through the code adoptions and the administration of the new codes, the comprehensive plan adoption, which we anticipate will be at the end of June, the moratorium and implementation, so we're looking to have that wrapped up by August and then looking to implement. Onboarding our new staff, excited about that, and hiring a building professional. Transition planning, and just looking at having some good SOPs in place. So we do have making sure that every discipline really kind of, this should be more like succession planning kind of idea. 2026 CPD priorities review, we'll be reviewing all of the things that we brought to you at the beginning of the year, making sure that we've made good progress on those. So that'll be 2 and 3. Q4 and beyond, it'll be implementation of the comp plan, getting e-permitting over the finishing line, department-wide SOPs done. We're giving ourselves until the middle of November to have those done. Standardize our digital file management. We've had a lot of different iterations, decades of different ways of doing that, and so that's a big plan for us. And then our communication plan internally and externally is kind of what we'd like to see wrap up the year. And I think that's it.
Awesome.
Thank you, Ann.
You bet. Thank you guys.
That was a lot of work, Ann.
Oh, and I did provide the monthly reports from the building department too. They're probably in your thing, just so if you want to kind of see how the department's doing. We're really picking up on building permits. Things are getting much busier this month. We're already seeing a big influx of new permits. So.
Okay. Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So C4 is gonna have public engagement or something about wall assemblies or insulation or the energy code?
So when I talked to Richie today, he thought that he could lead some of those and additionally find some resources, like from a building science standpoint of meeting energy code requirements. So yeah, that would include assembly work, probably going through and figuring out those exchanges too, and the trade-offs through the energy code, but absolutely. And I will also be looking for Sean's to help us with that as well too.
Our new board of review member, Stephen Mack, would be a really good resource.
Great.
I'll connect those two.
Okay.
He's a wall assembly expert and an engineer.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I asked him if he would be willing to help us with wall assemblies.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he testifies in defects cases, right? So.
He figures out what went wrong.
Right. No, that's great.
That'd be really good for builders too.
Yeah.
With this new energy code and that condensation issue in the walls.
No, I think that's great. I think that this is a more complicated code to shepherd us into than the last time.
Yeah.
18 to 24 is definitely significantly different. So that's a great resource. Thanks for bringing that up.
I'll tell Richie, I'll connect those two so you don't have to.
That's great. Yeah, we have an engineer and an architect joining the board of review, we believe, so we're excited about that.
Yeah. Okay, great, thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
We will move on to tourism and economic development. Do you need a,
Sorry.
you need a break?
No, like 30 seconds.
I need 2 minutes. I need 120 seconds.
Make it a random. No, we've been in here since for a long time.
Okay, I just went outside for the first time since like 7:15 and it was nice to breathe some fresh air.
You're all like, just holding it together.
You guys are sending elbows.
Should I?
Bryce did that. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Prepare yourself.
I was just
Can I
gonna
just-
try to,
Yeah, we are,
yeah.
well.
I'm gonna give this to you, I was actually just trying to get out of this,
No.
so I could. You're on video.
I see.
No, I don't know how to.
Sorry, Adam.
We're recording?
We are.
Okay. Next up is tourism and economic development. For
Oh
our
my
first
God.
quarter update.
Wait, sorry, thinks I'm not in a meeting.
It's still sharing the screen.
Oh, so you probably did not, I don't know what just happened here.
I think if you just go to the PowerPoint that's open still.
Ah,
Yeah, there we go.
oh,
Shrink.
Look at this village.
back
Oh, it's,
here.
can I do it? Does this do, no?
I don't know if that does anything.
Cool.
It looks cool.
Yeah, it does look cool.
It looks very
I think you just click and it'll advance.
Okay, sweet.
Should.
Okay. Let's start with tourism. I hate reading words on a screen, but yeah, we have worked a lot this year in helping. We were a cornerstone sponsor for Fat Bike Worlds and for ski joring again this year. That meant through financial sponsorship, but also just being a part of the steering committees for Fat Bike Worlds, and then working a lot with the ski joring committee on messaging and helping them with the maps for like the parking maps that we created and the public messaging around parking. Really focused on trying to provide both Fat Bike Worlds and ski joring with data, our Placer AI trailing data so that they could have a sense of who showed up in the past and then who showed up this year. With Fat Bike Worlds, the reason why we were a cornerstone sponsor for them is because we helped create the Fat Bike Worlds and Sauna Fest this year for the first time. And the plan is to have Fat Bike Worlds come back to Leadville every other year. So we got it in 26, we'll get it again in 28. And we've already talked with the organizers of that event about bringing the Sauna Fest back and ways that we could kind of improve that and elevate that experience. But that went well. They had over 250 people for Fat Bike Worlds, and there were 39 individuals who came specifically for Sauna Fest. And given it was the first year, it felt really great to have people coming from Colorado Springs, et cetera, just for a sauna festival, and just to experience that in that way. And as I have been reporting out to county management and other partners around data as it comes out around Fat Bike Worlds and ski joring. So I'm not sure if this has made it to your desks, but we did actually have more people this year for ski joring than we did last year. So last year was our record, and this year was another record. And what's significant about that is that we had many more people on Sunday. So we had about 1,200 to 1,500 more people come. So it was something like 26,000 humans, but many more of them came on Sunday, which is a really good indicator of overnight visitation. And their points of origin were from within Lake County for Sunday, so that means they were staying overnight. So that's really helpful, and we've heard from a lot of businesses through the Chamber of Commerce. They're setting up a new system
it's called like Business Pulse. And many of them are suggesting that ski joring has really helped their winter significantly. I do have it on my list of things to do to get with Will at some point and try and do like a year over year for sales tax for that weekend and see if we can attribute some of that, but that's a project and Will's been a little busy, so I haven't bothered him with that yet. But yeah, we did develop these, this year for the first time, we developed these targeted 4-day itineraries, which sort of really, we partnered with local businesses who wanted to sort of, if you're here for Fat Bike Worlds or if you're here for ski joring, here are things you can do, here are discounts. And we're gonna do that for the Rocky Mountain Philanthropy Days that's coming in October. And we're gonna also do that for the high school mountain bike series that comes after the race series. And we'll be tabling at that event because we've heard from the high school mountain bike series folks that they would really like that those visitors, when they come, those families, they would really like information about how they can support locally. So we're doing that, and then we're also helping to do a lot of the same thing with the All About Leadville event that's happening this weekend. So that's Friday through Sunday. That is a collaboration between Main Street and a whole bunch of partners, and if you want more information on that, I can give it to you. But yeah, we are hosting a lot more events at the Visitor Center, Rural Philanthropy Days, Climate and Coffee. We just hosted the Cloud City Food Lab Taste and Tell event, and that was significant. We had 78 people come to that event and get to sort of taste from our local food entrepreneurs. There were 8 vendors, new food businesses in Lake County. Bless you, that's been an awesome partnership between LC Bag and the EDC and the Tourism Pan.
Cool.
And then, get that out of the way. Yes, and then we are just wrapping up our, get out of here, we're wrapping up our sentiment survey. We had 900 surveys completed, and those are residents, visitors, and tourism stakeholders, and it's the 6th most responded to tourism survey that the Colorado Tourism Office has ever had.
Wow.
Wow.
They've had over 2,000 surveys, so feeling pretty good about that. Yeah, that was mostly all Katie.
Gold star, Katie.
Yeah, Katie. And we remitted over 31, just shy of $31,000 to the Early Childhood Council to support her childcare needs through an MOU with Rocky Mountain EC and LC Bag. So that's the tourism side of things. I'm trying to go fast, sorry Sarah.
You're doing great, man.
And then Building Better Places, which comes out of the One Community Project, Lake County Government, City of Leadville, EDC Chamber. We went to that thing in Grand Junction, and then coming out of that, we developed a list of priorities for ourselves monthly, and then it turns quarterly, and then it turns yearly, with sort of goals and KPIs. And we met in April, we're gonna meet again in May to actually check ourselves and make sure we're holding partners accountable, to make sure that at least the economic development goals from the One Community Project have kind of a project manager, aka me, to make sure we're all kind of doing the things that we said we were gonna do.
Nice.
And the Airport Industrial Park feasibility study, it has been completed, and we are going to be setting up a meeting with the BOCC here soon.
Yay!
And then to talk about next steps, and that has been exciting, some good progress there. And then RHA buy down pilot program for deed restriction infill community development has been stood up and piloted, and the funds for that will be dispersed imminently to the first recipient of that. And if you want more information on that, I'm happy to fill you in. But that's really exciting because Chafa has reached out to the RHA and said that this is that no program like this exists in the state of Colorado, and that they want us to do a roadshow on it in 2027.
We're also going after a grant that would potentially allow us to get more money
Totally.
to expand the program significantly, which
Yeah.
is exciting.
Yeah, and so Becky and I were workshopping that language for that grant. That grant's due May 15th.
Yeah.
And it's really, it's exciting, and there's a lot of opportunity. And the awesome thing about that grant is you need to have it needs to be shovel ready, and you need to show success. So the fact that we already have an example of a pilot project helps that application quite a bit.
It was so exciting, Adam, that was really smart.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the strategic investment plan is finishing up. We have given ourselves the deadline of May 18th. And I am becoming a bit of a taskmaster on making sure that we hit that deadline so that we have something to share specifically with the BOCC, the county, the city, around exactly what that's gonna look like. And it's coming together. I'm really impressed with the work that has gone into that and how thoughtful it is and how the level of professionalism and sort of like it will actually put in real dollars, and it's gonna be scary like everything else. It's a huge investment. But it will give us a really clear roadmap of sort of how we get from the current 24% of children served in Lake County 0 through 5 up to our goal of 60%. I can tell you all about why we chose 60% and all that stuff, if you're interested.
I am so glad to see that on there, that was gonna be one of my bigger questions.
Yeah.
So thank you.
May 18th.
May.
And then tourism, we got this grant through the CTO for short-term and long-term waste management solutions in Twin Lakes. And I did apply for a LaCosi mini grant for the summer of 2026 to hopefully have a plan in place for trash for the summer of 2026, because as of today, there is no public place to put trash when the pass opens in Twin Lakes. So, and we're supporting the All About Leadville event this weekend, and that will be hosted at the Visitor Center. So that's where folks can come in and learn about it. And we are, it's the 250, 150, so Colorado is 150 years old. The state, or the country, is 250 years old this year. So we are supporting those efforts through a variety of things. I just submitted yesterday our NFTs. So there'll be some Lake County non-fungible tokens that people can purchase. Who does that, but cool. And
For what money? Adorable.
It's adorable. Yeah, it is. That's a whole thing, but I took that,
Thank you.
and I consider yourself told I took care of that yesterday, and
They asked me for pictures and I was like, Adam's gonna do way better at this than I.
Like of your face? Are you an NFT?
of Lake County, and it can't involve any humans, yeah.
Oh,
So-
I'd buy a canvas of that.
It has to be iconic Lake County and our heritage and all that stuff. And then we're working on there will be an exhibit for the 150, 250 about the Mineral Belt Trail at the Mining Museum, and then we're working on another exhibit with the creative industries to try and bring in 2027. It's called Space Cowboy. It's about the frontier and how it used to be the railroad and now it's space, and Colorado actually has the largest concentration of space exploration companies, aerospace companies in the country. So it's a cool exhibit that I'm looking to bring here to the Mining Museum in 2027. But even though it'll be here in 2027, even though it's a part of this the 250, 150. And then long-term objectives, as part of the OCP, we've identified a destination stewardship plan. We have the Colorado Destination Stewardship Plan that I am on the council for that for the state, but trying to come up with a Lake County specific one, but waiting to get through the implementation plan for the climate action plan. And then, the analysis of the tourism sentiment data. The the good news there is we have like a 4.3 net promoter score, which is really, really high for the state. So people who, the subset of humans who like Leadville, Twin Lakes really love us. So we have really high retention, which is really good. And then there are some things that we're lagging in that we can work on. So we'll have a full analysis of that in like 2 months. And then we are also coming up with something called a frontline training. So it's a soft skill training for all tourism-oriented businesses that sort of talk about who we are, how we want people to act when they're here, and what sort of things people should know about our community. You know, everything from history to our natural resources and things like that. And we'll be providing that training to all of our tourism businesses, and if we'll be incentivizing that. So if local businesses take it, they have a chance to win prizes, and then also they get little window clings that say like, come in to learn more about Leadville Twin Lakes. And that is in cooperation with the Colorado Tourism Office. So they're called Learning Labs, and they're specific to our community, but they're part of a larger ecosystem of information about Colorado. And we also are now officially a Colorado, an official Colorado visitor center. So the state has a set of 14, and now it's something like 24 official visitor centers. So if anyone, and we're gonna try and work with CDOT on updating signage and everything, but basically, if you wanna know information about Colorado, we're an official visitor center. So the state provides us with resources and training and interpretation and stuff that's just sort of talk about Leadville and how it works into the larger ecosystem of destinations in Colorado.
Cool.
And then, we are working a lot with our local businesses and the chamber on sort of like how we can prepare for a summer that could be different than others based on our winter. And economic development, Airport Industrial Park, which we'll be presenting. Sorry, it's a joke, it's getting old. And then, yes, we are, we're meeting in May to talk through the Econ Dev Development Task Force. And then we're gonna conclude the SIP for the early childcare, as I mentioned. And then we're still working through the Freeport-McMoRan, the mining transition stakeholder team.
Oh my gosh, I am working on that.
Awesome.
I promise.
Amazing.
Sorry it's taking me so long.
No, it's fine. And then we continue to support the commercial lodging investment, having really good conversations, active conversations with 2-3 developers right now, on just potential projects and just basically providing them with data, background data and information about our market and regional markets and regional forecasting. And then we were approached by a couple that lives here in Lake County. They've owned a second home here for a very long time, but now they live here and they're data analysts, and they are volunteering 80 hours of consulting to work on basically updating our lodging feasibility study from 2023 to be a little more future-proof, and we're gonna be looking, it'll be good from 27 through 29. And also, they're gonna hopefully build us a data tool so that we can actually get real-time reporting. Don't need to get into the weeds, but we don't have a lot of real-time reporting because there's only one system that allows people to have data and insights around commercial lodging, and none of our commercial lodgers use that system. It's called CoStar. And so we have to ad hoc create a system ourselves. And then
Sorry, are they volunteering their time?
Mhm.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Are they on the tourism panel or?
They wanted to join, they reached out to me a long time ago and said they wanted to join, but they didn't feel comfortable because they were not full-time residents at the time.
Okay,
So now they are here full-time and they wanna help,
cool,
so.
very cool.
And then, just supporting and in active conversations pretty regularly now with the EDC and the chamber, because they're actually talking to one another. And they are doing really good work, future-oriented work in terms of how they could be most of service to our community as standalone organizations outside of Lake County government, so it's been exciting. That's it.
Well
Good job.
done, well done. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
Move to the hot seat. Sorry.
Well
Okay,
done.
thank you.
Next on the agenda for first quarter updates is public health.
Great, I will say it feels like a lifetime ago that I made this presentation. Don't even really remember what's on it. So in quarter one, we've overall just done a great job keeping up and keeping things really stable, which has just been really important, especially with how things have been in flux and the current environment. And we got our tobacco ordinance and regulations updated with you all, so thank you. That was a huge milestone in successful programming and enforcement there. We are currently up to date on all of our retail food and tobacco inspections. There was a time not too long ago that Lake County was always behind in those, so that feels really, we're proud that we continue to stay on top of these things. We have been working on the public health improvement plan, which is statutorily required every 5 years. In quarter one, we finalized the community health assessment portion of that, and now we're moving into the public health improvement plan portion. And we are on track to finish that this year, which is amazing. We've worked really hard with the Region 5 Opioid Abatement Council to ensure that those funds in our region are equitable in supporting Lake County as much as other counties. The other counties in our region are Summit, Eagle, Pitkin, and Garfield.
Oh my lord.
Thanks, Elsa.
Kelsey.
But what I will say is that I am like so amazed with this group because we put out a massive RFP for a treatment and recovery organization for substance use disorder to serve all 5 of our counties in some fashion. And they decided to award it to A Way Out, which is a nonprofit that already serves the other 4 counties. And so they granted them over $400,000 to start serving Lake County. And this was a massive win for us in Lake County. This is a nonprofit that basically helps with case management for folks experiencing substance use disorder and provides scholarships. And if someone needs to go to the Front Range for treatment for 3 months, they help with their housing costs and like all the life things you have to do to be able to take care of yourself and like choose that journey when you're ready.
Wow.
So really excited. A Way Out hosted a meeting with local partners last week. I was not able to attend it, but but they are gonna come to the Harm Reduction Coalition in 2 weeks and present in person and work with the group that's really been working on this locally. So that is amazing. And I was just so excited that all of those counties were like, yeah, we need to be serving Lake County, this is absurd.
Oh my gosh.
And they did it.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
Yeah, and Lake County didn't even used to come to the meeting, so they didn't have any insight, like.
Oh my gosh.
So that's been really great. Okay, moving on, sorry, that's some of the work that I get the most excited about. We have continued our community partnerships through the Harm Reduction and Substance Use Prevention Coalitions, kind of connecting with that work. And then quarter one is typically a slow clinical quarter. Saw 17 blood lead clients and 54 immunization clients. For like reference, in the past 5 days, we've seen 80 immunization clients to just show how that changes quickly. And have probably given out over 100 vaccines. But thankfully we had a slow quarter one so that we could be prepared for quarter two. Accomplishments and projects. We've been active on the Lake County Pride Committee to help organize the Pride Wellness Fest for the 3rd year running to support our LGBTQ plus community and anyone else. Obviously everyone's welcome for health and wellness resources. We also worked with the school to launch a safe firearm storage campaign, and we've been giving out free cable locks, free trigger locks, and free small lock boxes to support people locking up the firearms in their homes so that children are less likely to have access and cause injury or death. We also received some new funding and started work on our chronic disease assessment, which is due at the end of Q2. We're meeting all deliverables and all of our staff has stayed. These are our wins. Questions about any of these things before we move into like what's on the horizon?
Before we move on, and I wanted to say this before you even started, we have heard so many wonderful things about you and your department from last week, Kelsey, and I know you've heard it from other places, but I just want to make sure we're publicly saying thank you so much for all the work you're doing, and you must be exhausted, and your team is amazing, and just thanks for being a professional every day and serving our community.
Thank you. Yeah, we are still working very hard on that.
I know, well done.
Thank you so much, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Respect.
And our team is amazing, I'm so proud of them, so.
You guys rock.
Upcoming priorities. We should have the public health improvement plan finalized by Q3. We're working on our strategy and implementation plan for our new chronic disease funding stream and tobacco prevention funding. We will be working on increasing blood lead testing as we approach the summer. That's generally when we see kids more exposed to lead. Well, I guess this winter we saw a lot of dirt too, but we'll be increasing that outreach and partnering with our schools and childcares. We're just gonna continue to work on maintaining staffing stability and all of our statutory programming so that we can remain strong recipients for our funding. Gonna keep working on our community engagement and growth in our substance use prevention work as we're kind of the leaders in that work in our community. We have applied to start doing active tick surveillance, which is really interesting. And I'm pretty excited about this, but there are ticks in Lake County.
You wouldn't think it, but it's honestly been like the last like 5-ish years that I feel like they've started showing up.
Yeah, we actually had someone turn in a tick to us on Wednesday. If people find a tick on them, you can bring it to us and we send it into the state and the state tests the tick for free. It's really cool. But we'll also be taking out like dragging equipment this summer and running through, like we define areas and we'll run through and try to pick up ticks and then send them in for testing.
Hayden Meadows.
Yes.
Is the spot.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
But you just, if you look at it.
Hey, weren't they usually in the trees?
No, tall grasses.
Yeah.
Scrub oak.
And as a nation, we're seeing a huge uptick in tick-related diseases, which is concerning. Yeah. And a lot more in 2026 already tick activity. So this is a really, I think for us, it's gonna be really fun. Our team's excited about doing this. Anyways, moving on, we're also looking forward to increased collaboration with our new OEM director once they're on board. And then increased outreach and communication surrounding seasonal communicable disease. So we are also working on that now. Any questions about things we have coming up?
Do you kill the ticks first?
That's a great question. We sent a live tick to
That makes
CDPHE last
sense.
week, so
They're hard to kill.
yeah.
Okay.
It's fascinating, depending on like what it is, some things need to be dead and other things don't.
Like bats need to be
Bats
dead.
need to be dead, yeah.
Ticks can be alive.
Ticks can be alive.
Wow, weird.
Yeah.
I think ticks should be dead.
I think so too, but it was great because then we just got to leave the tick in the bag that it was delivered in, so.
Best.
Right, next I have the senior center, I think. Yep. Okay, so shifting gears, the senior center has been popping all year. Our transportation program has already expanded a lot since we received the CDOT grant because that allowed us to spend more in that program. And something that's been really cool is having a lot more capacity to take those medical appointments for folks. We're able to support folks more with dialysis appointments and cancer treatments that are routine, whereas we supported them as much as we could in the past, but we certainly had some limitations. And then also for food support and then also recreational activities. So that's been great. We've also seen increased participation really in all of our programming. A lot of it has to do with food access, and then also getting seniors out and about for recreational activities. We're also really excited about how St. Vincent has been showing up for the seniors. They do at least one lunch and learn every month. Rochelle doesn't even have to reach out to them anymore. They just are like, hey, can we come talk about this? And it's great. They have a ton of specialty programs right now that are super beneficial to this population. So that's been great and kind of rebuilding that relationship and trust with that community. Working with medical case managers to just ensure proper referrals are happening for seniors in our region. Rochelle works on that a lot. Since we don't have a ton of local case management and folks need to be referred out of county often, it gets pretty complicated. We had some folks come, I did look up this acronym, but I don't remember what a VITA is at this given moment. But they came and helped over 45 seniors for free with their taxes, which was great. And
Volunteer income tax assistance.
yeah, thank you. Sorry, my brain is tired. And then I kind of just looped in Veterans Affairs here, but they continue to offer office hours Mondays and Wednesdays at CMC and then are at Fridays at the Senior Center. We have been exploring moving them to the Senior Center, but with some space constraints, that hasn't happened, and we'll see if it's super feasible or not. Because a lot of the space at the Senior Center is only accessible by stairs, which is not an accessible location way for our seniors to receive support. So we can't like set Veterans Affairs up in the basement where there's tons of room. So he might stay at CMC, which is totally fine. Any questions about things that have happened in Q1 at the Senior Center?
The 60,000 from CDOT, do you think that's secure funding?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It's reimbursement.
I mean year over year, sorry, I get that it's a state grant, because I've just heard so much about a lot of transportation dollars have been getting cut.
Unclear. I've heard that once you get it, it's easier to continue receiving it.
Okay.
Because then you can really already have been telling them the story of your program. But no, we will have to reapply for it.
Yeah.
And the application was in July of last year, so I anticipate it being around the same time.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, and it's CDOT funding, not MMLF, so.
Yeah.
Great, okay, cool.
Any other questions?
How far do you think that'll take us? Like, do we typically spend that money from our general fund? Do we just not provide the service? Like what? Is that
So we just
supplemental?
increased our budget, so that looks like for us like increased driver hours.
Yeah.
Like we used to only budget for 20 hours a week, and all of the senior center funding except for a very small amount came out of the general fund. And then this is a matching grant, so the 60K matches 60K that we've already been spending, which we have spent probably in the past between 80 and like 90K on the transportation program. So then this takes the total budget of the transportation program up to 120K, with 60K of that coming from CDOT. So it just allows for more hours and more trips. They're also
potential
paying
reduction
for
in our-
fuel and vehicle maintenance and things like that.
Nice, okay. Okay, cool, that's awesome, Kelsey.
We are working through the reimbursement process right now, which has been a bit of a learning curve.
Cool.
Upcoming priorities, collaborating with the UCOG to determine future sustainable staffing model for the nutrition program that we deliver with them. Josh met with the UCOG on Monday, and I think we'll have some exciting things to share soon. We are also working on hiring more on-call staff at the senior center. What we found is that when you have part-time folks, when life things come up, then there's no one really to fill in for them. So we're trying to beef up our on-call staff so that our programming is not impacted when someone is sick or needs to go somewhere or takes a vacation. So same for on-call drivers. And then as far as veteran services go, Harry Beck just went to the VSO conference, was that last week? Yes, or the week before, very recently, to get trained and up to speed on everything. Harry became under public health at the beginning of this year, and I've started meeting with Harry monthly, and I have been learning so much about our Veterans Affairs and Services, and really grateful for Harry to be there.
Cool.
And I think that that's it.
Okay.
Awesome. Nice job, Kelsey.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey.
So much.
Keep up the
Thank
good
you
work.
all.
Yeah. We've been pushing it.
Next up for first quarter updates is Public Works.
How are y'all doing today?
Michael?
Good, pretty good. Let me try this. So, Public Works Road and Bridge. Number one thing, plowing snow, that's a joke.
What
No,
snow?
We did plow some snow the first quarter, a little bit.
Flakes.
We helped with the city, ski touring set up tear downs. We ended up hauling snow to the avenue and then hauled it off Sunday night to get the avenue back open. The guys have been out doing a lot of pothole patching, but with the freeze thaw, we keep losing potholes, so we're increasing number. So we'll be getting some more patching material soon. We did get the crusher repaired. We're having some difficulties after it runs for 5 or 6 hours. It likes to shut off for some reason. We're trying to figure that out. But we have been crushing. We have about 10,000 cubic yards or tons of road base on the ground right now, pretty close to that. Most of that will get used this summer with road building and bridge repair, bridge replacements. Right now, we're also doing road repair in Twin Lakes. We had a culvert that at some point in the past was not put together right. So one end of it froze, and then at the joint between the two culverts, the water decided to wash out and kind of wash the road out. It is putting correctly now.
Is that under a dirt road or a paved road?
It's under dirt road. It's under Lang Street right by the old fire station down there.
Okay.
The old fire station. And the water runs through there. It's a irrigation ditch that runs through there all year long. So when it does freeze up, it freezes in the culvert first. Likes to run over the road. But we are doing a little bit of realignment to that road too, because it was hugging one side of the right of way. And so we're moving it more towards the center so there's parking on both sides, making it look like a road instead of a trail through the woods. We're doing a lot of street sign replacement, especially street blades. They're fading, stop signs were fading. So we're doing a lot of that when we have the chance right now. Some of the other things that we're doing, we did do some work at the fire station that we've been putting off for several years. We've got some drainage issues down there since the building got finished that we're trying to fix. We are getting ready to do bridges, doing 2 of them this year, hopefully. We can get them ordered and online. The Forest Service, we have to do theirs, help them with theirs this year, which is clear up and mount massive trailheads. So those are our summer projects. We're looking at paving County Road 11 from 300 to the elevated part where 11 turns to go to Half Moon Creek. 9C, parts of it to repair. It's got some bad repair spots. 5A, the part that we tore up last year when we did the bridge. We'll extend that to the Colorado 300, which is on the corner down there. Part of County Road 17, from the bottom of Silver Hills to County Road 9, which is a really bad section that hasn't been touched for years since I've been here.
Where it's all wavy?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can tell where the paving, the good paving stops and the bad paving starts, because it gets really bad quickly. Actually, 9C, we're doing parts of that, but we're also looking to do an overlay on 9D, which is the cut across road between 4 and 9. So that's getting really bad too. A lot of alligator cracking on it and stuff, so it's falling apart. Those are our short-term goals for the summer. Long-term goals, we're looking for grant funding to repair County Road 4. I know you've all heard that I closed County Road 4 because it's trying to disappear from our face of the earth. Stormwater improvements in and around West Park to try to control runoff. We're looking at grants for that. We did a Swiffer grant for that last year and we didn't get it. So maybe this year we can get something like that. Working with partners to get underground repairs completed so roads can be repaired in neighborhoods. But I know West Park is going through a lot of sewer line repairs now. And we've got gas in there, we've got electrical, we got, so maybe with the water and the sewer, maybe we can get something so we can repair some of those roads and make them good again. That's one of my high priorities right now. I've already been looking at some roads that you might be able to do it without a lot of, repairs from everybody, like you got newer homes and stuff. That's pretty much it for road and bridge. Landfill, we're still working with Carter Department of Health. We did get the EDOP approved. We've got some things that we have to show that we're moving forward with something here pretty quick, even if it's surveying and stuff out there. Rearranging, right now we're rearranging the landfill to accommodate for the next lift because we do have to move up to the next lift pretty quick. A lift is about 5 to 6 feet at a time, so we keep having to move in all the other stuff, and we're trying not to do so much of that, like the tires and all the other recycling stuff that we keep out there for a while. You have to keep moving that around as we move, so just redoing work. We're still looking for alternative recycling opportunities, more plastics. Every time I get something, even in other counties, I'm only doing 1s and 2s and not taking anything else right now. Because the bottom fell through that market and China's not taking it no more, and that's been for a while, so. For some reason, I got a bill, and I need to find out why, for our cardboard recycling the other day. So we take it to Denver, and we usually get money for cardboard, but they charged me $400 this time, so I'm wondering why. Out of 24 tons of cardboard that went down. I'm not sure why, I'll find out. The 3% price increase went in at the beginning of March. I haven't heard that much complaining about it. I mean, I've gone out there twice and it's cost me $50. It's like, that's the new price. And we are working on grant opportunities out there too. We're looking at C3 refund stuff right now, which is for recycling, basically. We are looking for a grant to move forward with some of that other stuff there.
Thank you.
And short-term updates. We did receive the Swiffer grant last year. We found out in December that we didn't receive it. That's the one that Chaffey County got, and I'm not sure if they've done anything with it yet. But that one might be coming available again. I'm not sure, but I heard it was, so. And we are having a meeting to discuss why we didn't get it with the EPA coming up in the next month, so.
Awesome.
Hopefully we'll find out some good stuff. Long-term objectives, landfill expansion, or deciding what we're gonna do. That's about it.
Sweet. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Michael.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys and everything you do.
Next,
Okay. Sorry.
next update will be from our facilities and fleet.
I'm not sure if it's on the board.
Thanks you guys for letting us do this. I know that you don't really know my team, so I thought I would share few things about my team. I brought a couple of people. I thought I'd introduce you to them because you don't really know, and my team's a little hidden, I think, from the county. This is Josefina. She's our lead of the janitorial staff. And, you know, they do a fantastic job. Our buildings, we come in, they're clean. 5 o'clock this morning, we had a kind of a mess in the annex for someone walking in the carpet with oiled shoes. And 5 o'clock this morning, Josefina scrubbed that carpet, and it's beautiful. Just saying.
Josefina.
And she's also got basically an all-new staff this year that she's trained. So I just want to thank her and introduce you to her.
Thank you.
This is our facilities maintenance foreman, Jesus Quintana. I don't know if you knew who that was or not. You've been here roughly 20 years, right? Almost 20 years. His team is 9 people. They do a lot with the little, especially at Parks and Rec in the summer. Anyway, super excited about him. And next to him is Nora. This is her 1-year anniversary working with Jesus.
Congratulations, Nora.
Yeah, really excited. She actually started cleaning with Josefina, and a year ago today she started with Jesus, and I'm gonna say she's doing fantastic.
Nice.
Jesus also, just so you know, just this year he got his GED.
Hey, yeah, Jesus.
He passed his CDL test. His graduation is Friday, right?
Yeah.
Friday.
Heck yeah.
And he's also taking computer classes, because at one point he'd like to stop using his back and do something else with the county.
Yeah.
So, thanks you guys. And we've had a talk about mechanics in the past. So we got 2 new mechanics started in March. To replace the one we lost. And this is Zachary Stamps and Urin Gonzalez. And I can't say enough good about these guys. They both started in March, and we have 300 units. And they have went above and beyond. They've even serviced all of our lawn equipment, fit that in before we start that this year. Our Zamboni that we've been operating with a battery charger and turning it off when it overheats, they've got that in the shop all tore apart. They're working miracles, so I thought you guys, especially you, Andy, you're the one that was most concerned about Lance working on it.
I know enough about that subject to have seen red flags there. Like, we have so much stuff to work on, and it didn't seem like there was enough hands up there. So at least there's 2 people now. Stoked you guys are here, thank you.
Yeah. Urin actually is just finishing high school, he'll be done, and he'll be 18 in June. So Zach's taking his CDL classes right now. Zach worked 10 years at Dependable.
Okay.
Nice.
Urin's worked in a local shop for a couple years before he came here, but I mean, Zach can fix no starts that dealers struggle with. It's just, this team is amazing.
Nice.
It's my wheelhouse also, and I really appreciate this guys. So if you don't mind, I'd like to excuse them. They're gonna go back to work.
Yes, thanks you guys.
Thank you guys, we appreciate everything you guys do.
Lovely to meet you.
Two.
All right. Josefina was worried that you were gonna have to have her talk, so.
No,
Next time.
Josefina.
Always wants to.
Go on, baby.
Jesus was the fellow you said had the concrete experience to help with the repairs at the skate park, I believe, right?
Yeah, we're getting ready to start that. We could talk about that another time, but,
Just connecting dots,
Yeah.
putting faces to names.
yeah, he's the concrete guy, so.
Cool.
Bring up a slide. I only made one slide. Mostly I wanted to talk about our team. I mean, that's not our whole team, but those are some key players. We're gonna change to micro transit from fixed route, May 19th.
Very excited. May 19th.
May 19th.
Nice.
There's a lot to that, actually.
I bet.
So, we have a meeting this Thursday with CDOT, with our contractor, and with, people that work in the county on this project, so we're super excited about that. As you know, we're working on the capital asset master plan. That's in progress. We're allowed to mention that we are voting today.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, already did.
Sometimes I speak out of turn, and be careful.
Just did.
Just now.
Last week.
That's awesome. We're working on various facility projects. We have some talent on our facilities team. We're hoping to do move our wraparound program from Pitts Elementary into the public health building. And I think we can save the county about $100,000 by doing it ourselves, but just buying materials. So we're gonna do some training. We're kind of excited about that with our team to help them learn some new skills. So right now we're putting new flooring in the patrol room in the sheriff's office.
I wondered what was going on down there.
Yeah, now you know.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyway, and last week we went over most of the Parks and Rec properties. I wish we had a little more money to spend. We're gonna try to do a lot with a little. Our dugouts are sinking, things like that, but we're gonna do what we can until we get more funding. That's actually kind of fun working with them, actually. We've already talked about our mechanics. I really can't say enough. I'm very fortunate to have these guys. Zach also is a brand new dad.
Cool.
He looked like he had brand new dad, lack of sleep eyes. You see Josh with those two, brings back memories of like, oh yeah, Bryce is that, yeah, I knows.
They helped me today. We were in the process of listing about 20 vehicles to sell on the government deals website, along with other things with tires and old equipment and things. So those guys were great. The sheriff's department actually spent 2 weeks trying to get their old expedition going, and our mechanics had it going in like 15 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, they're just, I can't say it. You probably are aware that cameras throughout the county are failing. They have about a 5-year life, cameras. The sheriff's department, we have 58 cameras in this building. We would like to have 60, to include a camera at the store and those kind of things. But we're at the point, like with the sheriff's department, that no one can repair the cameras and stuff. So we have some problems, and we're having the same difficulty at the library. That's an area where you wouldn't think that we would have problems and need cameras, but that's kind of a high demand camera area place. So we're on the back burner. Josh gave me direction. It's not my top priority right now, but we're working on the camera project. And then I just want to mention, since we split up Public Works a little bit, I want to give a special thanks to Joshua Becker. He's been more than patient with me, my complaining. Michael Irwin's been a really good asset, and our HR director, he's really wonderful to work with, so. Do you guys have any questions about our fleet or the facilities?
Have they reviewed our lease program for all the cars that are lined up there on, is it, by the 12th Street? You're comfortable with the number and the amount of vehicles we have? I mean, I think before we got in here, we thought that's a lot of cars, and I still think that. Can we pare that down a little bit, or is it at a good number, or do we need more?
No, that's a great question, Matt, and I believe that your instincts about, use that word correctly, are correct. We have too many vehicles, and we're in the process, when we can let go of cars, we'll reduce the amount.
Stuart spent a ton of time just thinking about how we use county vehicles, where they're stationed, are they accessible? Josh and Stuart have spent a lot of time, you know, reaching out to departments to understand what they need in terms of vehicles, like, you know, public health and DHS are a little different. And just really trying to be conscientious with the vehicles that we do use, and then try to get staff into vehicles when appropriate. I think that's the other thing, is a lot of staff use their own personal vehicles, which is fine until an accident happens. And so really trying to get good policies in place and get people to use a county vehicle when it's appropriate, so they're, you know, we aren't having them have an accident in their personal vehicle while they're on staff, you know, on county time would not be great for us from an insurance perspective. So trying to really figure out, when do people need cars? They've done a ton of work.
Can that be in our handbook? So you think can it be in our handbook? Like, do y'all think you'll be able to figure out that policy in time to publish it in our handbook?
We've had one discussion with Ashley about that.
That'd be great.
So, thanks for the reminder too. But yeah, we're a little top heavy. I think it was really hard, the people that were making that decision before, to kind of guesstimate that. But we're in a whole new thing. We can keep vehicles longer. We can have older vehicles. We have processes in place if we don't have vehicles. So yeah, we're top heavy. The exact number I'm not prepared to give you at this moment, but we can get rid of some cars. And we've discovered some needs where we need cars more over at the public health building. We had employees, including both directors, 24 hours a day using their personal vehicles for emergency things. I'm not an expert on what they do, but we've dedicated some vehicles to them.
Nice.
And we do some similar projects at the senior center. Disadvantaged individuals in our community need doctor appointments and things. We distribute a couple there, but even with that, we still have too many vehicles.
Yeah.
That's a really good question, Matt. Do you have a follow-up question with that?
No, thanks. Thanks for doing that.
Well, Commissioner's RAV4 is the only Toyota in the fleet, so don't get rid of that one, because it'll last for another 20 years.
Actually, someone asked me about it today, and I said, it's a second gen. We're gonna keep it 1 million miles.
Yeah.
Stuart, how's the kind of insurance deep dive going?
Okay.
Sorry, since you're here.
No, I'm actually really glad that you brought that up. We're going through, and there's quite a bit of work that we have done that we need to do more. We were missing a building at the airport.
I heard.
I
heard.
Like right now, Matt and I are working on a piece for the insurance for the public health. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot there. And we're trying to get up to speed. Do you have a specific question about an area of the insurance that you're concerned about, or?
I guess I kind of wanted to know, like, what we might not be insuring based on all of the assets we have, because a lot of assets we are not personally using, but we have IGAs or old MOUs that we should still be insuring that thing, but to what level? Because the person or entity that's using it is also insuring it. So just kind of like an audit of, are we paying the appropriate amount of insurance for all of our assets? Kind of like a capital asset management plan, but more of like an capital insurance management plan. I was just wondering how that was going.
Okay. We did our own internal piece on that. We also had CTSI follow up to verify that we were doing it correctly.
Nice.
Yeah, we've identified a number of, how much we pay per building, buildings that we don't own.
Or land that we don't own, but other people are operating.
Yeah, now that's a really good question. So the land piece, like the liability section, that's the same, because that's based on our revenue with the county.
So no matter what we own, it's covered
Yeah, the
when it comes to
liabilities.
land.
Now, there's a lot of exclusions.
Great.
They call them broad form statements that CTSI publishes.
Mhm.
There's a lot of exclusions and there's a lot of deductibles. If you let someone go and there's a wrongful termination thing, there's a $20,000 deductible.
Yeah.
That's just an example, but the liability piece, I'm glad you brought that up. We're covered for everything based on our revenue. Now, the actual asset, a structure, now we pay for those pieces.
Okay, so no matter what the activity is on the land, it doesn't change what our coverage is? For instance, a ski resort or a gun range versus a mineral belt or a, we've got like some high risk activity on our county lands, and if that doesn't change our liability or our coverage, then awesome. I was just wondering if you've discovered anything about that.
Okay, that's a really great question. And I wish I had more time there for this.
Sure, yeah, maybe this isn't the right
But
time.
I can say that we share liabilities that other counties have, similar liabilities, right? But there's a lot of exclusions that we should talk about that we have.
Okay.
There's exclusions for areas where you think there might not even be, like our bridges, for instance. We
Those are
lost a bridge, we do not have insurance, that's an exclusion in the policy. But there's a lot of things that are covered. So we should really set up a work session if you'd like to learn more, and I could bring the broad form policy statements. By law, they're written to like, even a person like myself could understand. And we should go over those.
Cool, I would love that.
Yeah.
Would you guys be down with that?
Yeah.
Do you want us to submit a work session request?
I already had Sanders hold the spot for it.
Oh, yay, thank you.
And we have the data for like what every building we're insuring and how much that is.
Yes, I want that so badly, thank you. Cool.
That's a really good question, so.
I don't think we've ever really done a deep dive into the insurance until we had Stuart in the seat. Because you really just have to understand the insurance and it's really complex.
Yeah.
So grateful that you're here, Stuart.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Thanks for bringing your team into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some days I just feel very thankful that I have these people working with me.
I know what you mean.
Anyway, thank you guys. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, water and natural resources.
How far behind are we?
We are 15,
21 minutes.
20.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Hey, Bryce.
Board.
Hi.
Hello.
Device.
Everyone keeps trying to use that clicker, I'm like, this isn't the thing.
All right, well, as far as Q1 updates go, the big one is the establishment of this department, right? So this department was created on the 1st of January as a consolidated, just kind of getting our ducks in a row, having one source that covers water concerns, natural resource concerns, especially trees, forests, wildfire prevention, and then open space protection as well. So a big focus of mine in Q1 has been consolidating all the different functions of those three elements, sorting out legacy grants that we have and making sure they're under this new umbrella, and just figuring out the lingering priorities we had from existing departments that are now under the Water and Natural Resource Department. Big thing we started this quarter too is we onboarded the sustainability contractor, C4, and so they've begun work on the county sustainability plan, the implementation of the CAP. Basically, this is the follow-up to the climate action plan that you guys are due to pass next week. Me and Matt, at the beginning of the year, we onboarded a new water council, so we've got a new water attorney, and they hit the ground running, man. By the first week of January, they were already diving into our work and have made a lot of progress. The big piece of work we need to work on is the Aurora IGA revision and negotiations, and we feel like we're in a good position, so we actually have a meeting with the Aurora staff and legal team next week to kind of hammer out just trying to get that IGA across the finish line as soon as possible, because a lot of things I'm doing are contingent on that new IGA. We had new water council just in time for the Mount Massive golf course issues that came up earlier this year. So, you know, just to recap, Mount Massive golf course found a new water source. And that was really timely because of the dry year, right? So it actually freed up some county water supply. But through that process, we found out that the county owns the well on the golf course. We own the land, we own the well, so we do have some say in future water supply negotiations that the golf course is gonna have to do. The big thing, and we'll get to this a little later in the long term, but with Mount Massive Golf Course finding a new source of water, it kind of removes some of the urgency that I was working under to give them some more supply of water, right? They found something, it's a really unique legal construct that no one else has seen in the basin, but it works. And so we're gonna take advantage of that, and that gives us some operational leeway on some ditch rehabilitation and some water rights development that we've been thinking about doing on their behalf to free up some of that augmentation water for our use otherwise in the county. This last quarter, I rebooted LaCosi, Lake County Open Space Initiative. And so that's a really important stakeholder group, right? That's folks that care about the Arkansas River watershed. They come here to Lake County. We're kind of trying to leverage the networking, the relationships, and everything that Mike Conlon had established and cultivated for over 20 years when he was in charge of LaCosi. We had a little bit of a transition period under the old Parks, Rec, and Open Space Department, but now we're feeling really confident about how we're moving forward. And my goal is to make LaCosi meetings really valuable. They happen 6 times a year. Everyone comes all the way to Lake County. As someone that has to drive 3 hours away to some meetings, I understand that you want to get some value out of those meetings that you travel a long ways to. So I've tried to make each LaCosi meeting have presentations and information presented that's timely, relevant, and very applicable to the stakeholders that are working in the upper Arkansas headwaters. Big one that might be a little bit new to you, Andy, while you were gone, we had discussed LFR is Lake Fork Ranch. So there's an opportunity to submit a request or a proposal to the State Land Board for a long-term lease on the water rights at Lake Fork Ranch. It keeps coming away, it keeps going and coming. We're really feeling confident about this one. Last week I actually met with State Land Board on the Lake Fork Ranch to discuss the particulars of how this proposal work and what elements they want to see out of it.
How old are those?
Those water rights?
Yeah.
Complicated question.
Never mind, different time.
There's something called the postponement doctrine that's coming into those water rights that we need to sort out first. But we're feeling pretty confident that even if water rights administration in the upper headwaters changes, the Lake Fork water rights will remain whole. They won't be as impacted as other water rights in the county, unfortunately. So we knew the RFP was coming, however, it dropped on April 1st with a May 1st deadline, and so we have been sprinting to try to figure this out, put all the pieces together, cultivate and bring on the right partners that make sense to help us develop this water for our long-term water security, but also to, you know, a big element of this RFP that State Land Board wants to see is stewardship, right? Is stewardship of the land, is stewardship of the water for the benefit environmentally of the upper headwaters. We feel like we've found the right partners to make that work. And it's a really exciting prospect. It could be essentially, you know, I feel like I'm wrapping up the prior 30 years of water work in Lake County and setting us up for the next 30 years of water security so that we have options in how we want to grow and how we want to move forward as a county from a position of water security rather than water constraint and scarcity. So we've found the right partners, we're collaborating. At 4 o'clock, I have another coordination and alignment meeting because we're still just trying to get this ready because the deadline is 1 p.m. on Friday for this proposal to go through. I've talked to you guys briefly about this. I just want everyone to be aware that the proposal is very high level, it's very loose. We understand that, State Land Board understands that. If we're selected with our proposal to be a finalist or one of the finalists, then it'll trigger a period of negotiation to actually work out the technical side of things, and that's when we would bring in legal and and the board to kind of decide how we wanna move forward on that. We're just doing a high level, yes, we're interested in this water, yes, we can put it to good use. Yes, we have the financial capability to do that. One element that's changed since I presented this to you guys in that executive session, and I'm okay with talking about this publicly because it's gonna be a public process. We've found a partner that can really reduce our financial side, right? So, because it's gonna be really expensive to acquire the water, it's more water than we need as a county realistically, but we have to change all the water in water court, which is a very lengthy and expensive process. So we found the right partner to keep the water in the upper headwaters, or the upper Arkansas watershed, and to bear 50% of the cost essentially. That's what Upper Ark agreed to. It's a 50-50.
Upper Ark.
Yep.
Is that partner?
That's right.
That's awesome.
Yep, so we are changing the game. Upper Ark historically has not played in Lake County. Lake County, through all of our history, we are more aligned with Aurora, but this is a golden opportunity to align ourselves with a different partner that's much more aligned with everything else going on in the basin, keep all the water in the Arkansas basin, and basically find multiple uses for it because of how our systems align with each other geographically. We can use the water up here for our purposes. They can pick it up again in Chaffey County, use it again, and they have the storage vessels, they have the sophistication, they have the engineering to really make this all happen.
Yeah.
Are they that big cistern on like the east side of the Arkansas?
Like going up the hill,
Yeah.
that's actually the Otero pipeline.
Oh.
And so that's where, right there at
Gypsy
Granite,
Springs.
it goes to Aurora and the Springs. Aurora and Colorado Springs own that system 50-50.
Okay.
And then it goes over the hill and then they split it up between their reservoirs in Park County,
Where does
essentially.
Arkansas have their storage?
They have it throughout throughout Chaffey County,
Oh, cool.
really. They have accounts in Lake Pueblo, Twin Lakes, Turquoise, so they're part of the Southeast Water Conservancy District, which Lake County never joined.
Okay.
So we're not eligible to use those vessels like they are. They also have some smaller lakes up like Cottonwood Creek in Chaffey County. They have an interest in the Deweese Reservoir in Custer County down by West Cliff. So they have a lot of different buckets. And then the most exciting thing is they have what's called an aquifer recharge program. So they actually take some of the water, they use it consumptively, and then they put it back in on these farms down by Johnson Village. And instead of a reservoir, they're storing it in the aquifer.
Cool.
And I think that's the future of water in Colorado because of how hard the reservoirs are being built. You know, City of Greeley just like forewent a reservoir project to do one of these recharge projects. So it'd be great for us to get tuned into how that system works. So that we can eventually maybe use it up
They're
here.
draining Antero because the evaporative loss.
Exactly, right?
It's a free-for-all for fishing down there right now, if anybody's into fishing. No bag limits.
Like shooting fish
Yeah.
in a small pond?
Yeah, we're pulling crazy amounts of massive Jurassic trout out of there right now.
Wow.
Antero Reservoir, the evaporation on Antero is 5,000 acre feet a year.
Whoa.
Just for perspective.
Because of the wind and sun?
It's shallow, it's
Yeah.
windy, it's out baking in the sun, and that's with it being frozen 5 months a year.
So is that reservoir gone for good or?
No.
It's not gone for good, they're draining it as part of Denver Water owns it, and they're draining it as part of their drought contingencies.
So moving it to a different reservoir
Yeah.
for this year.
And you know, this just goes to say like partnerships and collaboration and just finding ways to work together is the name of the game in the Arkansas Basin, right? We're finding a new partnership that's really gonna open up opportunities for us. We also need to amend and cultivate and just do a better job of being a better partner to other partners that we promised things in the past to.
Yeah.
That's where Parkville comes in. So I keep calling it the 88 CW19 water right, that's just the name of the court decree. It happened in 1988, and we've never developed it, and that is a joint Parkville County project. And so it's one thing that I'm working on right now, it's 2 different parts, that's why I like to use that number because it encompasses the 2 different parts of the water right. One of which is the Empire Gulch diversion, which we need to develop, and the other part is actually taking that water from Empire Gulch and transferring it administratively up to the DeLap Ditch. This is where that DeLap Ditch rehabilitation project got extended out, right? I was really thinking we needed it urgently, we needed to get that done this summer or next summer to provide the golf course with more water. Now it's less urgent, but it's still something we need to do, and I'll go into that in the next slide.
bought us some time with the.
It did, it bought us 4 years, is really what it did. So I have a whole slide of challenges because that's kind of where we're at in my position, but also hydrologically in this year. We are dealing with an unprecedented year. I mean, the water call that happened last week at the ARC Forum is the water call that we saw in 2002 during our historic previous dry year for 6 weeks at the end of the summer. We're already in that water scenario in late April. All this snow and rain is great, but it really doesn't bail us out like good snowpack would. 2 months ago, this would have been amazing. So there's just tons of knock-on effects that came from that. We had an unexpected shut-off of our water flows on Upper River Ditch by Division of Water Resources and their water commissioners. So that just, that's another thing. I wanted to spread that work out over a year, and we had to do all that work in 2 weeks. It's done now. We've done the ditch work, we've shored up the banks, we've drained the beaver ponds. I learned a lot acquiring a new flume, drove down to West Cliff, picked up the custom-made flume for us, and that is due to go in the ditch next week, at which time we can call DWR and hopefully get water restored to Hayden. We've been bailed out by this month's cool weather because Hayden hasn't evaporated or dropped as much as I anticipated.
Yeah.
So we're lucky in that aspect, but we still gotta get water back in as soon as possible.
How often are we gonna have to break down the beaver dams, do you think?
So the artificially created ones that like our ditch was feeding, they're gone already. And we've already
You don't
done
think
it.
they'll get
They will get reestablished, but like I'm gonna take Rachel out, we were supposed to go out yesterday but the bad weather. It's gonna be a weekly process of walking the ditches to make sure they don't have any beavers affecting it.
Can I please come?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
And it'd be great for you to see it. We're also gonna take that opportunity to go up to Mount Albert and see the Dairy 3 Og station, which
Sweet.
probably won't work this year because Dairy 3 is not gonna be in priority
Yeah.
by 15 years this year, but it's a huge part of our water portfolio. It's the only ditch right we currently own. So, this has been great though. It's actually been a great opportunity to connect with DWR staff. They're kind of this like side element that works for the state, but administers all the water rights for better or worse for everyone, or for negative or positive outcome for everyone. So it's shown that we're solution oriented, we're working hard, we're willing to work with them to make this happen. And so, now I know I can call or text the water commissioners, which I never had that relationship before.
Sorry, are they gonna keep in-stream flows going over the summer?
They have to keep it, those are gonna be some of the last ones to go. That's a complicated discussion, because yes and no. It depends on the physical availability of the water. It's coming down to actual physical wet water now, beyond just the rights. Basically, you can think the river's running at 200 CFS right now. They have an 1874 call, because that's 200 CFS worth of water. And they have nothing else to provide any other water right that's senior to 1874. A lot of those in-stream flow rates are junior to that process. They're always given priority if the water's available, but it's not this year. But we
Didn't
do
it
have
already
several.
peak?
Pardon?
Didn't the river already peak?
The river
At like 600?
river flows already peaked. It didn't get to 600. That would have been great. It got to like 350.
Wow.
And then as soon as that happened, then all the entities started closing it and cutting it back to make sure that the reservoirs filled first. So that natural peak was even, the top of it was chopped off, yeah. Mount Acid Golf Course supply got changed unexpectedly. Right, it presents the opportunity near term for us to lease that water to another partner. We're currently talking to Climax. Climax is hurting for water right now. They can backfill some of the revenue we're not getting from the golf course by leasing that same amount of water. And then the cost is on them to kind of take it through the processes to utilize it. But it's a good little source of revenue, and it's good to just use the water we have available. We can also, if the golf course supply that they found works, that gives us a great opportunity to claw back what has historically been used at the golf course for everything else in the enterprise. Big challenge we have, right, is financial constraints. Countywide, statewide, everywhere. Grant funding sources throughout the state have dried up. The county has a million different needs and priorities and pressing projects. And lucky that you guys have given me the support to be a small part of that. So I appreciate it, because I really do believe that, You know, we're so close to realizing the benefit of this water that we own, and we can put it to good use so soon.
Go get it, Bryce.
We're working on it.
Just wait, we're gonna have an El Nino, there's gonna be water for days next year.
That would be my dream. That would be amazing. I would love to deal with
Get
more
ready.
water than we know what to do with.
Get ready.
Same.
So as far as like short term, what I'm working on right now, right, the Aurora IGA, that is essential and existential to the enterprise. So we have to get that running. Like I said, negotiations scheduled to begin next month, like the real hardcore negotiations. That said, we haven't changed the existing IGA that much that I think there's gonna be so much pushback from Aurora. So I'm hoping that is a relatively fast process, but I've been wrong before. It's taken 2 years where I thought it would take a year. Dealing with the historic dry year conditions and just everything that's gonna come up with that. I know there's gonna be future challenges and there's gonna be impacts that the public will start seeing soon, if not already. We gotta install that flume on the upriver ditch. As far as long-term, you know, I have this as a long-term priority, enterprise up and running. That's really a short-term priority too, but it sets us up for long-term success. It gives us that revenue mechanism that the enterprise needs to actually realize the benefit of the water we own. Continuing to cultivate partnerships for future water supply resilience. You know, we gotta increase our supply, but we also need to be more efficient with what we have. And then we need to develop existing water rights that haven't been developed, like the Parkville water right. The DeLap ditch, like I was saying, it's not pressing, however, we own the ditch. We gotta keep it off the 2030 abandonment list, which means we would lose the rights to it forever and it would just go back to the landowners. That's not ideal for us. So I've talked to Michael about a phased approach. What can we do? What can we bite off year to year that's not a crazy budget concern, but just works towards that progress. And then any of that progress, we can then show DWR to prove that we're not abandoning it. We are using this ditch and we want to use it.
Well, we already have it in the budget to get the thing that measures the flume, don't we?
So I used Candace's contingency budget to buy the one flume.
For the Hayden.
For the
one by
Hayden Pond. And my idea originally was, let's install that one, get through this year, and then install it with a better one later.
Yeah.
I really think that flume we got is so well built that it can last us a few years.
Okay.
And I would rather wait until the enterprise is actually making revenue, so it can hopefully pay its own way to buy the new flume that is needed. And then we would replace the flume on Upper River Ditch with one that's galvanized so it lasts in water for a lot longer, and move the one I bought for Upper River Ditch because it was the one that I could get in 2 weeks. We can move that to the DeLap ditch.
Oh,
So
nice.
it doesn't hurt us any to have it, but I'm not gonna remove the flume this year after we put it in. It's just been too hard to do, too hard to get in. Michael's has other things going on by that time of year, so we're gonna wait a couple years until I actually have the money out of my budget to buy a new flume. And then, for your request, and I think it's very relevant, we need to get a return on investment analysis done for the water. It needs to be shown to you, to the public, to everyone that the juice is worth the squeeze on this. Right, I think we can all agree to the theoretical concept that water is the new gold, but
You gotta prove it.
we can prove it, we can show it in numbers, and we can really make the case that this is truly the most important thing that we have as far as like our future long-term security goes. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Bryce.
Well, thank you, Bryce. Good job out there.
Yeah, really excited about the Lake Fork Ranch stuff. I'm happy to give you an update after next week when we have everything done. As far as we understand, we're in the driver's seat. We might be the only proposal.
Oh, hey, it's so crazy on a year like this.
So crazy on a year like this, and for water, things that take years and years to develop, for an RFP to drop that's due in a month is extreme.
It's because we're so flexible.
This is where the investment of prior boards, when we were looking at acquiring the Lake Fork Ranch,
Yeah,
we did all that due diligence, we invested the money in it. It looked like a sunk cost at that time.
yeah.
It's paying dividends now, because
Yeah.
we have all the data that no one else has to
Awesome.
really,
Well
to
said.
really know what the asset we're looking at is.
Text your fellow commissioners, former commissioners.
Oh, for sure.
We're gonna skip out of order just a little bit to
Okay.
let Laura present before she's gotta be on another state call.
Okay.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, sorry for taking so long.
Thanks, guys.
No.
Okay.
You did great.
Next, we're gonna skip to human services.
Here, where's the driver? Oh, sorry. You can be wherever you want.
Can I just go get some water real quick?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
And then I'll give this to you to sign on your note for Miss Sandra.
I always wear too much clothing for this room.
Yeah, feel free to, put your jacket on.
Is it warming?
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, I think it feels great.
Yeah. Feels
I love
warm.
it.
Seems like a good temperature, yeah.
Oh, no. I'm actually been chilly. Oh, no. Thank you.
Been sitting in here all day for that.
No, I went and got it from Sandra. Thank you.
Is that Michael's,
The Kinley Horn?
Kinley Horn
Yes.
thing, okay?
Si, senor.
Yeah. Did I put that in?
Not yet.
Okay, yeah. That's great. Have a day. Thanks, Laura. I'm sorry to be just Tuesday. Hello!
Sorry it's so hot in here. We've been breathing for like 6 hours straight.
Well, we just turned our heat off at the office. We can't manage it.
We're
Not
gonna
that
turn this
clever.
off too. We have the technology.
It's like is it a wrench?
Screwdriver. Couple screws.
4 hands and a screwdriver.
There was a window, you could probably throw it out that.
Yes, preach.
Enough for one.
Yes.
Window's gonna be the new pool. W word.
Okay. Human services. I did not follow the prompt of just 2 to 3 slides. But a lot of mine's just data. I know that I haven't really presented a lot of data on like caseload and things like that to this group in a while, so just a reminder, these were our goals for the year. The highlighted theme of it is basically we're set to do the things that we are required to do statutorily and by the state. And so one of the things that I do also want to highlight that's beyond that is just the changes with HR 1 continue to trickle in. Just got out of another meeting about that. Continue to trickle into us, therefore trickling to the community, and that's a big challenge because you can't really get ahead of it. And the idea of the state being ahead of it is anywhere from 3 to 3 months lead time for us to know what's actually going on and then the actual implementation of it. 3 days was what happened a couple of weeks ago when we got the final guidance around immigration status for CDHS. And we had 3 days to fix it in the system. Luckily, we only had 10 clients that it impacted. Other counties had thousands. So these are the things that we're kind of grappling with in terms of meeting our goals. Some other cool things that we're doing though is we received the Gary Foundation grant last year. The Gary Foundation grant was really to help us operationally kind of understand some of the things that we could do internally to help with our productivity, but also how can we connect people to services that either are on the verge of losing their benefits or have never entered the benefit world. And so we've been really focusing on the loss of benefits piece and how do we keep our
customers and community members that are on benefits, if they still need them, still having access to them. So let me explain to you a little bit. So like every benefit has a redetermination period, so a re-up. Like you have to turn in new information, that kind of thing. We identified with our consultant that we've been working with that our biggest like churn is because of people just falling off the program by not getting their documentation in, or some of this is just not their fault. They get their notice of recertification in from the state past the date that it was actually due.
Yeah.
Cool. So what happens is when they miss that date, it automatically drops them from the program in the system. So that in turn, people come in regularly and need to reapply. Well, that takes, doing a recertification can be anywhere from like 15 to 30 minutes for one of our caseworkers to complete. For a new application, you're talking about 60 to 90 minutes for them to do that. And so we're looking at some efficiencies in how can we kind of reduce the amount of administrative burden on us and on the client. And we've had some success. We have started calling or emailing people before the redetermination date.
Love that.
And it's just a simple low-hanging fruit thing, and we've had about 60% success just in doing that in the past 3 months.
Wow.
And so it's just kind of one of those simple things that we're doing. It's really hard for a large county to take on, but for a small county, our front desk person, that we just incorporated that into something that they do. So over the next few months, working with Mathematica, we're going to continue to track that and see, what are some of the push and pulls. We actually randomized it this time. Mathematica wants to randomize things so that they can talk about it from a statistically valid perspective, I guess. So we're doing some cool things around that, and it's simple things that are grassroots level, small county accessible things. I have county directors, when I tell them we're doing this, they look at me like I'm a crazy person. And I'm like, well, we're saving money and saving staff time by just keeping people on their benefits if they still qualify.
Do they think it's crazy because of the workload that it would be for them to do it?
Yeah, but I mean, if it's working proven
They're
on
not
a small
seeing-
scale,
yeah.
even upscale, it would probably have similar results.
So one thing that Mathematica and Gary is trying to do, they're working a lot with the state in the new iteration and building of CBMS, which is our benefits case management system, which is terrible. But they're trying to automate more of these types of things so that it could happen at a larger county level, right? Maybe it sends out a text to an individual or a robocall or something to an individual, reminding them of their redetermination date and what they need to do. So they're kind of using us as guinea pigs, and I like that because we're able to kind of make changes, tweaks, those kind of things in a much easier way than a larger county. And then the idea is to figure out how do we automate it and scale it. So it's been good for us though, just in general, in building a better rapport with the community.
That's awesome.
So, okay. Like I said, I wanted to go through some of our stats, and this is a quarter, but I do want to give you guys a snapshot on where we are with Medicaid and SNAP in particular, because those are the two programs that our workload is significantly increasing, not because of more people, but because of more work to maintain those people on, or enroll those people in benefits. I have a little post-it. Right now, our current caseload with Medicaid is 2,600, so 2.6K. Okay? That does not necessarily mean that all of those folks are eligible or enrolled in Medicaid. That is literally the applications and cases we're having to maintain. And so when you apply, that's a case for us. Because you apply, we have to process that case, whether you are eligible or not. Okay? So we talked about, we're still staying around, the 2024 numbers was about 40% of our population was on Medicaid. Now we're down to about 27% because of the public health emergency rollback. So we're looking at caseload data is about 2.6K, but the actual enrollment is about 1.7, 1.8. Okay,
That's a shame. Good job. And that's a shame.
Yep. Okay. As far as SNAP caseload data, so we have about 514 families that are on SNAP in our area, but we are managing a caseload of 1.1. Okay, so 1,100. It's so confusing because I want to bring this to light because there's so much conversation at the state right now with like the redistricting or whatever we're calling this, and they're basing it, they're talking out of two sides of their mouth. One's like participation rate, right? Like who's participating in the program. What they really need to be talking about is our caseload. What is the actual things that a county office is having to touch? So. This is why I'm providing these numbers as well. So.
Oh my God, Laura, slow down. Question.
Yep.
That number 2.6 of your caseload, or even your caseload you said was one, or not the caseload, but the actual number of people who are enrolled. 1.7. How does that align with what you have up there of the new applications and recertification?
This is quarterly. This is just what went through our office.
Got it.
Yeah, this is just the quarter. Looked at it from just pulling the quarter numbers for this year.
So when you talk about like this redistricting, oh my gosh, it's so many conversations, and you have been part of some of them, right?
Yeah. Yes.
How are we supposed to, like, how can we help advocate to the state and these conversations about the redistricting of these like nuanced differences in caseload versus enrollment? Can we? Is that something that we can help with? Is that something you're doing?
I think it's something that I'm doing. But as we start to look at the further planning efforts of the cohorts, which is what, CCI is, hopefully we'll all see language around that in the next couple of days. But the cohort model, we're really going to be going through that third-party facilitator phase where we have that plan. I think this is like the operationalized piece is where we're going to dig into a lot of this and making for sure that it makes sense for small counties and large counties and medium counties that we are truly looking at caseload data. What's a funny caveat though is this is pulled out of CBMS. You look at Cognos, which is another state-ran program, these numbers are completely different.
Why?
Yeah. So there's inconsistency, and that's one of the things that we've been drilling at is we need to be consistent with the numbers that we're looking at.
Why are there two state data?
Because you have
producers. Maybe not why, but what is the difference in their functions? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. Will any of that be solved, do you think, with CBMS overhaul? Would you think all of that will be solved? Okay, never mind. No more questions.
Yep. Okay. So on the right-hand side, we have accomplishments. The ES team, when I first started here, we had less than a 50% timeliness rate on applications. Now we're, anywhere from 89 to 100% on an average, if you're looking at three months at a time, which is great. I mean, we worked really hard to get that all cleared up. I mean, back this time, March, we had 300 cases that we hadn't processed that were untimely. And so now we're sitting and looking at a dashboard caseload at around 30 cases at a time that we need to process and that we're timely on. So
That's awesome.
one thing though that I do want to note as we're getting into the cohorts and performance contracts with the state, which is our new normal coming up, is that timeliness, if that is a measure, one application for us in a small county can kill our timeliness. If we have one thing go wrong, it can kill our timeliness percentage. So it can, like if you're looking at, Colorado Works, right? In the past 3 months, we've had 6 applications. You have one wrong, what's that percentage drop you down to? Quite a bit. I don't know what it is for you. So it's tough for us, and that's one of the things that I want to articulate through the process of building out these performance-based contracts between the state and the counties, is that needs to be taken into account, because some of these things that we have that affect timeliness are not necessarily things that we can control. It could be on the client, it could be on the system, or it could be on us. So, yeah.
So it's kind of back to the original problem, which is to not look at the percentage of each county's error rates or timeliness individually. It's looking at their contribution to the whole of Colorado. And that's where we need to be really loud as a small county in these conversations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, child welfare metrics. Over the past quarter, we've had 54 referrals. That's a lot. I think last year we had around 75 total.
Wow.
And so, I think we talked about this before as a group. We have a process of where we screen in a referral or we screen them out. Just because we get a call in through the hotline doesn't mean that we take action. It has to meet the criteria for action to occur. So we have a team meetings that we go through and look at the reports from the reporters and assess whether that report meets criteria. One of the things I also want to say though is that if we see that one report doesn't meet that criteria, but we get a history of reports, we'll also screen it in. So say for instance, there's 3 reports on a family within the past 2 years, that history plays into that criteria. Just in this quarter, we have 14 intakes. So if we screen it in, it becomes an intake case. And then we have 8 ongoing cases, which ongoing means essentially the case has moved out of intake. So we've been working with the family through voluntary assessment. And then we assess that there needs to be more action on the county to ensure that those kids are safe. Then we go to court. So ongoing equals court. That doesn't necessarily mean that we remove the child, but that does mean that the court's involved and the court will start ordering things for that family to do in order to maintain their children. So we have 8 of those going on right now. We have 10 kids in kinship care or foster care, and that's just within this quarter. I have about 9 kids that are potentials right now, which is not great, and very costly for our department when we have to place in foster or kinship care. Yes. APS, we had 10 referrals, which is, this sounds weird, but this is great. This just means that the community is really paying attention to our older adult population, which makes me happy. When we see not a lot of referrals, it kind of questions whether we have a good connection. And so we've screened in 7 of those over the past quarter. We have a new caseworker with APS. He's been awesome. We have 7 intake cases, so we have some carryover intake cases. And then that's our caseload data. Well, I accidentally moved over. I thought it deleted that. Sorry. But yeah, it's been good. We are also closing a lot of APS cases right now, just because we've been able to put in place interventions. We had an individual that had a really hard time remembering to take their medicine, which completely messed them up. We bought them an Echo Dot, and now it reminds them when to take their medicine. We've seen some great improvement there. Just small things like that this team works on.
Laura, when it comes to funding child welfare and adult protective services, how much of that comes from the state or federal government? And how much of it is county?
Yeah, so it's, child welfare comes in 2 different pots. The biggest pot is 80-20, so it's 80% Fed, 20% us. And then we do have a much smaller portion of that that's 100%. I don't have that exact split out, but it's around $734,000 a year between the 2 allocations, and if we don't have 9 kids that I have to put in foster care in the next few weeks, we will be right on budget.
How much does that fluctuate? Is it just a lump sum? Or is it based on caseload?
It is a formula, and they're redoing the formula for splitting out the child welfare dollars. So there's about 10 different criteria that they're looking at. Caseload is one of them, but also caseload complexity is actually been one of the biggest hangups in them being able to establish the new formula, is being able to define caseload complexity.
Yes.
To me, at the end of the day, if you can't define it, you just need to move forward and find some other data point. Because ever since I've started here almost 2 years ago, they've been talking about redoing the formula, and that's still the sticking point, so.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think was probably when you were there. Yeah, still there, so.
It's a nice idea, but it's hard to define.
Yeah. I can see why people want it, because it is, it's like, one case may be completely different than the other. Well, not may, it is. Right? One may be with you for a couple of years, one may be with you for, a month kind of situation. Or like my Saturday, it was for 11 hours. So, okay. Child support, we don't talk a lot about child support with this group because it's not the fun and frilly thing. But we do have 215 cases that we maintain here. I have 1.5 FTE that do child support. Basically, it's not just enforcement, but establishment of child support orders. And that is a program that we have a match of 34% on. So, but the great thing about that is it's kind of an unlimited bucket for us. So it is something, while it's 1.5 FTE, it is something that does have sustainable funding behind it. It's just our highest match program. And I put CCAP underneath this because my 0.5 person works with CCAP, and also child support and CCAP have automatic referral points to each other. I didn't know that until a few months ago. So if somebody comes in, applies for child support staff looks at like their income and that kind of thing, they're like, oh, you probably qualify for CCAP. It's a
cool.
automatic referral for CCAP. So that team is actually working together. So we had 4 new applications in this quarter. Our current enrollment is 7. When we sat here a year ago, I think our enrollment was 4 or 2.
I thought it was 2.
Maybe. Now we're 7, so things are growing. And we entered into that contract with Mesa County back in March to do our eligibility side of it. And so far, I think that's going to help us financially in a big way to be able to support more kids through CCAP. So, yep.
Is CCAP gonna be one of the things that's, I can't keep track, no, that's consolidated in the regional?
Yes.
Yeah, that's, I can't remember.
At least that's what's in the current presentation.
I had no idea that child welfare, or not, that, what's the last thing, go back?
CCAP?
Nope.
Child support.
Child support went through DHS, I assumed it went through the courts.
What?
You must inform the courts.
It's, so child support can be voluntary or
Yeah.
involuntary.
And
we handle both.
You handle both?
Yeah. So if it's a court order,
Yeah.
it will go through our office.
Mhm.
We'll do the actual establishment, which is basically the data entry of it, and
Yeah.
create the system for the parents to contribute, right? Or, somebody has a divorce or separation or whatever, they will voluntarily apply for our office to manage their child support.
Is there is it a fee based, like a pay to play? Is any part of it like an administrative fee, a percentage?
We get
voluntary.
We get money back from the feds for establishment. There's an incentive that we get back from the feds. It's very tiny, but an incentive for establishment. We don't really get like a kickback for maintaining their money.
Whether it's voluntary or involuntary.
Correct.
You get a kickback, not a kickback, but you get a whatever from the feds.
We get whatever 100% minus 34 is.
Yeah.
My brain. 66?
Yeah.
Yeah, we get 66%. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And it's amazing how much money runs through child support in this community.
I believe
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And the thing is we manage child support for, like, it may be established here and it may stay here for a long time. Especially like,
Yeah.
it's when you're talking about child support, you're talking about up to like kids at 18, right? So if you start that at 2, we're maintaining that for a long, and the parents may move, that kind of thing, but that case oftentimes just stays with us. Yeah. So. Okay, collaborative management, this is all wrap stuff. So we had 7 referrals over the past quarter. We worked with 15 families. We have referrals, and then we have outreach that comes through our child welfare system too. So that's how we get a little bit higher there. And this is our current caseload for wrap. So we have family engagement meetings. Some of those family engagements can be anywhere from 1 meeting to 6 months worth of meetings. And so right now we're at a 4 caseload there. We're trying to increase that. One of the challenges that we've been through this year so far is when I have to pull a staff member for something, things kind of have to stop. And so I pulled a staff member to go through the Child Welfare Academy so that we could start doing child welfare prevention cases with wraparound, because I think it lives better with them in particular. And so we have sent John through Child Welfare Academy, and he is now working with child welfare on our prevention cases, but also we're now, because of that, we've been able to access core funding for wraparound for sustainability purposes.
Cool.
Okay? John's also worked with the school. The school incorporated wraparound into the life cycle of truancy cases. So we have gotten a lot of referrals that haven't been super fruitful through truancy. Again, it's a voluntary thing for a parent or family to go and participate in wraparound. So if they don't play, then they move further down in that life cycle. And then school prevention, McKinney-Vento, so we used to get money from the school system for the McKinney-Vento program, which is helping homeless families with basic needs. And we've served 37 families in the past quarter, and that's with a lot of different things. It's not just like hard goods, but things like school fees and things that are just sometimes difficult for families that are unhoused or struggling to be housed. So, cool. Here's our priorities. For economic security, the OPC, the Overflow Processing Center, was kind of our saving grace when we didn't have a lot of staff in economic security. They are a entity that is paid for by Medicaid to help process applications for counties as an overflow. It's going away, and we're actually discontinued. We're basically going to be moving completely away from having to utilize them for anything. Again, expanding SNAP outreach. This is something we've really tried to figure out in our community. We've put a pause on because of all of these changes with HR 1 and trying to make for sure we're setting people up for success and not things that may not be great for them. In addition to that, for TANF, we have a new TANF caseworker. We weren't in great shape in TANF, so we are cleaning that up. And that is our big deal. We're cleaning it up, but we're also about to hit all new rules with TANF, so that should be fun. Child welfare, we have mostly 75% of the team are new caseworkers, so it's just going to be still a lot of training and supporting that team. APS, we need more in-home care opportunities. I feel like our workers are having to do things that in-home care people should be doing or caseworkers should be doing, but there's just nobody here to do that. One thing that I would like to see and have put it on Edwin to help navigate is just trying to start engaging the faith-based community in some of these opportunities, one-off opportunities to support older adults and families with children. We had 6 kids we needed to find beds for last week. And I'm just like, that would be a great thing for a faith-based organization to if I had a way to funnel those needs to them, instead of us using our block dollars to do that, to purchase a bed for 6 kids, that'd be a great way for that community to get connected in with some of the needs that we see. You may not be able to know who the family is, where it's going, the circumstance, but you can know that that's helping them get through this child welfare event.
Is that the kind of thing that we could just make more like I love the idea of the faith-based, but I also think that there's
broad community, yeah.
Broad, how do we make that an accessible way for people to support each other?
Yeah, I don't know. I
love
could
that.
use some help.
Yeah,
with
I
that.
would love to brainstorm that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been talking a lot about mutual aid in our community, and I think that could really tie in easily.
Yeah. Cool. There's a nonprofit in Colorado Springs that builds bunk beds out of a church. And I called them, because I used to go to church there, and I called them and I was like, hey, I'll drive down there, do y'all have bunk beds for them? And they're like, we have a waiting list a mile long. But I think that would be a cool even thing for the high school or CMC or whomever Cause the beds is actually one of our big challenges in a lot of these homes. Got kids sitting on the
This
floor.
isn't like finding a place for them to sleep for the night, this is like a
Literally
physical bed,
Yeah,
like a mattress and sheets.
yeah.
Cause they go into somebody's home and somebody's home might not have that.
What church was it for? Was it First Lutheran?
No, it was, Pulpit Rock.
Hey, just to keep this moving, we're now an hour behind schedule.
Okay.
so,
We're done. What else?
No
Are we an hour
offense.
behind schedule?
Yeah, we're an hour behind
Well,
schedule.
we skipped ahead.
But we skipped.
Oh. So we're 45 minutes.
Okay, alright, and then here's our other priorities, this is not as fun, expired arrears and things like that, but these are the things that the team has decided that they really need to continue to work on. Cool, done.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you for all your work.
Yeah, that's hard work.
I shall continue on.
Okay, let's move on here.
Duncan's next.
Duncan's next. Okay, we're gonna move to Parks and Recreation. Duncan, you have 3 minutes.
Good, right, yeah, you've been in here at this room long enough, haven't you?
We've talked with you enough this quarter, you're good.
Yeah. So yeah, I've kept this really simple and straightforward, so hopefully this will be a breeze. So first quarter, we've focused on obviously winter programming, getting ready for summer operations, progressing our department goals related to participation, financial stewardship and equitable access, doing the good work that we do every single day. So that's been our priority. I just wanted to run through some quick highlights. So we did a spring break camp in conjunction with Project Dream. It was only like 3 days off the top of my head. So we had 48 young people attend that. So big credit to Project Dream for stepping up to deliver that. Because we were in the middle of recruiting our lead coordinator in the gold team. So we've delivered learn to ski programs at Cooper and Copper in association with SOS Outreach, and they've attracted 25 families. And again, we had a separate one for high school kids and slightly younger intermediate kids. We got 40 of that. That's consistent with what we've done year on year. So it's really good. Winter trail grooming or lack of, we all know the story there. We're in the process of still negotiating with Mountain States, extending their current contract into next season at no cost to us. So we're just figuring out what that actually looks like. We didn't operate the Dutch Henry Hill because of lack of snow, so that means we're going to be down in revenue for this quarter. Since we usually get quite a number of users there.
How much do you usually make?
20 grand.
Okay.
Yeah, give or take.
That's like net
Yeah.
or gross?
It's, yeah. We do it like that.
Doesn't it cost more to run than we bring in down there though, so I think it would be.
Yeah, depends on how many people we get and how many groups come, right? So we do a different sort of charging model based on people who come from out of Lake County versus locals. And we only really operate on weekends. So, yeah, it does all right. Again, I think there's room for improvement around our charging and our fee structure for that. We've touched on that a little bit in previous conversations, that this could be a real earner for us if we get the model right.
We get some snowmaking.
Yeah.
Straighten out.
Yeah. Again, working with the CMC,
Yeah.
because usually they do supplement natural snow with their man-made stuff, but not this year.
No, I think next year's gonna be a lot better.
Yeah. Two unfortunate things: we were unsuccessful with Youth Pathways program funding from the Tony Grampus Youth Service and the Colorado Health Foundation. Usual story, more applications than they had money for, and we had been given that funding for a number of years in the past, so our turn to slip off. So we're still going to continue that, but just using departmental funds and reprioritise some things to make sure that program happens.
How much was that grant?
Remember?
We applied for a significant amount, mainly because,
For multiple years.
Yeah.
mainly I thought we might not get it, so I was like, you may as well ask for what we would like to have.
Yeah.
I knew that they were cutting funding to the TGYS.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be as many awarded, so I was like, may as well ask for what we need, so I think we asked for.
Over $100 grand.
Yeah.
I can't remember the precise figure, but I think they only funded like 2 organisations
Yeah.
out of 10. So that's life. We will survive. I always wanted to talk about registration. This is something we haven't really brought to you on a regular basis, and I want to start doing that around building a bit of a model around how many people we're getting, what that looks like. The next part will be around how we compare that year upon year, so building those models, right?
Awesome.
So I'm pretty happy with what we got. There's growth in a few things, and again, a number of things are also at capacity, right? Because of venue limitations and bits and pieces. The other thing to remember as well is that this quarter is literally 1 January, 31st of March. Some of these programs would have started in December, so those numbers might not be 100% accurate for the whole program, right? So they'll be coming up, right? Multiple pages.
That's nice.
So we had to cancel a couple of things. It just simply wasn't a demand.
I understand.
Yep.
Sure. Have you had to cancel anything due to lack of instructors or coaches?
No. We didn't have the functional fitness numbers because they are collected independently and not in our registration system. So we will rectify that. Again, hockey, has done a lot. Open gym for tots does okay. It's again, this is not counting. It's counting individuals, right?
Yeah.
Who sign up for that program, not how many times they attend.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that makes sense. Again, we had to cancel the paint the ice. Soccer, reverse colleague volleyball is one that surprised me. It's actually at capacity, 13 teams. So they're at Sixth Street Gym twice a week.
What's reverse?
More women than men on the team, right? And it's other rules.
It's just about how you hit the ball. You can have more men than women, but a woman has to touch it before it goes back over the net every time.
So popular, right? 13 teams. They're at Sixth Street Gym from roughly 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock. Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's wall to wall. It's great. Again, soccer. Happy with those numbers. I'd still like to see more. And I think it's an opportunity for us to grow some of that, but again, it's capacity. You've got to have the coaches.
You have to ask for coaches.
Yeah.
Well, having seen that some of the other communities around here don't even have a girls-specific soccer team, it's cool that we have one here.
Yeah. It is, right? It's really cool. So again, we did over 1,000 registrations, right, in the first quarter. I'm happy with that. We are a small community, so.
Nice one.
That was it, done. Ta-da.
Cool.
Painless.
Gorgeous.
Good. Thanks.
Thanks, Duncan.
Thank you, Duncan.
Duncan, wait, sorry, I know you're done, but I have questions. How's the reorg going?
It's going well. So we've done.
Yeah, come chat with us.
I'm gonna take this.
Yeah. We've done our first workshop with our consultant. We've talked about our mission and our values and our goals. And it was really interesting to observe because I stepped back and let our team talk about it amongst themselves rather than me saying this is my ideas.
Yeah.
How similar we are.
Cool.
Right? When you break it down, you know, everybody wants to do the right thing for the right reasons. And, you know, observing that, you know, Gold's current mission and Rick's current mission are currently here and here. Actually, they're really, really similar. I think some light bulbs are going off in people's heads, which is really great. Yeah. So we've got 2 more sessions next week.
Next Wednesday is our next one.
Yep.
And then another one 2 weeks
Yep.
after that.
Yeah, and then we'll be done. We'll come back and Jay's hands it.
Excellent. Show us everything you've done.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's going really, really well.
It's going well.
Thanks.
Thank you, Danica.
Sorry.
I'll edit it.
Who's next?
I am filling in for Diana, she's out today. But in true Diana fashion, she has given me some great notes to work off of.
What a pro.
To be clear, this is CSU extension.
Other than, well. There you go. All right, so short-term goals, increase awareness of programming by enhancing promotion by establishing a stronger presence at local events, fostering a deeper connection with the people of Lake County, and promote high-altitude gardening high-altitude gardening educational opportunities for Lake County residents through that master gardening program that they're launching in August. So cool. And then a long-term objective is offer an expanded portfolio of programs designed to empower individuals and families supporting their pursuit of happier, healthier, and more fulfilling lives. So no pressure with that one. All right. So there's a new Colorado or CSU extension website. It's really nice if you guys haven't checked it out. It's definitely an improvement over what they had before. So that's been really nice to get that taken care of. I think Diana's been really happy to have that. In last fall, the Extension Office received a $5,000 grant through CSU to support outreach education, primarily through STEM, and to provide education surrounding artificial intelligence and agricultural concepts. So Diana's partnered with C4 and Project Dream to provide those deliverables as part of that grant. So she's been teaching weekly STEM-focused programs with Project Dream at LCSI. And then C4 has been hosting the Farm Club, which has been really popular. They did have a setback with another grant that they received. They were set to get an intern for this summer, which was gonna be really exciting. They were gonna work with Rocky's Rock through Goal, but that fell through, even though the application was approved. They just didn't find a qualified intern, which was unfortunate. So that will be available again next year, so we'll try again for that next year. Hopefully we'll actually find somebody to fill that. She's also focusing with food safety. So before an extension professional can teach food-related classes and offer food preservation workshops to their communities, they're required to take the Master Food Safety Advisor training. It's kind of with that Cottage Act. So she is actually working on getting that so that she can provide those types of training.
That's awesome. I really hope she can actually do that.
Yes, it's
And then
definitely.
take it off of public health.
Yeah, it's on her list for sure.
That's awesome.
It's something that she's working on. So she's actually working with the Family and Consumer Sciences professionals at CSU to schedule the MFSA, which is that Master Food Safety Advisor training here in the mountain region, so people can participate in that. It'll be in Salida on May 17th. And then Diana will be able to be certified and be able to teach those classes in Lake County.
Can't you also just take, oh, sorry.
Okay. I probably wouldn't be able to.
No, I forgot it was you, Rachel.
It's okay. Rachel, I have a million questions. She did say if we had any burning questions, we could call her, but she's on vacation.
No, we're not calling
She's also going to be able to work with the health department and build a Generations Food Access Coalition to start offering those trainings in the fall. Third focus area has been gearing up for fall and summer of gardening and other plant-related programs, as well as launching the new Colorado Master Gardener Program, which is starting in August of 2026, with the first Lake County Apprentice cohort, and they've been working with C4 on planning that workshop series, which is expanding the range of topics and partnering with new organizations to host workshops. For example, we will be hosting an indoor plant workshop at the CMC library, which already has 24 people registered for it, and then also a fire-resistant landscaping program in June to teach best practices in home ignition zones and planting low flammability landscapes, and also pollinator-friendly mountain hardy plants. They're also going to be having a gardening basics planter box workshop taught in Spanish at the Lake Fork Community Center. And then they've also partnered with the Healy House to host a pollinator workshop.
Cool.
Yeah.
God, she's so ambitious and capable and what?
She's so ambitious, but she gets it all done.
She gets it done,
Which
yeah.
is amazing.
That's the capable
Yeah.
part.
And then the second year of that $4,000 grant for the Master Gardener Program. And then also they have, that was the $4,000 grant for CSU to provide the free raised garden beds. And that's available to residents at an income of 120% of AMI or below. And this year they had 39 applications for 5 kids. So it's clearly something that people are really interested in and want to learn more about. So she's gonna definitely focus on that going forward since there's such a big interest in it. Finally, Diana has spent a lot of time this quarter preparing and planning the launch of the Lake County Colorado Master Gardener Program. Advertising for the first cohort of CMG apprentices will begin in June. The applications will open in August, and the cohort will start Green School, which is a 6-month university course that provides a foundation in horticulture. And it will become active certified master gardeners by the summer of 2027. This is an extremely exciting development and it will be great to have local Lake County master gardeners.
How many people, how many spaces?
She doesn't say, but I don't think it's very many. I think 6 sounds familiar.
6 sounds familiar.
But I can find that out.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Nope.
So yeah, she's doing a lot of very exciting things.
So cool.
Yeah, very good. Parks and Rec get Duncan back in there.
And she had like some personal things come up that made her have to be out of the office for a while.
Yeah.
And she still accomplished everything, so it's amazing. I wish I could bottle that, but
You can do it. Josh via Josh, guys.
Josh?
I'm going to do my best impression of someone named Josh.
Captain Airport.
Okay.
Alright.
Since Josh worked together all the time, we have
Josh
taken to
A.
calling him Captain Airport.
And Josh B.
Where?
So I'm Josh B.
Okay, next up is the airport.
Yeah, Josh is out coaching today, so I'm gonna cover for him. So Q1, one of the things, the big goal for the year, and one of the things we spent a lot of time and energy around at the airport is trying to put together a formal business plan in terms of revenue generation around the airport. Josh and Matt and Jim all have some really great ideas. I mean, you're all aware of the merch and the revenue that brings in for the county. They've got a lot of great ideas to expand traffic and operations at the airport. And so we're just trying to formalize and get some of that down on paper and eventually hope this year to to bring that to you all, just sort of present the direction I'm wanting to go in terms of further revenue generation. One of the big kind of instigators for this is we know that Aspen is going to be shutting down next summer and doing a ton of work on the runway, so we're hoping to try and capture some of that traffic that is gonna be needed. People are gonna need to land in the area, so we're trying to put a lot of energy in that right now. I've got Josh connected to some business development resources at the SBDC, so he's kind of building that skill set as well, putting some energy into developing the plan.
Josh, sorry, take a breath. What, I did follow all that, but is this new consultant going to, like, when you say business plan, gonna figure out a return on investment for the airport?
Good question, let me clarify. So the business plan is completely separate, it's something we're working on internally. So Josh is connected to the Small Business Development Center resources and developing an internal business plan for, like, as the county, how do we wanna operate the airport? What different services can we provide? What's the revenue? What, are we priced right on certain things? We've done rent studies and things like that in the past. So that's all to feed into our ability to plan exactly what you're talking about. And ideally, as its own enterprise fund, being able to boost the revenues coming in from the airport.
Yes, please.
For the county.
Enterprising. Currently, what is our over-under on the airport?
It's not too far off, it's like depending on how much testing we get, roughly my understanding from Josh, it's within $100,000. And that could all change with one booking of a testing company, and so thinking about how we do some marketing around that is one of our more lucrative opportunities.
Awesome.
I think in this room we referenced the de-icing. And we get a lot of requests for de-icing for larger jets. And they can't land here if they don't feel comfortable that they can take off, so we've got some ideas about how we might budget for some pilot programs and stuff moving forward to next year.
Awesome.
So you'll hear more about that, but everything from pricing to, we've been talking to Matt a little bit about what does the airport look like as an event space? What are we allowed by the FAA to do in terms of facility rental for events? What's the liability around moving someone's airplane out of a hangar, right? So that we can use that for a seated dinner or something. One cool partnership that's coming up is the philanthropy fair that's coming up in October. They've reached out and asked to use the airport, so they're gonna book the airport for that event. So all kinds of, there's just a lot of different revenue streams that can come in.
Do you think we'll be able to get all that done by August when we start talking budget for next year?
I think the business plan, that's the goal, is to try and have that help guide those budget discussions.
Cool.
So I think we're in a pretty good shape in terms of the kind of overview and drafting. I think we need to do some look backs at the finances. Plug those pieces in. I know Josh has reached out to Will and his team. And then sort of think through what a marketing plan could look like to promote this. Because one of the things we don't want to get ahead of ourselves in kind of reaching out to a clientele that has certain expectations, when they land at an airport and what they're gonna find at the FBO, and so we wanna make sure we're ready with the services that we can provide and be thoughtful about that before we say we can do things, essentially.
I hope you'll work with Adam. When it comes to creating that marketing.
Absolutely, And then Josh has obviously been looped in on some of the industrial park discussions as well. So we're all partnering across those departments. But I appreciate that good clarification. So that's sort of a separate entity and separate planning process that we're undertaking versus the new contracted engineering firm. So the FAA requires that all airports have an engineer basically on retainer for projects that might come up on FAA property. And so we undertook an RFP process and we're switching from blanking on the Kimley Horn, right? Kimley Horn at the airport to Bolton and Mang. And so you'll all see that, in an upcoming meeting in terms of the signature for getting that agreement in place.
Sorry, Josh, why did we change rooms?
So we have to, the contracts are 5 years, and so we have to go out to bid, and they submitted the strongest bid according to the panel. And we still work with Kimley Horn and other parts of the county. Public Works has them as their master services agreement. But for the purposes of kind of the things on the horizon at the airport, particularly around the hangar development. There's some, a lot of good ideas that came through their proposal that I think suited the folks at the airport, so.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, so they've actually already come up for a courtesy visit. We met with them a few weeks ago and have some good ideas for things we can do to get some of those like development ideas moving at the airport. This is exciting news. So as of last week, we found out that Airbus is gonna book some space for the summer. So roughly 6 weeks in mid-July, doing some testing on some helicopters. Just the facility rental fee for the course of that time is gonna bring in almost $50,000. And that doesn't include fuel sales or any other service. So it's gonna be a pretty lucrative contract for the county. So excited about that. And then truly, my understanding from Josh and the team is the testing is really the bread and butter. We have such a unique opportunity here with high elevation, and just components to helicopters and planes that are looking to be tested here. So, when we're thinking about those conversations in the airport industrial park, obviously those are some of the same types of entities that we shop around ideas for that space. So. Let's see, so that is it for those updates. In the near future, we'll be bringing that business plan draft to a work session, probably just to show you all and indicate the direction that we're looking ahead and get some guidance there. We are exploring some additional options. We've had an open RFP for the hangar ground leases going on probably 4 months now. With no interest. I shouldn't say that, with no formal proposals submitted. And in that initial conversation we had with the engineers, they've got some ideas about how we might drum up some interest in that. I think they're still seeing some hurdles in the RFP process that's maybe detracting some private individuals from bidding on it. Which I think, in most cases, they're assuming that a developer would come in and build these things, but what they've seen in their experience is it's usually a private person who has the means to come in and build one to store their own plane, and then they rent that space out to offset the cost. So, they've indicated that they have some resources that can help us, try to pitch that and sell it to some individual investors. So, that's something to consider. And we'll be in touch with Matt's office certainly on any changes to that RFP process. And then so we did have a project for paving the road, the entrance to the airport, and that's gonna get bumped to next year. And just a note here that some of the FAA is gonna help fund some of these surveys and add-ons for planned projects that we have in the future. So that's where we're at as quarter one. And we'll hopefully be back in front of you with a business plan in the next couple months probably.
You think like July? June?
Yeah, hopefully, again, to try and inform the budgeting process, hopefully before July.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Any questions?
You answered them.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, hour 7.5
That's all right.
sitting in the chair, I'm a little questioned out.
Fair enough.
I saved the best for last.
Yeah,
Hey, you stole my line.
human
How
resources.
are we all doing?
Good to see you. Yeah. How you been?
You look so perky and ready to hear about
We're ready to
HR. Okay, mine should be pretty short and sweet, so.
Take all the time you need.
Oh.
It's,
Okay,
We
thank
We're
you.
here- we're
decided
here
to
for you.
dedicate a meeting by itself to this next time.
I had some
Two
notes
chunks.
for
Thank
next time, maybe.
My ideas. Okay, so quarter one, so key updates and accomplishments. Most of quarter one for my team was me out on maternity leave, so I would like to highlight operational excellence while short-staffed. So huge shout out to my team, they did a fantastic job, and big thank you to Josh. I know he really truly enjoyed his time in HRN. So thank you so much for filling in. We had a baby and we're back to work.
Oh, sweetie.
Yeah. We had some interesting employee personnel
cases that we handled. It was a wild ride for Josh, a great introduction, but they did a fantastic job. We worked really closely with Matt, and I think we came out of those fairly well. Did a good job. So projects that we're working on, especially during quarter one while I was out, a great thing about being out and long absences like these is they highlight kind of some areas where we can work on processes improvements, systems improvements. So we were working on doing some standard operating procedures for some of the things that we handled on a regular basis. So like our year-end procedures, billing, payroll, kind of writing out those SOPs very detailed. So that way, if all of us, as Candace says, got hit by a bus, or what I prefer, Josh says, abducted by aliens. So if all three of us were abducted by aliens, my whole team, our work could continue. And then we're also really focusing on cross-training, so ensuring that each one in our team, we can all cover the functions of the other person on the team. Right now we're doing payroll cross-training, it's very fun. Challenges that we face.
Everyone hates payroll.
I know, payroll is the best. People love getting paid.
I do wanna say that even though we've had 2 issues with the bank not processing our file after we send it to them, which is insane, that payroll has largely been correct, and what you guys didn't get to experience is that payroll was never correct before, like never. There's always a fight between finance and HR of who should do what, and then no one agreed, and then payroll was forever being corrected, and so the fact, and people would even speak to one another to try to get it fixed, so the fact that it's accurate, it goes out correctly
Will and I
on
talk to each
time.
other a lot.
They do.
We like each other.
They're kind to one another, it's been
It is.
huge.
And Alicia on Will's team did a great job filling up her payroll while we were hiring on Sierra.
To cross-train.
And now Sierra's doing a fantastic job taking that over.
Really good.
Alicia's still a great team player when there's questions, and she's now the payroll expert in the county, I would say. But it's going good. Challenges that we face, and this is kind of highlighted in some of our projects that we're doing, is disjointed systems. So, we have one platform for our applicant tracking system, which is Jazz HR. We have one platform for employees to sign up for benefits. We have Culture Amp for, when we're doing our performance evaluations, and we have Tyler. It's just all over the place. So that leads to a lot of clunky manual processes that we have to do. And then we're always constantly fighting Tyler and doing payroll. And Tyler, as you guys know, Tyler, we always talk poorly about that poor guy, Tyler. And so that's kind of what we're fighting against, our challenges right now. Any questions on quarter one?
Is there any progress in Tyler, or is it always gonna be like this?
I think we're having some progress. We're learning more. I think there's just a huge learning curve. They don't always have great support to help you learn, is my biggest complaint. It's not necessarily the software, it's the challenge of learning the software. So sometimes we get a great rep and they don't charge us, and we can get some great answers. And sometimes you get on a chat with a rep and they're using statements like, I think this should work. This may work. I'm like, hold up.
It's hit or miss sometimes.
I need some hard statements, some 100% confirmation that what you're telling me is gonna work. So that's the challenge. And then when we want a quote-unquote expert to help us with these larger projects, then we end up paying them for those trainings, which is very frustrating.
So instead of doing the workaround, we do share with HR the trainings to do it correctly in Tyler permanently.
Yeah.
So everything's there in the system to do it, you just have to learn how to do it.
I found that with every software, like every software, they give you the initial tutorial, and then you wanna add any users to train up, or you don't understand anything anymore, they charge you.
Yeah, and we don't know who set it up initially, and I also have a huge suspicion that Tyler was found for the county for the finance accounting side, and it was set up really well on that side. And then HR was kind of tacked on, and it seems like a lot of how the HR side, the module was set up, wasn't done correctly in a lot of ways. We're going back and fixing a lot of things that were set up improperly.
Well, there wasn't even an HR person when it was.
So that's probably part of the
Which makes
answer.
yeah.
So Tyler's like Photoshop, like it can actually do a bunch of stuff, but someone has to sit you down and show you how to do it, so you don't have to just like, what, this program sucks, I hate this.
And there's a lot of times where the one thing you have to do, you have to go to a bunch of different areas to do it.
I will say that a lot of counties don't use Tyler for their HR information management system. They use a different platform, and we are looking at maybe trying to do that in the future. Ashley's been looking into it.
Yeah, that's on Q2. Well, actually, I don't think I have that in the PowerPoint. One more system, but we are hoping to do it in a smart way. So that one more system would take all these systems and put it in one place. And I am not just wanting to tack on another system. So we're going through an entire evaluation process with Justin. He's helping us look at all of our needs, identify those pros and cons. And so we're doing demos with a few different platforms just to get an idea of what they can offer and pricing.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to go through the traditional, probably RFQ, then RFP, I don't know.
RFQ, because we want to quote, right, so we can budget for it for next year if we're gonna go that direction.
And then RFP.
Yeah.
So priorities, well, our main priority is serving Lake County government employees. We do that in a lot of different ways. I like to always highlight that we have, I think at last count, 274 full-time, part-time, and seasonal employees. And there's 3 of us on the HR team. So we're working really hard to serve all those individuals and do our best. So a system would really help with that, but that's our main priority. There's lots of roads to get there, but we all love what we do and hope we're working in the right direction. Some initiatives we are currently working on in Q2, employee engagement. We added that line item to the budget this year. It's going really well. So recently we visited the library for, oh gosh, I'm gonna get all these names correct, National Library Appreciation Week. Brought them flowers. We went over to Public Health for National Public Health Week. I know you all celebrated them as well. We brought them some goodies as well. And then we hadn't visited the airport yet, so we went out and met the employees at the airport. So we're just trying to do more drop-ins with HR where we get out and talk to employees. And it's not always a scary, not fun thing when you connect with HR. We're gonna do some fun things with the employees as well. Also in the employee engagement, we do every year the employee appreciation party and then the holiday party. We have a big focus on connecting with our middle manager level. So we had our manager one-on-one trainings with them, and instead of falling off of the face of the earth with them, we want to keep connecting with them. So Karina and I brainstormed, and Karina's really heading up this manager connect that we're doing. It's a quarterly meeting with them. It's optional at this point, and they can drop in and we give them HR updates, so that way we have direct line of communication with them about like the hiring process, kind of the performance evaluation process, things like that, any questions that come up about being a manager in Lake County. Then we talk about kind of typical manager topics. Like this past time we talked about the cultural expectations that the county manager's office put out. And we talked about what that looked like in practice for them, how they modeled that. Karina also came up with this really great handout to give all the managers that had activities based on each of the different cultural expectations and how to brainstorm with their team or connect with their team on those cultural expectations. And then the last part of the meeting is them all networking together. So we give them a space to kind of have that support group of each other, bounce ideas off of each other, commiserate, what have you, so that they can just feel supported, feel like they have better communication from us, and then not feel so alone on an island as a manager here at Lake County.
How many people participate in that?
So this last time we had 8 show up.
Cool.
So we're hoping for a little more. So as a fun incentive for our next one, this next quarter, we're just gonna do a game and we're gonna do trivia. And we're gonna try to connect it to management somehow. I don't know, we'll see. So that's our next plan. We had some snacks this past time, so we're hoping some more managers decide to participate in that.
Cool.
Trainings and HR touch points, so trainings at the Manager Connect. When we drop into different departments like we do, we offer trainings like how to read your pay stub, if they have some tax questions, things like that. And then learning and development, this is something that we're still brainstorming on, so if anyone has any suggestions or ideas, but we're trying to continue to invest in the learning and development of employees at Lake County. Hopefully in the future that will look like some sort of official plan that we lay out, but I know budgeting's tight, so we'll keep trying to figure out how to present those opportunities for all of our employees to invest in their careers. Big projects on the horizon, evaluating the new HRIS, Human Resources Information System. Also, you'll see come up in front of you, hopefully in the near future, is an update of the employee handbook. We're going through that right now, that revision. We're getting support from the HR consulting group to do that. And we are working on that in our administration team, brainstorming what updates need to be made, making those decisions, and then it'll come in front of you all for a review and an adoption. And then another big topic is a compensation plan. That would also be a project that would need an RFP. So kind of looking at getting those quotes right now with RFQs. And that would be a great thing to have set up. I think it will make everyone's trajectory here a lot more clear. It would also do away with our struggles with the merit-based system, which is very frustrating for a lot of people. It would do away with directors feeling like they have to, and managers feeling like they have to advocate for raises, and then it's not always evaluated in a well thought out manner. It's just kind of like who's advocating, who's not, how it goes, etc. So a true compensation plan would help us a lot.
Also help us plan, because staff would know when they could expect to see that their pay increases, and we would be able to be planning for that, because it wouldn't be like every single year an increase. It'd be like, hey, if you've stayed this long, this is the bucket you fall into. And so we'd be able to plan.
Yeah, I really like that at the federal government, I don't know about Josh, but it's like, hey, we know you gave your step increase at this time, it's pretty easy, everyone's on the same playing field, yeah.
It's the one area by statute that you can, as long as the other elected offices agree to it, they can sort of be bound to that compensation plan.
Oh, really? Okay. Good to know. Wait, as long as they agree to it, they can be bound by it? Get out of here, Matt.
Does
over it.
an elected official have to agree and then it's like
No.
in perpetuity or like if we get the right one,
Oh, Ashley.
I mean, I would hope they would want to agree to it, because it's a good deal for everybody, really.
We just have to be good salespeople. Oh, there's one more slide, sorry. Almost done.
Don't start packing.
I just wanted to touch on the budget book objectives, since it was on the slide. These objectives, the ones for 2025 were made by the former HR director. I didn't really update them for 2026 at the time it came out, because I was still getting my head above water. I was getting pretty pregnant at that point, and so these are some of the updates that I've added kind of as I've come back and reevaluated everything, but I already talked about those in previous slides. So we did the short-term objective, we did kind of reevaluate her benefits offerings to make it kind of more streamlined and straightforward for employees, and then still working on the learning and development roadmap. That's it.
Lovely. Ashley, well done.
Go
Yeah, thank you, Ashley.
Yeah. The most fun department.
It can be.
Can be.
I would say it's probably one of the most entertaining departments.
Yeah, that you can't talk about,
Yeah.
which is such a shame. It's the most fun and we're all missing out.
I talk to Matt all the time.
All right, shall we conclude?
Yes.
Okay, this concludes our April 28th work session at 4:47 in the afternoon.
Thank you,
Thank you all for coming.
Almost.
Congratulations, I mean, sitting in this chair is